Hello everyone, and welcome to another late-night edition of Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'd love to see your comments below. Tell us where in the world you're listening from, and let us know what time it is in your corner of the globe. Whether you're burning the midnight oil in Brooklyn or waking up at sunrise in Sydney, we're thrilled to have you here. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe so you never miss one of our deep dives into the uncharted shadows of history and conspiracy. Now, let's begin with a story steeped in secrecy, betrayal, and the single question that has haunted countless Americans since 1963. Who really killed John F. Kennedy? Daniel "Danny" Callahan grew up in a modest home in northwest Washington, D.C., just a short drive from the seat of American power. His paternal grandmother was a second cousin, twice removed of JFK, enough of a link to give him a faint brush with the Kennedy legacy. While some children idolize sports heroes or fictional adventurers, Danny's childhood fascination was his distant presidential relative. Family gatherings were often punctuated by half-spoken stories, knowing glances, and the hush that accompanied any mention of Dallas, 1963. Yet it wasn't until Danny turned 13 that his obsession with the assassination truly set in. That was the year his grandfather, once a low-level aide in a government office, fell gravely ill. Sensing his mortality, the old man called Danny to his bedside and pressed a worn leather-bound folder into his hands. "This, I never had the courage to share while I was healthy," he whispered. Inside were cryptic notes and partially redacted documents, including an unfiled CIA memo referencing leverage points in Texas. There were 3 initials scrawled at the bottom, R.A.D. The meaning was unclear, but the hush in the room was deafening. From that moment on, Danny's life had a purpose: to uncover the truth behind JFK's death. He studied every conspiracy, pored over every publicly released document. Through high school and college, while others partied or navigated typical teenage drama, Danny was in libraries or on internet forums dedicated to the JFK assassination. He was convinced there was more to the story than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone, and that someone in the corridors of power had buried the truth. At Georgetown University, Danny majored in political science and international relations, fueled by a burning need to penetrate the system that might hold answers. He met Sarah Monroe during his junior year. She was 2 years older, already interning at a notable newspaper, and every bit as relentless in her pursuits. They bonded over a stack of declassified CIA briefs. Danny had been hogging the library microfilm machine, scrolling through old national security transcripts. Sarah confronted him, half joking, "You're not the only conspiracy nut in town, you know." From that day on, they became friends, and often partners in sifting through the labyrinth of half-truths and speculation that surrounded Dallas, 1963. Sarah, with her piercing hazel eyes and tendency to scribble notes on anything within reach, was a rising star in investigative journalism. She was dogged, often ignoring editorial suggestions that she'd tone it down. She had a habit of dropping quotes from real whistleblowers into everyday conversation, referencing sources from older CIA leak cases. Though her style clashed with many seasoned reporters, it meshed perfectly with Danny's unyielding hunger for secrets. Armed with a shiny new degree and a stack of recommendations, Danny landed an entry-level position at a lesser-known government agency, an obscure division connected to intelligence analysis. It wasn't the CIA or the FBI, but it was a place to start. If he played his cards right, he would glean insight into the halls of the intelligence community, building connections that could eventually grant him access to vaults of classified files. At the same time, Sarah was piecing together a special series on political cover-ups for her paper. She was particularly drawn to the JFK cold case, a colloquial term she coined for her multi-article deep dive into conflicting testimonies and unsealed documents. Danny, though restricted by clearance protocols, often fed her stray leads that he picked up through casual chatter at the office, discussions about old files, or references to managers who'd been around since the 1960s. They became a formidable team, even if they had to operate carefully. Word travelled fast in government circles, and Danny knew he had to keep his personal inquiries discreet. More than once he felt eyes on him in the hallway, or sensed that certain colleagues stopped talking the moment he entered a room. But he chalked it up to nerves. He was a new hire after all. Why should they trust him? One evening, after a day spent combing old microfilm, Danny found a cryptic reference in an ancient budget ledger. Project Gold Crown, authorised expenditures November 1963. Gold Crown. He'd never heard the term. He flagged it for later, quietly making a note in a private journal. When he casually asked a superior about it, the man's face blanched. "Never heard of it," he said, before swiftly changing the topic. From that point, Danny's suspicion only grew. Yet for the next couple of years, progress stalled. Danny moved from desk to desk, gleaning small bits of knowledge, nothing conclusive but enough to stir the pot. As time went on, Sarah's investigative column gained traction, putting them both under a more critical spotlight. She wrote scathing pieces about how the Warren Commission failed to address key inconsistencies, how the House Select Committee on Assassinations had left critical leads unresolved, and the systematic destruction of evidence. Predictably, this drew some negative heat from certain corners of the intelligence world. Midway through his second year at the agency, Danny was invited to a private lunch by one of his supervisors, a man named Clay Finch, who specialised in document classification. Finch offered a wide smile over a sandwich in the cafeteria. "You've been busy, Danny," he said in a tone that was borderline accusatory. "Interested in historical records, are we?" "Just want to learn," Danny replied calmly, aware that each word needed to be measured. Finch leaned closer. "History's a funny thing. A lot of it is better left behind. The official record stands for a reason. You wouldn't want to disrupt that, would you?" There was an ominous note to Finch's voice, but his eyes were maddeningly unreadable. That moment marked a shift for Danny, a realization that everything he was doing, every digital search, every phone call with Sarah, every request for older files, was being tracked. And behind Finch's sly smile, Danny sensed a message. "We know what you're up to. Tread carefully." A week later, Sarah told Danny she'd received an anonymous tip from a caller who claimed to have inside information from the 1960s intelligence community. The caller insisted the truth behind JFK's murder was deeper than any single branch, pointing to a hidden web of power brokers. The call ended abruptly, but not before the voice uttered a phrase that sent chills up Sarah's spine. "Keep digging and you'll meet the committee." "The committee?" Danny asked. "Like some secret group?" Sarah shrugged anxiously. "Who knows? This entire case is a riddle inside a locked box, but something tells me we're on the right track." Neither realized how dangerous that track would become. Danny was closer to the nerve center of government secrets than he'd ever been, and the watchers, both inside and outside his agency, were beginning to circle. For the next 6 months, Danny and Sarah waded into increasingly murky waters. At first, their partnership involved a simple back and forth. Danny would slyly pass on non-confidential leads gleaned from his job, while Sarah followed up with gritty fieldwork, tracking down rumoured witnesses, rummaging through dusty courthouse records. The synergy worked. Sarah's articles gained a cult following, her audience enthralled by the notion that powerful forces had orchestrated JFK's demise. But the more she wrote, the more pushback she received from her editors and ominous calls to tone it down. One late afternoon, while searching through a digital archive of declassified intelligence briefs, Danny stumbled across a suspicious reference to Operation Crosswind, Cuban Ops, November 21st to 23rd, 1963. This short mention rattled him. According to official narratives, the CIA's Cuban involvement was well known, but had supposedly wound down after the Bay of Pigs fiasco in 1961. Why would there be a covert operation still active in late 63, timed suspiciously close to the assassination date? Curiosity piqued, Danny attempted to access the Crosswind file. His clearance was insufficient, but he did manage to glean a cryptic summary. Deployment of foreign assets to the continental US for strategic disruption. No further details. Heart-pounding, he texted Sarah. Found a doc linking foreign shooters to Dallas timeframe. Holy grail, need to be sure. They agreed to meet that night at Sarah's apartment in Foggy Bottom. She buzzed him in, excitement practically shimmering in her eyes. If foreign operatives were brought stateside, that lines up with the theory that Oswald wasn't alone, she said, motioning for Danny to close the door behind him. Imagine if the second shooter was... She never finished the sentence. The apartment reeked of smoke. Her living room was trashed, papers strewn everywhere, a lamp shattered, the stench of something recently burned. Sarah froze, eyes wide. The desk where she kept her notes and laptop was ransacked, its drawers yanked out, contents scattered. In the corner, the remnants of her personal notes on the JFK cold case lay smouldering. A single envelope rested on top, its edges singed. It bore no address, just Danny's name scrawled in jagged letters. Gingerly, Sarah opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. Stop. This is your only warning. Beneath the text was a small printed symbol, a stylized eagle clutching a shield, reminiscent of official government insignias but subtly altered. Danny felt his stomach twist. He recognized the partial design from one of his grandfather's cryptic documents. RAD floated back into his mind, though he still didn't know what those initials meant. Fear mingled with fury. Sarah's face paled, but her voice trembled with anger. They have no right, she muttered, sifting through the ashes of her research. Months of work. Gone. Danny spoke quietly, keeping his voice steady. They're telling us to back off. So we're onto something real. Within the week, the story broke in the local media that an award-winning investigative journalist, Sarah, had been the victim of random vandalism. The official police statement was laughably vague. Sarah's editor, worried about potential liability, advised her to take a temporary leave for her own safety. It was effectively a suspension. Shaken but not broken, she vowed to continue her work from the shadows. Meanwhile, rumours circulated through Danny's office that a small group of employees had been flagged for overreaching curiosity. Danny suspected he was on that list. One morning, his supervisor Clay Finch offered him a dead-eyed stare and said, "You have potential, Danny. Don't squander it by chasing ghosts." Danny forced a cordial nod, but inside alarm bells rang. They were tightening the net. In spite of the threats, Danny and Sarah pressed on. She began analysing a trove of microfilm archives for any mention of Operation Crosswind. Danny, after fiddling with secure server access, found a reference to a secondary file labelled Project Gold Crown. The word kept popping up in old 1963 to 64 budget logs. Crosswind, Gold Croon. The puzzle was expanding, and every piece hinted at the involvement of certain high-level US officials who had manipulated events in Dallas. As frustration mounted, Sarah had a breakthrough. She'd been researching possible retired intelligence officers from the 60s who might still be alive. Hidden in the dusty corners of a Senate hearing transcript, she found mention of William Bill Keating, an ex-CIA operative with rumoured involvement in covert Cuban missions. He dropped off the radar decades ago. Some speculated he had died. Others insisted he was living in remote corners of Texas under an assumed name. 3 weeks later, Danny and Sarah tracked Bill Keating to a rundown ranch outside Lubbock, Texas. He was old, late 70s at least, skin leathery from the sun and gaze haunted by secrets. They knocked on his door, uncertain if he would even speak to them. Keating first tried to slam the door in their faces, but Sarah had a journalist's persistence, and Danny wielded the documents his grandfather had left behind. They caught Keating's attention just enough to wedge a foot in the door. "I'm done with that life," Keating growled. "You have no clue what you're digging into." But his eyes flicked to the unfiled CIA memo that Danny held. In the corner, those same initials, RAD, glinted in faint ink. He exhaled shakily, letting them inside. Over stale coffee and the hum of a dusty ceiling fan, they listened as Keating spoke haltingly about the old days. "Oswald, he was a pawn, sure, but not the only piece on the board," he muttered. "There were bigger fish behind it. Names you'd never guess. Some in the White House at the time, some hidden in intelligence. They used Cuban tension as cover. 2 shooters, not just one. Probably more. And the cover-up? It was top down." He spat the words, as though they tasted foul. "The committee oversaw everything." Sarah pressed gently, voice trembling with excitement. "Who is the committee?" Keating's gaze flickered with fear. He rubbed his temples, muttering, "You want me to sign my death warrant?" At their insistence, he revealed partial details. The committee wasn't an official agency. It was an off-the-books collective of power brokers, some with government titles, others from finance or defense. Their mission was to steer the national narrative when it threatened stability or certain interests. "They have assets everywhere. CIA, FBI, the media," Keating said. "They orchestrated hits on threats to their power. They believed JFK was out of control." When asked for hard evidence, Keating shook his head. "I have one piece, a tape of a conversation from November 63, 2 nights before the assassination. It'd blow the doors off everything, but I keep it hidden. No one can protect me if it gets out. I can't just hand it over to 2 strangers." Sarah's frustration was palpable. "People need to know!" Keating's voice rose sharply. "People also need to stay alive. You have no clue how far the committee's reach extends." He exhaled, calmer. "If you want to survive, drop this. I'm telling you for your own good." They argued for hours, but Keating wouldn't budge. He offered no location for the tape. Tension thickened. In the end, they left empty-handed, though the conversation itself was a bombshell. Confirmation of 2 shooters, the committee's existence, and an infiltration into key agencies. It was the clearest evidence yet that a hidden group had orchestrated JFK's death, but verifying it would be another matter entirely. Returning to DC, Danny felt a storm brewing. He had a trove of half-baked leads, plus Keating's cryptic confessions. Sarah's articles, though momentarily stalled, had a public following that might amplify their findings. He also realised how precarious his position was. A desk jockey rummaging through restricted files that powerful men would prefer to keep sealed forever. Late one night, Danny pulled the old leather folder out from a locked drawer, rereading his grandfather's cryptic notes. references to shadow patriots, the need to maintain illusions, and repeated scribbles of those same initials, R.A.D. He also found a scribbled phrase in the margin, "Power demands a narrative." It struck him that these words might encapsulate the committee's entire mission. He called Sarah in a hushed voice. "It's bigger than we thought. If Keating's telling the truth, the cover-up wasn't just about a second shooter. It was about rewriting the entire story of that day in Dallas." Sarah's reply crackled over the line, steady but tinged with dread. "Then we have to tear that story wide open." The days bled into weeks as Danny buried himself further in his government work, using every sliver of downtime to poke at the CIA, FBI, and other labyrinthine intelligence divisions. His relentless curiosity didn't go unnoticed. Yet ironically, it earned him a promotion when a mid-level analyst role opened up. The official explanation was that his efficiency in combing archives and correlating old case files had impressed certain higher-ups. Unofficially, Danny suspected they wanted him closer so they could keep better tabs on him, or possibly groom him into one of their own. With this promotion, Danny found himself with a broader security clearance. Not top level, but enough to open certain classified doors, and open them he did. Late nights in a dimly lit government reading room, scanning files stamped with warnings, eyes only, restricted, national security. He discovered more references to Crosswind, Gold Crown, even cryptic mentions of a cipher dog operation. Many were wholly unrelated or redacted beyond comprehension, but patterns emerged. He saw too many converging threads timed around November 22nd, 1963, to call it coincidence. One file stood out, a CIA internal message log from the week of the assassination. Half of it was blacked out, but on one line Danny read, "Confirming arrival of redacted in Dallas. Rendezvous with local asset. Full operational oversight under Gold Crown." The timestamp was November the 20th, 1963, just one day before JFK was shot. His breath caught in his throat. If this was real, it confirmed an active CIA operation in Dallas separate from Oswald, perhaps orchestrating the second shooter. It was the kind of smoking gun conspiracy buffs had speculated about for decades. Rather than rejoice, Danny's stomach knotted with anxiety. He knew these revelations placed him in serious danger. Every keystroke he made in the system could be tracked, but the desire for truth was stronger than fear. He copied the relevant lines onto a small notepad, carefully shielding himself from the security camera overhead. The next morning he found his desk drawer had been rifled through. Someone was searching for evidence that he'd gone rogue. That same afternoon, Bill Keating's name surfaced on local news. The retired CIA officer had been found dead in his Texas ranch, apparently of a self-inflicted gunshot. The reporter framed it as a tragic suicide of an elderly recluse. But Danny's gut turned ice cold. Keating, who had secrets that could topple institutions, gone. It was too neat, too convenient. A phone call to the local sheriff's office revealed minimal details. The last person known to visit was some out-of-towners, presumably Danny and Sarah. The officer on the other line, in a clipped tone, asked if Danny had any involvement. Danny gave a tight-lipped denial and hung up, dread pooling in his stomach. News of Keating's death rocked Sarah. She was convinced the committee, or some arm of it, had tied up a loose end. "He told us too much. Now he's gone," she seethed during a tense phone call, her voice shaking with anger. "We have to find that tape he mentioned. It could prove everything." But the tape's location remained a mystery. With Keating dead, any trail was likely cold. Late that night, Danny revisited his grandfather's old documents, hoping for some clue to Keating's hidden stash. Nothing, just cryptic references, repeated phrases about the second gunman, the illusions, and the ominous presence of RAD. That night, Danny slept fitfully, haunted by the notion that he'd inadvertently caused Keating's demise. To make matters worse, Sarah caught word that major players at her old newspaper were pressuring her to abandon the JFK cold case series if she wanted her job back. She refused. Her reputation, however, was taking hits. Online trolls labelled her a crackpot conspiracy theorist, and certain mainstream voices mocked her for refusing to let the 60s rest in peace. She pressed onward, determined to prove them wrong. One quiet morning, Danny arrived at work to find a sealed envelope on his desk. Inside was a single photograph, grainy and obviously old. It showed a man on a grassy area, rifle poised. The vantage point resembled the infamous grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza. A scrawled note on the back read, "2 shooters, 1 official, 1 ghost. Don't trust the watchers." Danny's spine prickled. Was this a threat? A clue? Or both? Over the next week he dug deeper into the agency's older records, but found more locked doors than open ones. Senior colleagues gave him polite smiles paired with veiled warnings. "Young man, you're about to learn how the real world works," one said, as if delivering fatherly advice. Another cornered him by the coffee machine, voice low. "This is bigger than your curiosity, Callahan. Don't let your fascination blind you to consequences." Sarah, working from her makeshift home office, connected another dot. She discovered the name Conrad Hastings, repeated in old intelligence rosters. Hastings had since risen to become an influential director within a hush-hush government branch. If Gold Crown was real, he might have been involved from the start, or inherited guardianship of its secrets. She confronted Danny with the name. He recognized it. Hastings was a powerful figure, rumoured to be second in line for a top intelligence post. If he was part of a cover-up, their adversaries ran very high indeed. Anxiety piled up for Danny. His phone line crackled with interference. Strange cars idled near his apartment at odd hours. He found himself looking over his shoulder, suspecting every shadow, every co-worker. Sarah was equally on edge. Twice, she spotted black SUVs tailing her. They were deep in enemy territory, chasing an explosive truth that could cost them their lives. One evening, when the city's lights shimmered off the Potomac River, Danny took a secret meeting with Sarah in an abandoned parking garage. He showed her the partial logs referencing a covert assassination squad deployed to Dallas. She reciprocated by handing over her own findings on Hastings, plus a newly uncovered piece of archival testimony from a retired FBI agent who had once claimed there was a deep apparatus controlling the official narrative, like a puppet master behind the stage. Their conversation was hushed but urgent. If Hastings is part of this, we're looking at someone with the power to bury us, Sarah said, brow furrowed. We need something definitive, an undeniable piece of evidence that they can't just spin away. Danny nodded, voice tight. We find the final log, the real data behind Gold Crown. There has to be a paper trail in the classified archives. If we get that, maybe we can blow the lid open, but we'll have to do it carefully. Let's not end up like Keating. They parted ways, determined but terrified. Danny realized that all his years of searching had led him here, a precarious dance with a hidden fortress of power. The drive to expose the conspiracy clashed with the grim knowledge that the committee, whoever they truly were, had disposed of threats before. They could do it again, with lethal precision. The next morning, Danny received a summons to Director Conrad Hastings' office. The short note read, "We need to discuss your future with the agency." The sense of dread in Danny's chest was almost suffocating, but he composed himself and prepared for the meeting. If Hastings was indeed an architect of the cover-up, this confrontation could either open doors or slam them shut forever. Director Conrad Hastings' office bore all the hallmarks of power. Mahogany desk, thick carpet, a portrait of a smiling president on the wall. Hastings himself was in his early 60s, with iron-grey hair and a practiced, cool demeanour. He greeted Danny with courteous detachment, offering neither handshake nor smile. The door clicked shut behind them. "I've had my eye on you, Mr. Callahan," Hastings began, glancing at a file on his desk. "You've demonstrated an impressive aptitude for archival work and analysis." Danny forced a neutral expression. "Thank you, sir." Hastings leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "I also understand you've cultivated an interest in historical controversies." His voice had an edge, a subtle warning. "As an agency, we value curiosity, but we also require discretion. National security depends on safeguarding certain records." In that moment, Danny realized Hastings was testing him. Perhaps he was being offered a veiled invitation to join the club if he agreed to muzzle his private investigations. Or maybe Hastings was sniffing out whether Danny was an active threat. Swallowing hard, Danny offered a diplomatic reply. "I respect the boundaries of classification, sir. I simply find the SARS era academically fascinating." Hastings nodded, a flicker of amusement passing across his otherwise stony features. Indeed, that decade shaped modern intelligence. But be mindful, Mr. Callahan, that some corners of the past remain sealed for good reason. The national interest doesn't always align with academic curiosity. After a few more minutes of measured conversation, mostly about departmental reassignments, Hastings dismissed Danny with a polite wave. Danny's heart pounded as he left. He felt both threatened and offered a chilling compromise. Keep quiet and climb the ranks, or keep digging and face consequences. That afternoon, Sarah emailed him a cryptic message. "Final piece in Louisiana, more soon." No signature, no details. It was out of character for her. Danny guessed she'd uncovered a new lead tied to old intelligence operations in the South. Without hesitation, he booked an after-hours flight to New Orleans, letting his supervisor believe he was taking personal leave. They met in a tiny diner off a rural highway, half an hour outside Baton Rouge. Sarah seemed jumpy, eyes darting at every passing car. She explained she'd found a reference in an old FBI field report about a hidden satellite office used in the JFK era, possibly to store sensitive records away from prying eyes in DC. The note specifically mentioned Gold Crown. They followed the clue to an abandoned brick building once leased by an FBI informant. Graffiti stained the walls, windows were boarded up, and the property was ringed by a sagging chain-link fence. With crowbars and flashlights in hand, they broke in under the cover of darkness, searching for anything that might still be hidden. Dust coated every surface. Broken furniture lay in heaps. To the untrained eye, it was just another derelict property. In a back room behind a rotting bookshelf, they found a rusted metal door. The old lock took effort to pry open. Inside was a cramped storage area, the ceiling so low they had to crouch. Sarah's flashlight caught a cluster of battered filing cabinets. Most were empty, but one drawer held a locked metal box. Forced open, it revealed a stack of mildewed folders, newspaper clippings, and a reel of old magnetic tape labelled Confidential DK Radio Intercept November 21, 1963. Sarah's pulse quickened. DK Radio Intercept. Could that be connected to Bill Keating's missing tape? Or is this a different intercept? They scan the brittle documents. References to a phone call allegedly placed from an unidentified intelligence agent to an unknown external asset in Dallas, scheduling a job for November 20. The text was partially redacted, but phrases like all necessary arrangements, trapdoor scenario, and asset will stage defection narrative leapt out. Danny's mouth went dry. This was it. Concrete proof that the official story was a smokescreen. They had no illusions that this single folder would solve the entire puzzle, but it was a massive piece. Sarah gingerly touched the magnetic tape reel. "We need to digitize this, see what's on it." Her eyes glowed with anticipation. Leaving the building, they felt elation and dread warring inside them. If they possessed authentic proof of a covert operation orchestrating JFK's murder, that also meant the committee, or their modern successors, would stop at nothing to silence them. They decided to drive to a safe location, an old friend's place in Lafayette, to examine the tape. On a lonely stretch of highway, they realized they were being followed. A sleek black SUV, headlights pinning them in the rearview mirror. A tense chase ensued. Danny floored the gas, navigating winding rural roads. Their pursuer matched every turn, occasionally drawing close enough that they could feel the pressure of a bumper tap. Sarah frantically called her friend in Lafayette, telling him to be prepared. Finally, after a hair-raising swerve through a side road, they lost the SUV by cutting off their headlights and coasting into a deserted driveway. They waited, hearts pounding, until the SUV roared past, lost in the night. They arrived at Sarah's friend's place. Jeremiah was a college acquaintance with a knack for vintage audio equipment. In a cluttered back room, he rigged up a reel-to-reel player. The three of them listened with bated breath as the tape hissed, crackled, and then voices emerged. The audio quality was poor but distinct enough. Voice 1. "Confirm you are in position. The route is locked. Take the shot. He'll be slowed at the turn." Voice 2. "Roger. Our decoy is set. The defector story. You're sure it covers us?" Voice 1. "Guaranteed. This ties up with Oswald. Remember, the corridor must be clear. No mistakes, or the big man will bury us." Static washed over the reel, then resumed. Voice 2. "Understood. Rendezvous at the safe house after the event?" Voice 1. "Yes. Then proceed with the fallback narrative." Sarah paused the tape, tears in her eyes. Danny felt nauseated. They had just heard direct evidence that a second shooter using a decoy plan pinned on Oswald was orchestrated by some high-level figure. This wasn't vague speculation. These were men calmly planning an assassination. The hair on the back of Danny's neck stood up at the mention of the big man, presumably a reference to someone above them, perhaps a powerful official or the committee itself. Jeremiah, stunned, asked, "This is from the day before JFK was shot?" Sarah nodded numbly. "Sounds like it. This is dynamite. They made duplicates. Digital backups, multiple flash drives, knowing one master copy wouldn't be safe. Sarah stashed a drive in her luggage. Danny hid another in his shoe. They agreed to part ways early next morning. Sarah would drive back to DC with the documents, while Danny would fly. The plan was to release this bombshell simultaneously through Sarah's journalistic channels and Danny's quiet leaks to certain allies in government who still believed in transparency. But they never got the chance to execute that plan smoothly. Before dawn, Jeremiah woke them, voice shaking. "Somebody's banging on the front door." Armed men, likely mercenaries or black ops, poured inside. The ensuing chaos was a blur. Danny and Sarah scrambled out a side window, clutching the stolen evidence. Gunfire erupted behind them, shattering windows and sending the front door splintering off its hinges. With hearts pounding, they sprinted into the night. They were outnumbered, outgunned, but they had what might be the final piece that could prove a conspiracy. All that remained was to survive, and to ensure the truth saw daylight. Adrenaline surged as Danny and Sarah navigated the pre-dawn darkness. The stolen evidence pressed tight against their bodies. The quiet Louisiana air bristled with danger. Their car was parked behind Jeremiah's house, out of sight. With no time to check if Jeremiah made it out safely, they could only pray he'd found cover. Sarah gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white as they sped away. Danny fumbled for his phone, trying to call 911, but the line crackled with static. No help was coming from official channels. They both knew they'd likely been pegged as intruders or fugitives. They decided to split up. Sarah would go directly to a secure contact in DC, who owed her favours, an editor with a strong track record of protecting whistleblowers. Danny would make a desperate move on his end, try to access a top-level federal archive in Washington. If he could cross-reference the voice on that tape with any known high-ranking official from the 1960s, they might finally name names. As Sarah dropped Danny at the Baton Rouge airport, they shared a brief, intense embrace, fear etched in both faces. "Stay alive," she whispered. Back in DC, Danny barely paused to catch his breath. He snuck into his apartment to grab a change of clothes and discovered his front door's lock had been tampered with. Paranoia spiked. He left immediately, not daring to stay. Using an old pass for after-hours building access, he entered the labyrinthine warren of government offices. His new clearance might help him get into the deeper archives, though he wasn't sure if it was enough to waltz in unchallenged. Under flickering fluorescent lights, Danny navigated to a sub-level reading room. He found a sealed compartment that required biometric authorization. Boldly, he pressed his fingerprint to the scanner. Miraculously, it granted access. Perhaps a glitch or an oversight, or maybe Hastings had left the door open to test him. Within the corridor, rows of locked file cabinets stood behind tinted glass. Above them hung a sign. Archival Vault, Classified Histories. Danny scanned labels. Cuban Ops in 63-65, Domestic Counterintelligence in 60-64, Project Gold Crown. His heart pounded. There it was, Gold Crown. He approached, checking over his shoulder. No security detail in sight, but his nerves screamed. He used a small hacking device that Andrew, a tech-savvy colleague from years back, had once given him, hoping it might override the cabinet's digital lock. A beep, a click, and the cabinet slid open. Inside, manila folders bristled with old memos, cables, and dispatch logs. Many were heavily redacted, entire pages black with marker. But as he flipped through them, a name jumped out repeatedly. Director Conrad Hastings. At the time, a young intelligence operative attached to clandestine operations. Danny's eyes widened. Hastings had clearly been involved in Gold Crown from the start. He wasn't just a future caretaker of the files. He was part of the machine that orchestrated them. He snapped pictures with his phone. One memo, dated November 25th, 1963, read, "Post-event. Ensure Oswald narrative remains primary. Assets must confirm no second shooter. Cooperate with Warren Commission. If infiltration or leaks occur, activate Project RAD." That acronym again, RAD. This time beneath it, a signature scrawled in black ink. Hastings. A floorboard creaked behind him. Danny whipped around to see Hastings himself standing in the corridor. He was alone, no guards in sight, but his posture radiated quiet menace. "I see you've let your curiosity lead you down the rabbit hole," Hastings said, voice echoing. Danny's blood ran cold, but he raised his chin defiantly. "It's all here. Proof you were complicit in orchestrating the Dallas operation. The memo about controlling the narrative, about Oswald being a scapegoat." Hastings stared at him with an expression of weary condescension. "You think you're the first crusader to come down this hallway, rummaging for the truth? How naive. Even if you make it out of here with those files, the public won't believe you. The system is built to repudiate illusions that threaten its foundation. We've been ensuring that for decades. You murdered a president," Danny hissed, "and you've murdered others. Keating, maybe more." A flicker of annoyance crossed Hastings's face. "I didn't personally pull the trigger, but I was part of safeguarding our nation from a leader we deemed dangerously unpredictable. We did what we had to do. Power is not about justice, Callahan. It's about continuity, about preserving the American project." Danny took a step back, readying himself. "It's not preservation. It's an execution of democracy itself. You're no patriot." Hastings let out a bitter laugh. "Patriotism is a mask we wear for the masses. The deeper truth is that people want to believe their government is stable and just. The committee ensures that narrative remains intact no matter the cost. You can wave that evidence around all you like, but you're one man against an entire apparatus trained to deny, discredit, or destroy whatever you expose." The tension escalated. Danny clutched the folder. Hastings inched closer. A sudden scuffle erupted as Hastings lunged to snatch the documents. Danny struggled to keep hold, adrenaline spiking. They slammed into a row of cabinets, metal rattling. Hastings, older but formidable, pinned Danny's wrist. Danny let out a grunt, managing to slip free just long enough to land a strike at Hastings's side. The older man staggered, wheezing, but refused to yield. He wrested the folder away, scattering pages across the floor. A single spark of opportunity flashed for Danny as he retrieved his phone, still containing pictures of the damning memos. He darted around Hastings, snatching a few loose pages from the ground. Hastings snarled, "You can't escape the reach of the committee. Even if you run, we'll find you. We'll bury you, like we buried everyone else who got too close." Danny's heart hammered, but fear morphed into righteous fury. He feinted left, then barged past Hastings, sprinting down the corridor. In the distance, alarm sirens began wailing. Security was on its way. As he reached the door, Hastings's final words echoed. "Even if you expose us, history remains ours to shape." Danny didn't look back. By nightfall, Danny was holed up in a dilapidated motel on the outskirts of DC. He'd swapped out phones, changed clothes, used cash to avoid a digital trail. There he received a frantic call from Sarah. She had made it safely to a rendezvous with her contact, but the response so far was lukewarm. "They're worried this story is too radioactive," she said in frustration. "My editor's terrified of a government backlash. Some are claiming the tape might be a forgery." Danny exhaled. "We still have your tape, my phone pictures, and a few original documents from Gold Crown. That might be enough to push it over the edge. Let's release it online, wide. Conspiracy sites, independent news, social media, everything at once. They can't shut it all down." So they did. In a single coordinated push, Sarah uploaded the tape's audio across multiple platforms, while Danny shared the scanned documents, some with C. Hastings clearly visible. They also posted partial transcripts from the sub-level archives, referencing Oswald's setup and the second shooter. The avalanche of information ignited the internet. Within hours, thousands of users were dissecting the data, cross-referencing older conspiracies and reposting the files. The mainstream media initially dismissed it as a hoax, deepfake audio, some claimed. Government representatives offered bland statements of denial, refusing to comment on unsubstantiated historical speculation. But a portion of the public was electrified. Forums erupted. Protests formed in front of the Capitol building demanding a new investigation. Others ridiculed the revelations as more tinfoil hat nonsense. The swirl of disinformation was as thick as the truth. It was exactly as Hastings had predicted. The committee's modern allies unleashed a flood of debunkings, false experts, and contradictory evidence. Confusion reigned. Days turned into weeks. Sarah's life was turned upside down. She was doxxed, her phone bombarded by anonymous threats. Danny found his name blacklisted in government circles, and a quiet rumour circulated that an arrest warrant might be issued for him on charges of espionage or theft of classified property. Realising the noose was tightening, he fled DC, disappearing into a web of sympathetic contacts who believed in his cause. In the months that followed, a swirl of partial truths lived on in the digital sphere. Some believed the revelations wholeheartedly, proclaiming, "We told you so. JFK was taken out by a shadowy cabal." Others scoffed. Director Hastings, named personally in the leaks, retired abruptly, citing health issues. No official inquiry ever gained traction. Politicians and networks pivoted to other headlines. The public's attention span wavered. Sarah soldiered on, giving interviews to alternative media outlets. She championed the authenticity of the tape and the documents, but mainstream acceptance never materialized. Each time a fire of belief spread online, it was quickly doused by the new controversies or distractions. Years passed. Sarah Monroe found some semblance of normalcy, though her career remained stunted by the controversy. One chilly evening, she returned home to her modest apartment, exhausted after a long day chasing another story. A plain brown package awaited her at the doorstep. No return address. Inside, she discovered a single USB flash drive and a note in a handwriting she recognized immediately. Danny's. He had disappeared off the grid, evading the committee's manhunt, if indeed it still actively pursued him. The note read, "Sarah, here's more from 11/22/63. I found it among my grandfather's hidden stash. It's raw footage from an unknown bystander. Second gunman visible. Undeniable. Share with caution. D." Sarah's heart hammered as she plugged the flash drive into her laptop. Grainy black and white footage flickered on screen, capturing Dealey Plaza from an unusual angle. There, faint but unmistakable, was a figure perched behind the fence on the grassy knoll, rifle glinting in the midday sun. The muzzle flash was visible. Sarah's breath caught. This was the holy grail that conspiracy researchers had hunted for decades. Visual proof that couldn't be explained away as lens flare or trick lighting. Her phone rang, interrupting her shock. She picked up and a calm, anonymous voice said, "That's enough, Ms. Monroe. Let the past die." The line went dead, leaving only a dial tone. Sarah stared at her reflection in the dark laptop screen. The second gunman's image burned into her mind, an indelible testimony that the official narrative was a carefully constructed lie. But she also sensed the silent threat behind that phone call, the ever-present committee, or whatever name they operated under now. She closed her eyes, mustering courage. "Let the past die?" she murmured, gripping the flash drive. "Never." Yet even as she prepared to release this final smoking gun, doubt whispered in her mind. Would it truly change anything? Or would the machine churn on, rewriting the narrative, discrediting the footage as yet another hoax? The precarious line between truth and conspiracy wavered. But for Sarah and for Danny, wherever he was hiding, the mission would never end. Even if the world refused to believe, they would keep seeking, keep fighting, because some truths demand to be told, and some secrets refuse to stay buried. Emily Brooks was not the kind of journalist to wait for official sources to hand her a story. She was the type who, at 12 years old, camped in her parents' backyard hoping to catch a glimpse of extraterrestrial lights. And if you asked her colleagues, they'd say she never outgrew that fascination. The perpetual night owl, Emily had recently started a small podcast called Midnight Frequencies, uploaded under the umbrella theme of sleep theories to reach an audience equally fascinated by the weird, the unexplained and the downright bizarre. Sure, some called her a conspiracy nut, but in a small, quiet town on the outskirts of suburban America, she was one of the few people with enough curiosity, or audacity, to go chasing after lights in the sky. That very sky had erupted in rumours over the last few weeks, rumours of bright, sudden flashes at odd hours, flickering across farmland and forest. So, Emily decided to do what any dedicated, starry-eyed investigator would. She grabbed a camera, a high-powered microphone, her beloved night vision binoculars, and headed out into the fields just before midnight. There, the tall grass swayed under a thin moon. Emily had done her usual check. Fresh batteries, backup memory cards, all set. She was talking into her phone's microphone, live streaming to about a dozen dedicated watchers. Her voice was hushed but electric. It's about 11:47 p.m. local time, folks. We've had an upswing in UFO sighting reports over the past 6 nights. I'm out here in, well, I'll keep the exact location to myself for now. But suffice it to say, the conditions are perfect. Let's see what we can capture. She waded deeper into the field, scanning the horizon. Occasional crickets broke the silence. Suddenly a brilliant white flash lit the sky, so bright it momentarily drowned out the moon. Emily gasped, fumbling with the camera to pivot it upward. Her phone's feed blurred with static as something zipped across the darkness, leaving a faint phosphorescent trail. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, the light vanished. Silence. Emily's phone screen flickered, the connection faltering, and for a moment all she heard was the rapid thud of her own heart. That was unusual. Even if a plane or meteor had streaked by, it wouldn't usually cut her camera feed and cause the phone to glitch. When the feed came back online, Emily's chat was going wild. Viewers claiming they saw a streak of silver and blue, or a silent explosion. Adrenaline coursed through her veins. "Did you guys catch that?" she whispered into the phone. "We might have just stumbled onto something big." Unbeknownst to her, another event was unfolding just a few miles away, in the cosy cul-de-sac where Hannah Gray lived. A beloved elementary school teacher, Hannah had the kind of life that rarely courted drama. That night, however, something extraordinary happened. Around the same time Emily witnessed the sky flash, Hannah Gray disappeared from her locked home. Her front door was still bolted from the inside, and there was no sign of forced entry. Her car keys were left on the kitchen counter, half a mug of tea growing cold next to them. By morning, the entire small town hummed with whispers. No one knew where Hannah could have gone. The local police, unused to serious crime, were at a total loss. Emily caught wind of the story while scrolling social media in a diner, bleary-eyed from her late-night stakeout. She recognised Hannah's name. Everyone in town did, at least a little. A wave of excitement and dread rolled over Emily. A suspicious disappearance mere hours after a bright flash in the sky. If that didn't ring every conspiracy alarm, nothing would. She quickly messaged Andrew Miller, her friend and occasional partner in research. He was a lanky tech genius with a knack for cracking open encrypted files, pulling data from obscure corners of the internet, and tracking unusual radio frequencies. Andrew was also prone to stress-induced rambling and conspiratorial tangents, which Emily secretly found endearing. "Did you see the news about Hannah Gray?" Emily asked. Andrew typed back in quick bursts. "Yeah, it's all over the local forums. She just vanished. Could be foul play or something else." "We need to talk," Emily replied. "Meet me at the station cafe in 30. While waiting, she pulled out her phone, scanning last night's footage. The bright flare in the sky was definitely there, but the device had glitched at the crucial moment. All she had was a blurred orb. Still, it was enough to get her adrenaline pumping. Andrew arrived, a bundle of nerves, with a laptop under one arm and a half-eaten protein bar in hand. "I tried analysing local power grids last night," he said by way of greeting, sliding into the booth across from her. "There was a massive voltage drop around the time you mentioned the flash. Not just your phone, some entire sectors lost electricity for a few seconds." Emily's eyes widened. "So it wasn't just me?" He shrugged. "Could be a surge. But what I found interesting is that some weird radio chatter spiked around the same time. Frequencies that shouldn't even be active in this area. It's like someone was broadcasting or receiving something." They were interrupted when a local policeman walked in, discussing the Hannah Gray case with a colleague. Words like "no sign of a break-in" and "completely vanished" drifted their way. Emily and Andrew shared a look. Something about this was big. Maybe too big. That evening, after rummaging through the bits of corrupted footage and cross-referencing times with Andrew's data, Emily decided to pay a visit to Hannah's place. The sun was dipping low, casting orange light across the quiet street. Hannah's house, a modest single story with a neat front lawn, was eerily calm. A neighbour, eyes puffy from worry, told Emily that no one had seen Hannah since the prior night. No footprints, no sightings. Just as Emily was about to leave, she noticed faint scorch marks on the grass near Hannah's back fence. Odd, concentric circles bleached into the lawn. She knelt, brushing her hand over the brittle blades. She took a picture, her heart thumping in her chest. This was no ordinary vanishing act. Something was deeply wrong here. The ground felt hot to the touch, as if baked by an intense energy. The next morning, people awoke to even stranger news. Hannah Gray had reappeared. She turned up on her own front porch, trembling, disoriented and noticeably thinner. Neighbours swore they heard no car, no footsteps. It was as if she simply materialised. Emily was there in minutes, skidding her car to a halt on the curb. Police had already crowded the area. Hannah, pale and wearing the same pyjamas she had on the night she vanished, was ushered inside. Emily managed to talk her way past the officers, thanks to a well-timed white lie about being an assigned reporter. There in the living room she found Hannah curled on the couch, eyes distant as if searching an endless horizon only she could see. Andrew arrived soon after, carefully stepping around the police tape in the hallway. The officer in charge cast them both a suspicious eye. Hannah glanced at them with a fragile, tired expression. She didn't say much, but she lifted her sleeve to reveal faint, scorch-like markings on her arms. like the circles in her backyard but smaller, etched into her skin. Emily's pulse hammered. Hannah's voice was barely above a whisper. I remember a bright craft, overhead, and then cold, sterile walls, a sense of floating. Her voice shook. Am I losing my mind? Emily knelt beside her, a gentle hand on her shoulder. No, Hannah, you're not. There's something going on here, and we're going to find out what it is. Yet as determined as she was, Emily had no idea how deep the rabbit hole would go, or how dangerous it would be to pull back the curtain on this unfolding nightmare. It didn't take long for Michael Reed to show up. Tall, suit pressed to perfection, and eyes that seemed to size up everyone he met in a single glance. Reed introduced himself as a liaison from a special department concerned with national security. He had the practiced smile of a bureaucrat, but there was something slightly off-putting about him, like a coiled snake playing at politeness. Michael Reed informed Hannah's small cluster of friends, relatives, and curious onlookers that she had experienced an acute stress episode. He claimed to represent a government health initiative that specialised in mental health crises. But Emily wasn't buying it for a second. While local cops seemed convinced, or at least too intimidated to question him, she recognised a cover story when she heard one. Moments after finishing his official spiel, Reed cornered Emily outside Hannah's living room. Miss Brooks, he began, his voice low, measured. I understand you're a journalist. I'm sure you can appreciate the importance of not spreading panic. Emily forced a smile. Panic about what exactly? He returned her smile with something close to a smirk. It's best if you keep certain rumours, UFO sightings, alleged abductions, out of the public eye, for Hannah's sake as well as the community's. There was a flash in his gaze that brooked no argument. You have no idea what you might be meddling with. She felt a chill but refused to back down. I'm just trying to get to the truth. Truth? He echoed, chuckling softly. Truth is slippery, Miss Brooks. It can twist into 100 shapes, some of them quite ugly. I'd hate for you to see that happen. He left it at that, slipping away with the smoothness of a polished predator. Emily didn't need an official threat to know that was precisely what he'd just delivered. An hour later, outside, Andrew found her pacing on the sidewalk, clearly rattled. He gave her a worried look. You okay? Fine, she answered too quickly, eyes narrowing at the departing black SUV that carried Reed away. That guy is serious bad news. We have to double down on this. They're trying to bury something. Andrew's face blanched. Maybe we should step back. This might be bigger than we realise. Emily shook her head. Number. Look at Hannah. She's traumatised. If we don't find out what happened to her, who will? They parted ways to gather more intel. Andrew delved into the digital realm, determined to find the unusual signals that had spiked the night of Hannah's disappearance. Emily visited local radio stations, talked to older residents who claimed to have seen lights in the sky for years. Almost everyone had a story, if you dug deep enough. Strange booms, missing livestock, random blackouts. It seemed their quaint town had been a hotspot of odd phenomena for quite some time, but no one had drawn the dots together until now. In the meantime, Hannah's condition only grew more perplexing. Friends who tried to visit reported that she occasionally lapsed into staring spells, eyes unfocused, as if listening to something inaudible. On 2 separate occasions, she collapsed momentarily, then got back up with no memory of it. A doctor gave her a clean bill of health, but a nurse whispered to Emily that Hannah's blood work had anomalies, a subtle chemical shift that didn't match anything in normal medical databases. The next day, Emily met Andrew at his cramped apartment, the place awash in the glow of multiple computer screens. Energy drink cans dotted the table. He greeted her with more urgency than usual, even for him. Emily, I've been analysing the signals from last night. He tapped on a keyboard, bringing up a screen full of waveforms. There are encrypted bursts, faint but repeating. They don't correspond to any standard communication frequencies I'm aware of. And the weirdest thing, the bursts peak around midnight, then vanish. Could it be satellite transmissions? Emily asked, peering at the data. Maybe, but I'm not so sure. I tried to cross-reference them against known satellites. There's no match. It's almost like a hidden network, piggybacking on top of standard radio. If you didn't specifically know where to look, you'd never see it. He hit another key, and the times line up with local sightings of weird lights, including the night Hannah vanished. Emily felt a surge of excitement. So we have potential proof of something, some clandestine broadcast that syncs with abductions, or at least with sightings. Andrew hesitated, chewing his lower lip. It's only partial. I mean, we don't know who or what is sending it. Could be the government, could be... He swallowed. Could be something not from around here. Exactly. We need more data, more on-the-ground evidence. We can't rely on official channels because apparently they're keen on shutting this down. Together they planned an impromptu excursion. Armed with Andrew's equipment, a portable frequency scanner, a parabolic mic for capturing distant noises, a thermal camera, and Emily's never-ending resolve, they set out into the countryside that night. She had mapped a route of rumoured hotspots, old farmland where a neighbour claimed to have seen dancing orbs, a lonely road by the old quarry where a teen once snapped a photo of a strange craft, and a remote vantage point near a chain of wooded hills. They arrived at the farmland first. The night was quiet, the air crisp. Andrew set up his gear on the hood of Emily's car while she scanned the horizon with her binoculars. Crickets droned their lullaby, occasionally punctuated by a distant hoot of an owl. Nothing seemed unusual until Andrew's scanner beeped erratically. "Signal spike," he murmured, adjusting dials. "It's here, just like in the data logs." Emily felt her heart rate climb. "Look over there." She pointed to a patch of ground behind a barn. At first glance it was just dirt and weeds, but a closer look revealed a faint burned ring, not unlike the circles in Hannah's yard. She clicked on her flashlight, the beam revealing a circle of charred earth about 10 feet across. "Another scorch mark," she whispered, kneeling. "Something has been landing here. Hovering, maybe. This is the real deal, Andrew." He nodded, scanning the skies. "We should hurry. There's a black SUV parked down the road, engine off. Could be them again." Emily's pulse quickened. "We've got to keep moving." She snapped pictures and quickly gathered soil samples in small plastic bags. Andrew shut off the gear. As they hopped back into the car and rolled onto the main road, headlights appeared behind them, bright, following. Emily accelerated, heart hammering. Sure enough, the SUV gained on them. "Drive, drive, drive," Andrew hissed. They careened onto a side route, dust kicking up as the SUV's lights bobbed behind them. Emily took a series of unmarked turns through the farmland, adrenaline spiking with every squeal of the tyres. Finally, after about 10 frantic minutes, the SUV dropped back, its headlights fading. Emily exhaled shakily, pulling over near an old oak tree off a narrow lane. "Think we lost them," she whispered. The tension in the air was thick as both tried to catch their breath. Andrew's face was pale, eyes darting in every direction. That was definitely them. Reed's people, or someone else who doesn't want us snooping around. We're in over our heads. Emily pressed her forehead against the steering wheel for a second, the weight of it all sinking in. "We can't stop now. Whatever's happening is too big, too real. I refuse to let them scare me off." Andrew nodded, but his gaze flickered with fear. "We have data, scorch marks, signal spikes, a possible government tail. But we still need more to piece this together." That night they decided to lay low. Emily stashed the samples in a safe place at home, well aware that a break-in could be imminent. She phoned Hannah, checking on her. Her voice sounded frail, but she reported strange flashes in her mind, like half-forgotten dreams or visions of tall, thin silhouettes drifting through corridors lit by starlight. Emily's blood ran cold hearing the details. They matched classic abduction lore. For Hannah, though, it was not a story or rumour, but a real haunting memory. At dawn, Andrew's phone buzzed with a cryptic message from an unknown sender. Project Meridian is real. Check 379. Watch the next window. The Watcher sees. Andrew nearly dropped his phone. Project Meridian? The Watcher? The cryptic words danced before his eyes. Emily, we've just received the strangest tip. They had no idea who sent it or what it meant yet, but it served as a chilling confirmation that they weren't the only ones digging. And if the clandestine watchers were aware of them, it meant Emily and Andrew had just become players in a dangerous game. A game that involved secret projects, unexplained abductions, and transmissions from somewhere beyond normal human reach. The next morning, Emily woke to the sound of frantic knocking on her front door. Disoriented, she threw on a robe and opened it to find Hannah Gray, eyes wide and tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "They were in my dreams again," Hannah whispered. But it wasn't a dream. It felt too real. She swallowed hard, gaze darting down the street as though she expected something to appear. Bright lights, swirling dust, a shape in the corner. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Emily guided her inside, letting her sit on the couch and sip a glass of water. She placed a comforting hand on Hannah's shoulder. "It's all right. You're safe here." Hannah shuddered. "I don't feel safe anywhere." But I remembered something else from that missing time. These images of a hallway, the walls humming like they were alive, and I heard a voice, no, a presence, calling itself the Watcher. It was like it was inside my head. Emily felt chills. The Watcher. That's the same name we saw in that tip Andrew got. She explained the cryptic text. Project Meridian is real. The Watcher sees. Hannah's eyes brimmed with tears. "Emily, I can't live like this, wondering if they'll come again." Emily gently squeezed her hand. "We're going to figure this out. I promise." When Andrew arrived, bleary-eyed and overloaded with files, he didn't flinch at Hannah's presence. He'd been expecting this meltdown. He wasted no time showing them both his latest discovery. Partial documents referencing Project Meridian, gleaned from an obscure data cache that likely belonged to Reed's agency. It contained lines like scheduled harvest windows and targeted abductee list. Next to Hannah's name, along with a handful of others, was a cryptic note. Stage 2. "This is insane," Emily breathed. "It's proof that there's some government or quasi-government group tracking abductees, and it's calling it a harvest? That's horrifying," Hannah's voice trembled. "Harvest for what?" Andrew scrolled further. "It's incomplete. Someone's systematically removing sections, but I see references to potential extraterrestrial liaison and a codename The Watcher. It reads like the government is either cooperating with or studying an alien presence. They even mentioned sedation chemicals for transport." The weight of it sank in. They had partial proof of something big, a program that likely spanned beyond their little town. Emily's heart pounded. "We have to go public, or at least gather enough that no one can deny it." Andrew's face paled. "And get ourselves disappeared? We can't just fling it online. Reed's goons might have it pulled before it gains traction." He looked at Hannah. "Or worse, they could come for you again, for all of us." Hannah closed her eyes, steadying her breath. "If it stops more people from going through this, we have to try something." Later that day, Emily convinced Hannah to let her do a recorded interview for Midnight Frequencies. The interview was short but chilling. Hannah described the missing time, the marks on her arms, and the silent spaces in her mind filled by an echoing presence. Her voice shook, yet there was a calm resolve behind it. Emily decided not to publish it immediately, but she kept the footage safe, planning to use it as evidence if their investigation reached a breakthrough, or if they needed leverage against Reed. That same evening, they made plans to visit a remote desert facility rumoured to be connected to covert experiments. Andrew's data scraping had turned up references to an outpost near the state line, a place with extremely high security, no public records of its purpose, and rumoured ties to advanced research. It might be a wild goose chase, Andrew said, scanning the route on a laptop, but we have to try. Hannah insisted on tagging along, though Emily worried about her fragile state. I can't just stay home, Hannah said quietly. I need answers. Maybe being closer to whatever it is will trigger more memories. She touched her temple, as though the inside of her head were an alien place too. So, that night, the trio set off in Emily's aging SUV, loaded with cameras, scanning devices, and a sense of steel determination. The desert roads were empty, illuminated only by the headlights and a pale sliver of moon. About an hour into the drive, the radio scanner Andrew had rigged up began to crackle. The odd frequencies he'd detected before started pinging, intensifying as they neared the facility's coordinates. Then, out of nowhere, the wind picked up, swirling dust across the road in a sudden, blinding gust. Emily slowed to a crawl. Andrew tapped at the scanner. It's spiking hard. He shot a nervous glance at Hannah, who was in the back seat trembling. Hey, are you all right? Hannah blinked. I see a shape. Tall, elongated arms just beyond the dust. She pressed her hands to her eyes. Stop the car. Emily braked. The swirling dust parted, revealing a silhouette in the desert gloom. It was too far to see clearly, but something about it was deeply wrong, like it defied the normal sense of proportion. As they watched, a faint glow emanated around it, a soft, ethereal shimmer. Suddenly, an intense headache stabbed behind Emily's eyes, making her grip the steering wheel to steady herself. Andrew groaned, clutching his temples, while Hannah's sob turned to a gasp. She opened the door and stumbled out, nearly collapsing onto the sandy roadside. Emily and Andrew followed, hearts pounding. The silhouette flickered, as if it were a projection being disrupted by the swirling dust. A wave of silent pressure rippled through the air, and Hannah collapsed fully, eyes rolling back. Emily yelled her name, dropping to her knees. Andrew tried to pull Hannah up, but she was dead weight. Just then, a pair of headlights appeared from behind them, another vehicle. For a split second, Emily feared it was more of Reed's men, but the headlights swerved off into the swirling sand, the car door opening to reveal a figure in a hooded jacket. Get her up, quick, the stranger ordered in a gravelly voice. Emily didn't recognize him. He had a beanie pulled low, face half concealed by the collar. Yet somehow he seemed to know exactly what was happening. You can't stay here. It's feeding off the psychic energy. Andrew blinked. Feeding off? What are you talking about? The figure cursed under his breath and jerked his head. We have to get moving before it fully manifests. That's not a real corporeal form out there. It's a partial projection. If you stay, you'll either black out or worse. Now hurry! The words partial projection snapped Emily into motion. She and Andrew lifted Hannah, guiding her back into the SUV. The stranger hurried back to his own vehicle. Through the dust he shouted, "Follow me if you want more answers. Trust me." Then he sped off, his taillights cutting through the haze. Emily exchanged a look with Andrew. They didn't know this person, but it was either that or linger under the ominous silhouette. She turned the key, and the SUV roared to life. They tore off after the stranger, the swirling dust forming a tunnel around their headlights. The beep of the scanner was near deafening, as if the broadcast was in meltdown. After a few precarious minutes of desert driving, the dust settled and the silhouette was out of sight. The The stranger led them to a rocky outcropping hidden by boulders. He stepped out, removing his hood carefully. "You got guts, I'll give you that. I've been trying to blow the whistle on Project Meridian for months, but they keep locking down my data. Name's not important." He looked at Hannah, who was starting to come to. "She's the key, isn't she?" Emily bristled protectively. "She's a person, not a key," the stranger nodded. "Right. But if you're trying to stop the abductions, you'll need her memories. They're stored in there, somewhere. The Watcher's telepathic signature imprinted on her. Reed's people want to keep that quiet." Hannah sat up, disoriented but stable. Who are you?" "Someone who can't watch this happen anymore," he said simply. Then he pulled out a small flash drive, tossing it to Andrew. "Coordinates, partial logs, even some video feeds I managed to snag. You can see the abduction schedule. They call it a harvest because these beings harvest genetic samples or psychic potential from humans. The government looks the other way. Some twisted deal for technology, or maybe they're just terrified. Either way, if you want to stop it, you'll have to get inside that facility." He pointed toward the faint glow on the horizon, presumably the compound's perimeter lights. Emily's head spun. She asked the question burning inside her. "Why us? Why come to us now?" He shrugged. "'Cause you're stubborn enough not to quit and naive enough to think you can survive this." With a wry smile, he added, "That might give us a fighting chance." Before they could press him further, the faint rumble of engines echoed. The stranger flinched, scanning the dark. "We've been followed. Stay off the main roads. I'll contact you when it's safe." Then he hopped back into his car, disappearing into the desert with practiced skill. Andrew stared after him. That was intense and unbelievably sketchy. Emily nodded, turning to Hannah, who rubbed her temples as if they ached. "You okay?" She nodded unsteadily, eyes filled with worry. "This is so unreal." "But it's happening," Emily said softly. "And we're not backing down now." In the distance, the swirling dust had calmed, but an unsettling hush had fallen over the desert. Emily felt that hush wrapping around them like a warning, as if the Watcher's gaze was locked onto them wherever they went. 2 days later, they finally discovered the location they'd only heard about in rumours. A hidden complex, miles away from any paved highway, accessible by a single unmarked dirt road that wove through rocky hills. Its perimeter was ringed by tall fencing topped with barbed wire, and floodlights swept the barren surroundings. The facility blended into the desert so well that it looked like part of the landscape. Grey concrete walls half buried in sand. Over the gate, a tiny sign read, "No trespassing, government property," but there were no official insignias. Emily, Andrew and Hannah arrived just after dusk, leaving their vehicle concealed behind a cluster of boulders. They'd spent the previous day poring over the files on the flash drive the stranger had given them. The puzzle pieces formed a grim picture, an underground site with advanced labs, holding cells and specialized containment pods for abductees. The log spoke of a harvest window approaching, a date correlated with an upcoming celestial alignment that, according to scattered notes, amplified the Watcher's abilities. As they crouched behind the fence, Hannah's nerves flared. What if we can't get in, or if we do get in and can't get out? Her voice quavered. Emily tried to keep her own fear in check. "We'll find a way. We need proof. Real, indefutable proof." Andrew fiddled with a small hacking device he'd cobbled together. "There should be a side maintenance gate with an electronic lock. If I can patch into it, I might override the system. Quick in and out. Easier said than done." As they sneaked around to the far side, the desert wind kicked up dust. Andrew located the small console for the electronic gate and hooked his device to it. Tense minutes passed, each second elongated by the pounding of their hearts. Finally, with a muted click, the gate's lock hissed open. They slipped inside, scurrying along the side of a concrete wall. The place loomed in silent menace. No sign of guards patrolling, but bright floodlights and security cameras dotted the perimeter. Andrew led them to a narrow door. Another hack, another beep, and they were in. A stark hallway stretched before them. Steel panels lined the walls, with overhead fluorescents casting an anemic glow. Each step felt like an echo of dread. Emily's phone was rolling video as they went, determined to capture every detail. Moments later they heard footsteps echoing. The trio ducked into a side nook. 2 uniformed guards strode past, discussing a transfer scheduled for midnight. "The sedation trucks arrive in 2 hours," one guard said. "They want them in holding bay 3. The mention made Hannah swallow hard. Sedation trucks for the next wave of abductees. Once the guards were out of earshot, Emily, Andrew and Hannah crept deeper into the labyrinth of corridors. Andrew found a control room with large monitors flickering, each showing different angles of stark medical bays and empty, sterile hallways. He swiftly plugged his flash drive into a console, hands trembling. "Cover me," he whispered, tapping at the keyboard. Lines of code scrolled by on the screen. "I'm going to copy whatever I can. Maybe sabotage some security systems if I get the chance." Emily locked the door from the inside while Hannah kept watch at a window. The monitor feeds displayed glimpses of something horrifying. Large, transparent pods arranged in neat rows within an underground chamber, each containing a motionless figure. Some pods were empty. Others held people wearing hospital-like gowns, eyes closed, faces pale. Emily's throat tightened. "There must be dozens," she breathed. "Dozens of abductees down there." Hannah stifled a gasp, tears in her eyes. "That could have been me. Maybe it was me, and I just don't remember." Her hand drifted unconsciously to the faint scars on her arms. On one of the screens, a tall figure in a dark suit appeared. Michael Reed. He spoke with an underling, pointing to a chart. Though there was no audio, it was obvious he was giving orders. Emily zoomed in. The chart he held had a date circled in red. Tomorrow's date. The harvest window. Andrew hissed softly in frustration. "They've layered encryption all over the internal network. I can't get everything, but I'm snagging partial files." He paused, glancing at a separate control panel. "I see an internal security measure for something called Containment Vault, Level B. Might house the more sensitive subjects. Possibly the Watcher?" Emily's heart hammered. "We need physical evidence from the pods. Let's see if we can get down there. We can't free everyone by ourselves, but at least we can document it." They carefully left the control room, heading toward a stairwell that descended 2 levels below ground. The deeper they went, the colder and more sterile it became. Medical trolleys lined the halls, stocked with ominous syringes and strange equipment. Faint overhead announcements crackled. "Holding Bay 2, prepare for sedation protocol." Hannah clenched her jaw, remembering the cold table, the bright lights she had glimpsed in her fractured memory. Finally, they reached a wide chamber with floor-to-ceiling glass pods. The sight was surreal, like stepping into a futuristic nightmare. Dozens of people were suspended in some kind of translucent fluid, monitors attached to the pods. The hum of machinery underscored each breath the abductees took. On a catwalk above, masked technicians moved from pod to pod, checking readouts. Emily recorded frantically, capturing every angle she could. Andrew's face was ashen. The entire floor is basically a test lab. They're analysing them, maybe collecting samples. He pointed to a side corridor labelled extraction. The sign alone made Emily's stomach twist. Suddenly, an alarm beeped overhead. Red lights swirled. Emily's immediate thought was that they had triggered a sensor, but then a mechanical voice announced, "Security breach holding Bay 3. Unauthorized entry." That wasn't them. They were in Bay 2. She realized with a jolt that someone else was here, or perhaps something was happening that even the staff hadn't anticipated. A wave of commotion spread among the technicians, one shouting into a walkie-talkie. In the confusion, Emily motioned to Andrew and Hannah to duck behind a row of large crates. They crouched, hearts pounding. Guards rushed past, heading toward Holding Bay 3. Andrew's eyes darted to Emily. What do we do? Could be a chance to get out or get deeper. Hannah's expression was steeled. Maybe it's a distraction. Let's see if we can find more about the Watcher. Reluctantly, Emily nodded. They slipped across the chamber, hugging the wall to avoid cameras. At the far end, a secure metal door bore the label Restricted, Authorized Personnel Only. Andrew had to hack a keypad again, sweat beading on his forehead as the alarm klaxons continued. With trembling fingers he succeeded, and the heavy door slid open. The corridor beyond led to a smaller, dimly lit annex. Lining the walls were what looked like steel freezers or vaults. Each had a biometric lock. At the far end stood a reinforced glass partition, behind which something flickered like a faint glow. Emily approached, pressing her face close. On the other side was a sealed room maybe 20 feet wide. The interior was dark, but she could make out a tall cylindrical container in the centre, cables snaking from it. A dull luminescence pulsed inside like a heartbeat of light. As they watched, the luminous shape within shifted. For a split second, Emily swore she saw an elongated limb press against the container's surface. She swallowed hard. Could that be the Watcher? Hannah's eyes fluttered. She stepped closer as if drawn by some invisible tether. Suddenly, she gasped, tears springing to her eyes. I can feel it in my head, she whimpered. It's the same presence from before. Andrew's device beeped. This door's on a more advanced system. I'm not sure I can crack it without setting off another alarm. Before Emily could respond, a voice spoke behind them. I wouldn't advise it. They spun around to see Michael Reed flanked by 2 armed guards, their guns trained. Reed's cool expression held triumph. You've gone far enough. Emily's pulse thundered. You're detaining us illegally. We have evidence. She brandished her phone, still recording. One guard moved to smack it out of her hand, but Reed signalled for him to wait. He offered a tight smile. Evidence of what? A top-secret installation engaged in advanced medical research for national security? You'll be laughed off every mainstream channel. And if you do try releasing anything, you'll spend your lives in legal purgatory for violating national security. He stared them down. But I can offer an alternative. Andrew's jaw tensed. Which is? Hush money. A comfortable relocation to anywhere you want. You sign NDAs, vanish quietly, and let the grown-ups handle the big, scary secrets. Reed glanced at Hannah. Especially you, Ms. Grey. Surely you don't want more nightmares. Let us handle your condition, we can help. Anger boiled in Emily. Help! You're the ones who took her! Reed's gaze flicked to the Watcher's container. We're containing a threat that your friend here, along with many others, got tangled in. Our work is about preserving stability. That includes people who wander off the reservation. He gave Emily a pointed look. You might think you're saving the world, but trust me, you have no idea how dangerous this entity is, or the ramifications of exposure. Hannah trembled. You'd keep abducting people, letting that thing feed on them? Reed exhaled, feigning patience. It's complicated. We have certain understandings with the entity. In exchange for certain allowances, we glean scientific breakthroughs. Our adversaries would love to get their hands on it. The world is better off if we remain in control. Emily saw red. You're letting people suffer for your own ends. National ends, he corrected, stepping forward. The guards parted slightly, but their weapons remained level. I'm offering you a choice. Walk away now, or face the consequences. At that moment, Hannah let out a sudden gasp, eyes rolling back. The air grew electric. The lights in the corridor flickered. Within the sealed containment, the luminescence surged. A shape pressed forcefully against the glass. Alarms blared anew, mixing with the tension in the air. The watcher, it seemed, was reacting to Hannah's proximity, or to her emotional state. One of the guards stepped back, rattled. "Sir, containment is destabilizing." The glass partition shook. A hairline crack appeared. Reed's confidence wavered. Panic edged his features. Emily saw her chance. She pushed Andrew behind some equipment crates. Hannah, eyes glazed, stumbled after them. The guards turned to secure the containment vault, momentarily distracted. Reed cursed and yelled, "Don't let them get away!" But the trio darted down a side corridor. Behind them, the Watcher's prison groaned ominously, a splintering shriek that echoed. Pandemonium erupted. They sprinted, hearts hammering. Andrew led them toward an exit sign. "We have to get out before the Watcher breaks free or they seal the place shut." They had the proof they'd come for, but also a terrifying new realization. If the Watcher escaped, it might not only be the facility that paid the price, it could be the entire surrounding town or beyond. Intervals sealing sections of the facility. Emily, Andrew and Hannah barely slipped under one shutter in time before it crashed to the floor with a resounding clang. They burst into a wide loading area stacked with crates of supplies, likely sedation chemicals. Several large trucks were lined up, engines idling, presumably preparing for a midnight transfer. Sirens blended into the roar of alarms, creating a frenzied chaos. Technicians ran in all directions, some barking into radios, others wheeling carts full of sedation syringes. Andrew quickly ducked behind a forklift, scanning for a safe route. Hannah, still pale from the psychic assault, gripped Emily's arm for support. "We have to warn those people," Hannah said, voice wavering as she gestured to the trucks. "They are shipping more victims tonight." Emily nodded, swallowing her own terror. "We can't free everyone on our own, but maybe we can sabotage the trucks so they can't transport them." Andrew eyed a control panel near the bay doors. "I could disable the loading ramp, jam the engines, something like that. It'll at least slow them down." They crept forward, only to have an armed guard appear from behind a crate. He raised his weapon. Instinct kicked in. Emily grabbed a stray metal rod and swung. She was hardly a trained fighter, but adrenaline can do wonders. The rod clanged against the guard's wrist, sending his aim wide. He stumbled, and Andrew tackled him to the floor, wresting the gun away. Hannah pulled Andrew back, breath coming in gasps. They hurried on as the guard groaned behind them. Andrew reached the control panel, frantically typing commands. Sparks flew from the console as he jammed some kind of override. The massive bay doors jerked partway closed, then locked in place with a screech. The trucks revved, drivers desperately trying to maneuver out, but the doors trapped them. A loudspeaker crackled. "Critical malfunction in loading bay. All personnel evacuate." Meanwhile, the Watcher's presence pressed into Hannah's mind like a vice. She staggered, feeling telepathic waves ripple through the facility. With each passing second, it grew stronger. In her mind's eye, she saw flickers of the entity floating through corridors, doors buckling under an unseen force. They found an emergency staircase leading upward. On the next level, subdued lights flickered as the alarms continued. Bodies lay strewn in the hallway, some unconscious guards, possibly overwhelmed by the Watcher's telepathic field. Emily forced herself not to look too closely at whether they were breathing. Time was short. At a cross-section of corridors, they nearly collided with Michael Reed. His hair was mussed, tie askew, face contorted in fury. A pistol was clutched in his hand. "You have no idea what you've unleashed," he snarled. "If the Watcher goes free, then maybe it'll blow the lid on your entire operation," Emily shot back. He pointed the gun at Andrew, who flinched, hands up. "Hand over that flash drive with all the data, now!" Andrew trembled, fumbling in his pocket. You can't keep this hidden forever," Reed's nostrils flared. "Watch me!" A deep vibration rocked the corridor. Metal doors rattled. The lights dimmed, surging back in a stutter. Hannah let out a choked sound. "It's here!" At the far end of the hallway, something shimmered like a mirage. Then it solidified into a tall, spindly figure, vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly elongated. Its skin, or surface, seemed a pale, pearlescent grey, with eyes that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light. It radiated a sense of immense, implacable intelligence. The Watcher. Even Reed seemed taken aback, stepping back warily, though he kept his weapon trained on Andrew. The Watcher tilted its head, an unreadable motion. Emily felt a tidal wave of pressure inside her skull, as if those glowing eyes were peering directly into her mind. She sensed a mix of curiosity and cold detachment, as though humans were mere specimens. Hannah doubled over, hands on her temples. The Watcher took a step closer, and doors in the corridor swung open as though willed by a telekinetic push. Reed fired a shot at the alien, but the bullet pinged off the wall, deflected by some unseen force. The Watcher's gaze pinned Reed in place, a wave of telepathic energy knocking him back. He slammed into a wall, the pistol skittering across the floor. Emily inched forward, phone still recording. Fear warred with her journalistic instinct, but the camera was her only weapon to expose the truth. The Watcher's attention shifted to Hannah. It reached out. Physically or psychically, she couldn't tell. Hannah let out a strangled cry. A chaotic swirl of images flooded Hannah's mind. A cosmos teeming with swirling lights, bizarre structures floating in the void, and a sense of some grand experiment. She saw other humans in pods, glimpses of entire networks of ships orbiting Earth in secret. The Watcher's voice resonated without words, yet it communicated volumes. It was collecting data, studying them, a cosmic anthropologist or perhaps a collector. Emily picked up faint echoes of the same images, as though the link extended to her through Hannah. Reed, battered but furious, grabbed the pistol again, aiming at the back of the Watcher. Emily found herself torn. Should she let him shoot the creature that might enslave them all? Or was that a worse risk? But before he could pull the trigger, the Watcher turned. With a single psychic thrust, it sent him flying down the corridor, crashing into unconsciousness. Suddenly, alarm sirens pitched into an unearthly wail, and the building's overhead lights began strobing. The Watcher turned its luminous eyes upward, as if sensing the source of the disruption. Andrew pointed to a side door. "We should get out of here," he hissed. But Hannah was transfixed, locked in telepathic communion. Emily and Andrew pulled at her, and finally she stumbled away, breaking the connection. The trio sprinted, hearing the echo of the Watcher's presence behind them. It didn't chase in a conventional sense. It seemed more concerned with clearing a path to escape the facility entirely. They found an auxiliary exit, locked from the inside. Andrew managed to pry it open using a crowbar from a nearby maintenance closet. Fresh night air rushed in. Outside, floodlights swiveled madly, but the area was chaotic. Vehicles ablaze, staff fleeing, and an unearthly hum throbbing in the air. In the distance, a shimmering vortex of light flickered across the desert sky. It looked like a tear in the night, swirling with the same colour as the Watcher's glow. Hannah clutched Emily's sleeve, panting. "That's how it's leaving, or calling in reinforcements." Andrew scanned frantically for their own SUV. It was still hidden behind the boulders. They dashed across open ground, hearts pounding. Over their shoulders, the complex erupted with scenes and sporadic gunfire. Inside that swirling vortex, they glimpsed the Watcher's silhouette rising, drifting upward in defiance of gravity. Bolts of energy danced around it. Suddenly, Hannah cried out, doubling over. Emily skidded to a stop. "Hannah!" She was experiencing a final psychic barrage. Disjointed images of Earth from orbit. Hundreds, maybe thousands of other Watchers, each assigned to different regions of the planet, some alliance with governments worldwide. The horrifying scale of it slammed into Hannah's consciousness, a revelation she could scarcely handle. A surge of raw mental force burst from her, a reflexive scream that tore through the night. It was as though she'd formed a telepathic feedback loop with the Watcher. For a brief moment, the Watcher wavered in mid-air, its body convulsing. The vortex crackled with unstable energy. Emily shielded her eyes from the blinding flashes. Andrew grabbed Hannah to steady her. Then, with a thunderous hush, like the air had been vacuumed out, the Watcher disappeared into the vortex, which collapsed in on itself, leaving only a shimmering after-image in the sky. The desert fell silent but for the crackle of flames around the facility. The abduction operation was in ruins. At least for now. They found their SUV and sped away. Once a safe distance from the complex, Andrew pulled over, and all three sat in stunned silence, the glow of the facility a distant memory. Emily's phone still had partial battery and a stack of recorded footage. She could barely process it. She had filmed the Watcher, the pods, the weird telekinetic standoff. Now she held evidence that could unravel a global conspiracy or be dismissed as a hoax, depending on the audience. "Are you okay?" Emily asked Hannah, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Hannah trembled. I feel empty, like it took something from me when it left. Or I took something from it. I'm not sure which." Andrew exhaled a shaky breath. "We have the footage, the documents, everything. Let's get it out there, wide. Even if the mainstream covers it up, the truth will find a way." Emily nodded, determination in her eyes. "We owe it to everyone who was trapped in those pods, and to every abductee that might still be out there." They drove through the night, hearts heavy yet hopeful. At dawn, the story was uploaded across multiple platforms, midnight frequencies, conspiracy forums, independent video hosts. Emily didn't bother contacting mainstream news. She knew they'd either laugh or find themselves mysteriously blocked. But the smaller corners of the web lit up, viewers reeling at the footage of the Watcher, the pods, and the ominous presence of government forces. Some hailed it as undeniable proof. Others cried hoax, but the seed was planted, the story out in the wild. If Michael Reed or his superiors tried to contain it, they'd have a hard time chasing every download and re-upload. In the weeks that followed, rumours abounded that the facility had been sanitized, that Michael Reed had vanished, or that he'd been reassigned to an even more clandestine role. Meanwhile, Hannah faced lingering nightmares and occasional psychic flashes, glimpses of starlit corridors or swirling galaxies. She was slowly healing, but the scars were not just physical. Andrew used his tech skills to stay ahead of any attempts at legal retaliation, employing encryption and backups to keep their evidence safe. Emily's viewership soared among those predisposed to believe. Critics labelled her a sensationalist, but she pressed on. Late one night, as she wrapped up a new podcast episode, she saw a single faint, shimmering light flicker across the sky above her home. It was gone in an instant, leaving her with a familiar swirl of dread and wonder. Switching off the microphone, Emily whispered, "They're still out there. Maybe they always will be." She glanced at her phone, which had begun vibrating with the new tips and sightings from around the globe. In her mind, she heard an echo of the Watcher's presence, something that felt like a cautionary farewell or perhaps a promise. Far away, in the hush of small-town streets, life went on. Children attended school, families gathered for barbecues. The local news played soft features about local sports, but in the margins, a different reality glowed. One where cosmic beings surveyed humanity like experimental subjects. And people like Emily Brooks, Andrew Miller, and Hannah Gray stood at the threshold, determined to keep watch on the Watchers. Their fight for disclosure had only just begun. Alexandra Alex Hill stepped off the bustling Manhattan sidewalk into the modest offices of Global Financial Watch, the online publication where she worked freelance. The day's assignment seemed straightforward. Investigate odd currency fluctuations and rumours of a manipulated market crash. Nothing unusual in a world where financial markets soared or dipped daily. Alex, in her late 20s, had cut her journalistic teeth exposing minor corporate fraud, never imagining she might stumble on something with implications beyond a few shady execs. She settled into a cramped corner desk, flipping through reports about last week's currency swings. The data was dry, short-selling, suspicious spikes in commodity trades. Something about the pattern nagged her. She'd handled mundane finance stories before, but a random tipster had emailed a cryptic note. These trades aren't random. The puppet strings lead to bigger hands. The sender's address was scrambled. No clue who it might be. She considered ignoring it. Anonymous tips often proved baseless. Yet a voice inside her itched to dig deeper. At day's end, she found herself in the building's cafeteria with her laptop, cross-referencing data. She noticed certain corporations had made fortunes from the abrupt currency slump. Behind them lay shell companies traced back to holding firms in places like Luxembourg and the Cayman Islands. Typical corporate secrecy. But the speed and precision of their trade suggested foreknowledge. She typed frantic notes. Inside info. Coordinated manipulation. Late that evening, her phone buzzed with a withheld number. She hesitated, then answered. Static hissed before a distorted voice said, "Look up Phoenix Council or New Dawn Initiative. These are not random. If you want proof, check the leaked doc I sent." Alex's eyes widened. "Who are you?" she demanded, but the line went dead. Checking her email spam folder, she indeed found an attachment labelled projectphoenix.xlz. Some sort of encrypted file. Anxiety prickled. This was no ordinary lead. Her heart thumped as she realised she might be stepping into something well beyond a typical financial scandal. The next day, uncertain how to handle the suspicious file, Alex reached out to Julian Park, a freelance tech wizard she'd known from earlier investigations. They'd parted ways after a minor story about data breaches, but she trusted his encryption skills. She arranged to meet him in a dingy coffee shop across town. Julian, tall and wiry, wore a hoodie and the air of a man who valued anonymity. He frowned at her screen, muttering, "This is advanced encryption. Definitely beyond standard corporate emails." He mentioned glimpsing references to ARC hush codes in the metadata, a sign of top-tier hush systems used by intelligence agencies. While Julian tinkered with the file, Alex explained how she'd come across it, describing the weird tipster call and the name Phoenix Council, or New Dawn. Julian's expression grew serious. Online conspiracy circles have rumoured for years about a new world order, or secret councils shaping world events. Usually fringe talk, but if these references are real, we're talking about people so high up that governments might just be fronts for their agenda. The notion felt outlandish to Alex. She'd never been a big conspiracy believer, preferring facts. But the puzzle pieces unsettled her. "Let's see if the data reveals anything," she said. "If it's nonsense, we drop it." Julian nodded, stashing the file. He promised to attempt decryption from his safe rig at home. That evening, as Alex walked home on quiet city streets, she felt an odd presence, like someone tracking her. She glanced back, saw no one, possibly paranoia. But her phone beeped, displaying another unknown text. "You're prying open a door. Stop now for your own good." She swallowed, tension rising. She typed back, "Who are you?" No reply. A tremor of fear told her this was bigger than just a financial tip. The next morning the phone beeped again. A cryptic, "We see you." She reported the harassment to her editor, who shrugged, cautioning her not to chase tin-foil hat stuff. Annoyed, Alex realised Global Financial Watch was squeamish about major conspiracies. Her editor insisted they had no budget for a deep dive on wild leads, especially if it risked lawsuits from powerful firms. "Keep the story in normal scope," he said. She bit her lip. Part of her wanted to drop it. Another part, that sense of a real story in the making, refused to let go. Days later, Julian summoned her to his cluttered studio apartment. She arrived to find him bleary-eyed, having spent nights on the encryption. He'd partially cracked it. The doc references council summits, media infiltration strategies, and a plan labelled Project Crosswinds. Also mentions direct control of some central bank decisions. The language implies a global group, not just a random hedge fund. Alex's pulse raced. Could a clandestine organisation hold sway over entire economies and central banks? They pored over lines referencing notifying top-level council operatives in government before orchestrating a market crash that served a strategic restructuring agenda. The doc ended with a phrase, "All must serve the new dawn." The references to puppet governments, colluding financiers, even manipulative media infiltration pointed to a hidden network shaping world events. This was beyond typical corruption, a broad, coordinated conspiracy that the mainstream might label New World Order. Torn between excitement and dread, Alex recognized that if these files were genuine, she'd stumbled upon a massive story. On the other hand, exposing it could endanger her career and safety. She asked Julian if he had more to confirm authenticity. He smirked wryly. Partial digital signatures match certain intelligence crypt stamps used by major agencies. This is real, and if it is, they will come for us. Hard. Their conversation was cut short by a noise outside, someone jiggling the doorknob. Julian peered through the peephole, a figure in a suit scanning the hallway. They froze in tense silence, hearts pounding. After a minute, the figure moved on, but the message was clear. They were being watched. Julian exhaled. "We're in deep now." At that moment, Alex's phone buzzed with a new text. "Walk away. You can't stop the new dawn." The timing was too precise for coincidence. She glanced at Julian. "We can't just walk away. If we do, who'll expose them?" He nodded, though fear flickered in his eyes. The next step was to find additional leads, confirm the doc's claims, and see if there were other whistleblowers or relevant events indicating a covert plan. They had no illusions this would be easy or safe. But something about the scale of the conspiracy steeled their resolve. Thus, the illusions of a routine financial piece had shattered, replaced by a grim sense that the world's big financial shifts might be orchestrated by hidden elites. Alex realized the journey ahead demanded cunning, nerve, and alliances. A single mistake could cost her life. Yet she pressed forward, soul aflame with the fierce conviction that the truth, no matter how big or dark, deserved to be set free. In the frantic aftermath of uncovering the Project Crosswinds references, Alex Hill and Julian Park realized every step must be measured. They parted ways discreetly, using coded signals to coordinate future meets. Alex returned to her day job at Global Financial Watch, feigning normalcy, while inside she felt a swirl of dread and determination. Even the mild hum of the office printers or casual chatter from co-workers seemed sinister, as if any colleague might be an informant for the hidden elite. She suspected paranoia was creeping in, but she couldn't dismiss the danger. Late one night, she received an encrypted email from a new contact calling themselves Nova. The message read, "Heard you want to confirm the NWO lead. I have partial evidence from inside a central bank. We must meet." The signature was a code referencing public cryptographic keys. Initially, Alex doubted its legitimacy. Could be a trap or just a scam. But curiosity overcame fear, and she reached out. The next morning, Nova replied with a location, a public library in Brussels near the EU's financial district. They insisted Alex come alone, though the distance was formidable. She discussed it with Julian, who recommended caution but offered remote surveillance if needed. Within days, Alex found herself flying to Brussels under the guise of covering a European finance summit. She forced a polite smile in front of fellow journalists, but her real motive was to meet Nova. She parted from the official itinerary, venturing to a modest library in a side street. At a back table, reading a thick economics journal, sat a woman in her late 20s with short dark hair. She locked eyes with Alex, gave a slight nod. Introducing herself as Naomi Flores, she said softly, "I'm the Nova you corresponded with. I'm also a junior economist at a major global institution, but I can't reveal which. The shadows we're dealing with can destroy careers or lives." Naomi explained how she'd encountered suspicious anomalies in currency interventions. There's a pattern. Always the same unnamed special committee instructing abrupt policy shifts, benefiting a small circle of unknown beneficiaries. It's not official channels, it's an invisible hand. My attempts to question it were met with silence or subtle intimidation. She slid a thumb drive to Alex containing datasets and internal memos. "I suspect it ties to your Project Crosswinds. The scale is frightening. Global markets shape to favour certain outcomes. Governments get propped up or toppled, all behind closed doors." Alex's heart pounded. The puzzle was growing. If these manipulations extended to central banks and global institutions, then the rumoured New Dawn or Phoenix Council might truly be an orchestrated coalition. She thanked Naomi, urging her to be careful. Naomi, eyes brimming with worry, whispered, "I might vanish if they sense I leaked. Keep my identity hidden at all costs." She walked away quickly, leaving Alex alone with the thumb drive under her notebook. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Julian dug deeper into Project Crosswinds, cross-referencing leaks from earlier whistleblowers. He found chatter on dark web forums about a powerful group known as the NWO, New World Order, which mainstream media ridiculed as a conspiratorial catch-all. But the forum users claimed the NWO was more than rumour, referencing control of major economies, infiltration of top-tier media, and rigging of elections. Some posts mention names like Vivienne Renault, pegging her as an old-money financial magnate with untraceable influence across continents. Julian flagged it for Alex. This might be the key figure behind your NWO lead. In Brussels, Alex used her press badge to attend a small finance panel where Vivienne Renault was rumoured to appear. Renault, a poised woman in her early 50s, exuded quiet power. She spoke of stabilising global markets and the synergy of public-private partnerships, words that sounded innocuous yet rang in Alex's ears as coded references to the manipulations. Observing from the back row, Alex felt a chill. Renault's polished confidence radiated the aura of someone used to shaping events from behind a polished veneer. After the panel, Alex approached Renault with a question about extreme currency interventions rumoured in emerging markets. Renault responded with a mild, dismissive smile, pivoting to broad, non-committal statements. But the fleeting tension in Renault's eyes told Alex she was on the right track. A passing aide quickly ushered Renault away. Alex left the venue certain Renault recognised her face. That night her phone beeped with a new threat text. "Back off, Ms. Hill. Ms. Renault's agenda is beyond your domain. This is your last warning." Pressure mounted. Alex emailed Julian the data from Naomi's thumb drive. He confirmed it, validated the structural manipulations, referencing code words identical to the Project Crosswinds doc. The data even pointed to a future pivot in interest rates that would crash certain developing nations, forcing them to accept debt packages under harsh conditions. If the New Dawn emerges, Julian typed, they effectively gain partial control of entire governments. Alarm blossomed in Alex. The scale was monstrous. She was just a freelance journalist with limited resources, confronting forces that dwarfed her. Could she realistically expose them? She realised she needed allies. She confided in Manny, a reluctant editor at Global Financial Watch, but Manny was panicked. "We can't publish unverified conspiracy talk. You'd ruin us. We'd face lawsuits from half the world's top banks, unless you have bulletproof evidence." She insisted the data was real. Manny demanded official confirmations or named sources, catch-22, given that naming Naomi might endanger her. Manny apologised, unwilling to risk the publication. Undeterred, Alex weighed an alternative, leaking it to bigger outlets or open-source sites, but that too might invite immediate retaliation. Soon after, a wave of sabotage hit. Alex's apartment was ransacked, her notes scattered, laptop stolen. She discovered a small black SUV parked near her building, its occupants eyeing her window. She suspected Raphael Bishop, the rumoured security enforcer for the NWO, was behind it. She recognised the name from glimpses in Project Crosswinds, describing a Bishop's security. Realising her personal safety was at stake, she relocated to a friend's spare room, keeping her location quiet. In a hidden online conversation, Julian pressed her to keep going. He wrote, "We can't let them scare us silent. If you have verifiable evidence and Naomi's data, we might unravel a global conspiracy. We just need to do it carefully. Maybe a bombshell release, widely shared in real time." Alex nodded at the screen, adrenaline spiking. The plan: gather enough to corner a top conspirator, forcing them to reveal the NWO scheme publicly, or secure a massive leak that evidence alone would confirm. But the conspirators wouldn't remain idle. As if to confirm that, a cryptic phone call reached Alex's temporary phone, a distorted voice, calm yet menacing. "We advised you to drop this. You're meddling in affairs that steer the world's destiny. Turn away, or you vanish." The call ended, leaving her shaking. She was resolute, though fear coursed in her veins. If the NWO truly manipulated entire economies for their shadowy vision, she couldn't simply walk away. Something in her moral compass demanded she press forward, no matter the cost. Thus, the net tightened. The next step was to find the hidden summits or boardrooms where Renault, Bishop and others hashed out strategies for their global reshaping. If Alex could record direct confessions, or show footage of them planning an orchestrated crisis, the world might be forced to confront the truth, or so she hoped. As she closed her eyes that night, the swirl of dread and excitement lulled her into fitful sleep, overshadowed by the knowledge that soon she would challenge powerful elites who treated entire nations like chess pieces in their grand design for a new dawn. Despite the rising tension, Alex Hill found fleeting hope in the quiet support of a small network of rogue activists and journalists. Through a recommendation from Julian Park, she contacted a group calling themselves Underground Horizon, a loose collective that had whispered about global conspiracies for years, though rarely with tangible proof. Their circle was wary but intrigued by Alex's partial evidence. Project Crosswinds, references to New Dawn, and Naomi's financial data from the central bank. The group's base operated from a rundown loft in an industrial district, all hush-hush. When Alex arrived, a stern-faced middle-aged man named Leon greeted her. Around a makeshift table sat half a dozen individuals, each with distinct backgrounds: ex-soldiers, whistleblowers, fringe reporters. They grilled Alex for an hour. "How do we know you're not a plant?" "We've seen infiltration attempts." She recounted her story from the start, showing them the remnants of the leaked docs, explaining the suspicious phone threats. Finally, a stocky woman named Sasha eased up, saying, "All right, you're either genuine or a very good actress. We believe you." With that, they shared their own tales. Over the years, they'd heard rumours of a NWO pulling strings behind the scenes, but never pinned down direct leads. Now, Alex's intel might be the key to exposing them. Meanwhile, across the city, Julian's hacking efforts uncovered a startling find: an upcoming private forum in a luxurious resort outside Brussels, featuring major corporate and political figures. The forum was nominally a global finance retreat, but private emails indicated it was a front for top-tier power brokers. Possibly the place where Vivienne Renault and her associates would discuss the next phase of their New Dawn plan. This might be the best chance to capture them in the act. Yet infiltration would be risky. Security would be tight, potentially run by Raphael Bishop's firm. Naomi Flores, still trembling from the weight of her involvement, debated fleeing the continent. She confided in Alex via a secure call, voice shaking. "I see men tailing me near my office. My superiors are asking about missing files. If they discover I leaked anything, I'm done." Alex pleaded with her to hold on a bit longer, insisting the upcoming infiltration could break everything wide open. Naomi, torn by fear and the desire to do what's right, reluctantly agreed to pass final key data about the finances. After that, she intended to vanish. Alex felt guilty, but recognised Naomi's insider knowledge was crucial. In a clandestine planning session, Alex, Julian, and a few from the Underground Horizon group hammered out the infiltration approach. They'd pose as staff or lesser-known delegates at the retreat with forged IDs. They hoped to rig hidden cameras to stream any incriminating discussions. If they broadcast in real time across multiple online platforms, the conspirators couldn't simply hush it up. Leon insisted on precision. One slip, and we're done. They'll have ex-military ops. We must get in, get evidence, and get out. The plan conjured images of a spy movie, yet it was their best shot. Days passed in a haze of preparations. Sasha taught Alex how to use a small wearable camera disguised as a brooch. Julian tested a portable signal booster to ensure the live feed overcame any jamming. Naomi forwarded the retreat's official guest list she'd quietly swiped from her workplace's computer system. Indeed, Vivian Renault's name was on it, along with multiple global finance bigwigs, some top government advisors, and certain private security not listed in detail, likely Bishop's men. Tensions soared. If they managed to record Renault bragging about orchestrating economic upheavals or referencing Project Crosswinds, it could be the final blow exposing the NWO. On the eve of the infiltration, Alex's phone buzzed with an unknown text. "We know you plan to disrupt the Brussels Forum. Don't test us." She shuddered at how easily they tracked her. Julian, equally unnerved, changed phone SIMs, used anonymizing software. They parted ways until the operation, each moving carefully, checking for tails. Alex took minimal luggage, forging a new press pass identity to appear as a minor journalist from a lesser-known trade publication. Arriving at the retreat's location, a grand estate in the countryside near Brussels, Alex and the small infiltration team feigned normalcy. The estate gates allowed delegates with correct passes. Guards wearing discreet earpieces scanned them. Alex's heart hammered as she presented her ID. The guard gave a polite nod, letting her pass. That small success was their first hurdle cleared. Inside the foyer, a swirl of luxurious decor and hushed networking encompassed them. The official schedule mentioned panel discussions on global economic resilience, but Alex suspected the real meetings would be behind closed doors. Julian had found a vantage point in a back server room, hooking into the estate's private Wi-Fi. He was masked as an IT consultant. If all went well, once Alex activated her hidden camera, he'd broadcast the feed to multiple secure streaming sites. The rest of the infiltration group spaced themselves around the estate, some as waitstaff, others as low-level PR reps, ready to spring into action if needed. Eventually Alex spied Vivian Renault ascending a stairway toward a restricted conference room. Renault moved with poised confidence, flanked by men in sharp suits. Alex quietly followed at a distance. On the second floor, she caught a glimpse of name plaques outside a closed door. Council Roundtable, private. 2 imposing guards stood watch. She needed a different approach. She ducked into an adjacent hallway that seemed to lead behind the conference area. In the corridor's hush, she overheard faint voices from the next room, someone referencing the final stage of crosswinds, compliance from certain heads of state, and how a unified front would ensure the new dawn overcame political friction. The words quickened her pulse. This was it. She carefully placed a small listening device near an air vent, linking it to Julian's laptop. Over the earpiece, she heard snatches of conversation. "This meltdown will finalise our hold on X Nation. We'll push new trade rules that lock them into indefinite debt, all in line with the Council's directive. Alex trembled at the brazen talk. No illusions here. These elites openly plan to shape entire nations' futures. Moments later, footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see a suited man, cold-eyed, approaching fast, Raphael Bishop. He recognized her from earlier research? Possibly. His face twisted with an angry sneer. "You? I warned you!" He lunged, grabbing for her. She managed to slip from his grip, but he shoved her harshly against the wall. Her heart thundered. The plan was unravelling. She had to get away, get to Julian's vantage point, or at least get the livestream started. At that precise instant, the faint hum from her earpiece signalled that Julian had begun streaming. She heard him whisper, "We're live. If you can get them to admit the agenda on camera, do it. The feed is rolling, but we need them on visuals." Summoning courage, Alex twisted away from Bishop, shouting, "You can't hide this. We have your entire plan on record." He advanced menacingly, but from behind him, a swirl of confusion erupted. Members of the infiltration team had triggered a distraction alarm. Bishop turned briefly, and Alex darted forward, slipping into the conference room's door just as it opened. Inside, a cluster of stunned delegates and Renault herself whirled to see who barged in. The next few seconds would decide everything. Could Alex broadcast definitive proof of the NWO conspirators revealing themselves to the world, or would they silence her on the spot? Alex Hill stumbled into the opulent conference room, breath ragged. Eyes of powerful figures turned upon her, men and women in tailored suits arrayed around a polished mahogany table. At the head sat Vivian Renault, her expression shifting from polite shock to an icy fury. Bodyguards near the wall started to move. The hush became electric, a tension thick enough to choke on. Alex forced herself to stand tall, heart galloping, reminding herself that Julian was streaming everything live. If the camera pinned to her jacket was still intact. A moment of indecision froze the group. Some delegates recognized Alex from small finance press coverage. Renault's face darkened with immediate recognition of the threat she posed. Raphael Bishop stormed in moments later, posture coiled like a predator. "Close the doors," he barked to the guards. "No one else enters or leaves." Some inside the room looked uneasy. Others calmly watched, as though used to crisis management. Alex raised her voice, trembling but resolute. "You, all of you, orchestrated market crashes and manipulated entire governments. You speak of Project Crosswinds and a new dawn. It's all recorded now. The world is seeing this." A flicker of alarm crossed a few faces. Renault, however, gave a short, cold laugh. "Little journalist, do you truly think your homemade broadcast can topple what we've built for decades?" She gestured around at the delegates. "We hold the banks, the media, the politicians. We can bury any scandal, as we always have." But Alex pressed on. "Your hush strategies won't work this time. We've already distributed partial evidence. My partner is streaming your confessions." She turned slightly, trying to angle the hidden camera so it captured Renault's face. The tension soared. A few delegates exchanged worried glances, presumably realizing the unstoppable nature of digital leaks. Once it's out, it's out. Yet Renault's composure remained. "Then we address it swiftly," she said, turning to Bishop. "Retrieve her device and ensure the feed ends now." A hush enveloped the room. Bishop advanced again. Alex backed away, but a guard grabbed her from behind, pinning her arms. She winced, anticipating the worst. Yet her voice rang out in a final push. "This meeting shows your real aim. Controlling nations, enslaving them with debt, shaping politics to your design. People are hearing your own admissions." She prayed Julian's audio feed was capturing the delegates' murmurs about accelerating the plan, ensuring certain governments comply, and references to the necessity of a controlled meltdown. She prayed also that watchers would realize the gravity. It wasn't just a single rumor. It was an entire blueprint for a new global order. At that moment, Naomi Flores emerged from the corridor, having slipped past some distracted security. She saw the guard restraining Alex. Summoning unexpected bravery, Naomi shouted, "Stop! I have more files! The entire central bank manipulations are in my possession. If you harm her, the entire data dump goes public." In her hand, she brandished a small flash drive, as though it held the power to unmask them all. Renault scowled. Some delegates stood abruptly, tension fracturing the group. A few tried to calm the situation, advisors murmuring that violence wouldn't help if they were live on camera. Chaos escalated. A scuffle broke out near the door as infiltration team members from Underground Horizon tried to hold off more security reinforcements. Scenes of pushing and shouting ensued. Renault, however, remained stone-faced, lifting a phone to her ear, presumably calling for a forced media blackout. "We'll jam the feed," she hissed. "Wipe every record." But outside, Julian Park had rigged multiple secure channels, ensuring at least partial streaming continued. The delegates began to realize they might be truly compromised. Desperate, Bishop tore Alex's jacket pocket open, prying free the small camera. He crushed it underfoot. But the damage was done. Some footage, possibly partial, might already be out. The question was whether Julian had enough time to broadcast the final confessions. Renault glared at Naomi. "You'll regret your betrayal, Miss Flores." Naomi trembled, but her voice rose. "Your days of secret manipulations are over. People will see the truth, how you plan to orchestrate crises for your global restructuring." A meltdown overcame the delegates. Some tried to salvage illusions of innocence, calling for a return to order. Others fumed at Renault for letting this infiltration happen. The hush shattered into an uproar. Meanwhile, the infiltration team, aided by a few staff members quietly sympathetic, forced open the locked door. They dragged Alex free from the guard's hold. She gasped, rubbing sore wrists, half staggering. Scenes of a near brawl erupted in the corridor, but the infiltration team had cunningly prepared exit routes. Renault realized her advantage was slipping. In a final attempt, she said, "Kill the feed, Bishop. Our networks can bury the footage. We only need to contain it." Bishop, scowling, hustled to the estate's security station, presumably to cut power or jam signals. But Julian was one step ahead, managing his rig from a hidden corner. He triggered a device that jammed the local jammers. The estate's entire electricity flickered. Lights sputtered, the building's internal network glitching. The result was confusion that let Alex, Naomi and others slip through the corridors heading for an exit. Outside they found black SUVs, presumably belonging to the conspirators. A minor chase ensued, but the infiltration team had a small unmarked van waiting. They piled in, tyres squealing as they drove off the estate grounds. Inside the van, heart pounding, Alex saw Naomi huddled in a corner, tears on her face. The infiltration group was half shocked to have survived. One or two had minor injuries. Through a laptop link they heard Julian's panting breath. "I'm out a side door, got the feed to multiple channels. People are picking it up." Their momentary relief mingled with alarm at possible pursuit. They recognized the conspirators might still strike back. In the wake of the infiltration, the group regrouped in a safe house on the outskirts. They confirmed some portion of the meeting's audio-visual evidence had indeed been broadcast, or at least uploaded to multiple secure servers. If the public seized upon it and the mainstream media covered it, it could blow the conspirators' cover. But they needed watchers to believe. Some might dismiss it as another wild conspiracy video. The presence of high-profile voices naming crosswinds and talking about controlling entire economies might shift public opinion. Yet the fight was not over. The NWO had deep media infiltration. Renault's spin doctors would soon declare the footage doctored or claim it was a private philanthropic discussion. They might orchestrate a smear campaign labelling Alex and Naomi as criminals who illegally recorded a private philanthropic summit. Governments already in the NWO's pocket might back that narrative. Despite everything, the infiltration group felt a measure of triumph. They'd forced an admission. At least partial truths would light the flames of inquiry worldwide. Some individuals in power would fear that the unstoppable wave of public outrage might demand real accountability. Exhausted, Alex and Naomi sat together in the safe house lounge. Naomi whispered, "Do we truly stand a chance? Their influence is so vast." Alex, eyes still burning with adrenaline, responded, "We stand a chance because the truth is out there now. We just have to keep it from being buried." She reflected on the day's chaos, near capture by Bishop, the confrontation with Renault, the break from illusions that the world was neatly ordered. They tried to shape a new dawn by stealth. Now, at least, we shine a light on them. Her words hung in the hush. She hoped the public would rally behind the revelations, but an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered, for the conspirators wouldn't simply vanish. As she closed her eyes for a moment, exhaustion weighed on her, but so did a steely resolve. Tomorrow, they'd finalise the data release and push it to global outlets, hoping enough voices would unite to dethrone the self-anointed puppet masters behind this so-called new dawn. In the grey light of dawn, the safe house was a swirl of activity. Alex typed furiously at a laptop, uploading final recordings to multiple alternative news platforms, open-source leak sites, and high-profile investigative journalists she somewhat trusted. Meanwhile, Julian coded new encryption layers to ensure the files remained accessible, even if some sites were forced offline. Naomi read through final datasets, verifying authenticity, her last contribution before she planned to slip away into hiding. Others from the infiltration group prepared statements summarising the summit infiltration, naming Vivian Renault and referencing Project Crosswinds. The plan was to bury the conspirators in a tide of evidence, making it impossible for them to contain the story. Within hours, the global reaction ignited. First, smaller online news sources ran with the story. Secret summits exposed, elite council plotting market crashes. Social media lit up with clips from the infiltration's hidden camera, capturing Renault and others speaking about our final steps to ensure compliance. Hashtags soared, outraged commentators demanding answers. At the same time, more established outlets hesitated, uncertain whether the footage was genuine. Some anchors declared it an elaborate hoax, yet the raw data and partial confessions from known corporate heads carried weight. The conspirators' crisis response flickered across live feeds, official statements calling the infiltration illegal espionage, labelling the group dangerous agitators. Tension soared. Naomi watched the headlines swirl, fear battling relief. "It's out. I just hope people believe it," she murmured. Alex assured her that the material was too detailed, too specific for easy dismissal. The public was already seeing mention of real code words matching financial anomalies. Even certain mid-level officials began stepping forward, acknowledging strange top-down directives in the last year. A few brave whistleblowers confirmed changes forced upon their agencies. Slowly but steadily, a mosaic formed. The puzzle's corners were visible, a shadowy organisation shaping policies behind the scenes. Vivian Renault, confronted by an avalanche of leak coverage, made a televised appearance. Dressed in a poised black suit, she tried to spin it. "These recordings are taken out of context from a private philanthropic meeting. We do not control world markets. This is a smear campaign by radical hackers." She exuded calm confidence, but viewers observed a flicker of strain in her eyes. Meanwhile, local police announced they were investigating the infiltration as a security breach. Calls for Renault's resignation from certain corporate boards began to surface. The conspirators had lost their cloak of anonymity, but still commanded massive resources to wage disinformation wars. Raphael Bishop lurked in the shadows. Rumours placed him near corporate offices in London, coordinating heavy-handed damage control. Some claimed he orchestrated blackmail or bribery to muzzle major media outlets. Others insisted he deployed private squads to silence key witnesses. Indeed, 2 infiltration group members reported suspicious vehicles trailing them, but the collective remained resolute, refusing to vanish into silence. They shared their testimonies widely, ensuring no single removal could undo the leak. Amid the swirling uproar, Global Financial Watch, Alex's employer, issued a statement disclaiming involvement in the infiltration, calling Alex's actions freelance and not endorsed. Manny, the editor, privately apologised to Alex, saying the publication's funders forced them to distance themselves. Despite that blow, Alex pressed on, not shocked by the mainstream's timid stance. She'd expected the conspirators' powerful influence to shape the immediate narrative. Freed from institutional constraints, she joined the infiltration group's online streams, giving multiple interviews to alternative journalists, describing every detail of the infiltration, the hush-hush meeting, Renault's references to controlling entire countries, the jarring cameo of New Dawn ideology. Public sentiment split widely. Many regular citizens, jaded by years of lesser conspiracies, seized this moment, demanding political upheaval. Protests erupted outside financial districts in New York, London, Brussels, demanding transparency, investigating the named officials. Yet a portion of the population labelled it fake news, unwilling to believe a single infiltration video. Governments of various stripes scrambled. Some officials used the crisis to distance themselves from possibly compromised superiors. Others tried to downplay or disclaim. Tensions ran high, with talk of extraordinary parliamentary sessions or congressional hearings. Naomi parted from the group soon after, an emotional farewell. She carried a new identity provided by underground contacts. Before leaving, she told Alex, "I never thought I'd be a whistleblower, but if it sparks real change, maybe it's worth the fear." Alex embraced her, wishing her safety. She realised how many personal costs accompanied revealing the truth. In the weeks that followed, multiple investigations launched. Some agencies in certain countries uncovered suspicious ties, froze accounts linked to shell companies. A few bankers were arrested or forced to testify about covert summits. The unstoppable swirl of events threatened the entire power structure of those who had quietly pulled strings for decades. Meanwhile, the conspirators mounted a fierce defence, claiming any wrongdoing was taken out of context. Yet the seeds were planted. For the first time, the public had a tangible impetus to question the illusions of free markets and democratic processes. As for Alex and Julian, they remained vigilant. The infiltration group still received sporadic harassment, troll campaigns online, sporadic physical intimidation. But the window of secrecy had slammed shut. The conspirators' hidden advantage was eroding under the glare of mass attention. Alex, holed up in a safe location, found time to reflect. She was no hero in her own eyes, just a journalist who refused to bury the truth. The meltdown forced upon the conspirators might not mean immediate dissolution of the NWO or their New Dawn plan, but it severely damaged them. They could no longer operate in pure shadows. One day, Alex joined a small press conference where, for once, mainstream outlets hesitantly covered the story. She took the mic, presenting conclusive references from the leaked data, ignoring the hostile questions from corporate-friendly reporters. She declared, "We've glimpsed how an elite circle manipulates markets, media, and governance. Even if some dismiss it, enough citizens have seen the evidence to demand accountability. The era of secret councils must end." Her words carried a measured conviction, overshadowed by the knowledge that fights for real reforms would follow. A few watchers clapped softly, a glimmer of public support. In the final analysis, the unveiling of Project Crosswinds and the infiltration event did not single-handedly topple every hidden power. Real change, if it came, would be incremental. Lawsuits, resignations, grassroots activism. Some conspirators might regroup under new names, spinning new illusions. But a crucial blow had been struck, a precedent for standing up to intangible puppet masters. People worldwide, or at least a significant portion, awakened to the possibility that lines on a ledger could be orchestrated by a dark handful pulling puppet strings. Alex ended her days in a swirl of cautious optimism. She still looked over her shoulder, mindful that men like Bishop lurked, but she pressed forward, forging alliances with honest reporters and reformed institutions. Even Manny came around, quietly praising her courage. Julian, largely behind the scenes, continued releasing periodic data dumps to keep momentum alive. The ephemeral dream of a new dawn that Renault championed had been partially exposed for what it was, a quest for centralised power cloaked in talk of stability. The public narrative might shift, inch by inch, toward genuine transparency. In a reflective final moment, Alex stood on a city balcony at dusk, gazing at the skyline lights. Despite the swirling controversies, the world carried on. She felt the gravity of what had been risked, her safety, Naomi's freedom, the infiltration group's well-being. Yet she also felt renewed purpose. The conspirators could no longer hide so easily, and that alone was a victory. She whispered to herself, "One day at a time, the truth finds its way." The city lights twinkled in the dark, a reminder that behind every grand facade shadows can be cast, and it only takes a beam of light to unveil them. Avery Barnes carefully navigated the bustling terminal of Denver International Airport, clutching a small digital recorder in one hand and a tangle of press passes in the other. She had come ostensibly to cover a routine story about passenger satisfaction and the airport's new automated train system. But her real reason for being here was an itch in the back of her mind, a swirl of rumours, from suspicious murals depicting apocalyptic scenes to talk of hidden bunkers. She'd glimpsed swirling claims online about the DIA being a front for a New World Order base, replete with deep subterranean facilities. Most mainstream outlets dismissed such chatter as nonsense, but Avery was determined to see if there was anything more than smoke. As she walked, the overhead announcements droned about flights departing for Los Angeles or Chicago. In her line of sight, families lugged suitcases, business travellers strode with purposeful steps, and the background hum of rolling luggage formed a mild soundtrack. Overlooking it all was the airport's distinctive peaked roof, reminiscent of the Rocky Mountains. The modern architecture gave DIA an airy feel, but Avery noticed how even the bright lights and open spaces couldn't quell the sense of something off. Maybe it was the hush of security cameras overhead, or the sheer sprawl of the place, with corridors that seemed to lead nowhere. Her contact, Miguel Varela, had sent her a cryptic message the previous week. "If you want real evidence, come to DIA. I'll show you some locked-up expansions." She hoped he'd appear. She had zero illusions about how risky it might be for him, a long-time maintenance worker going on record about unusual construction sites. While waiting, she meandered toward the iconic murals near the baggage claim. She had read about them. Online conspiracies pointed to their alleged portrayal of global catastrophe, secret symbols, even cryptic references to Freemasonry. At first glance, they looked vibrant and whimsical, depicting scenes of children, doves, and strangely martial figures in others. Hardly definitive proof of a hidden agenda, but Avery felt a small chill. Something about the art was too surreal for an airport. A tap on her shoulder startled her. A young man in a plain uniform whispered, "Ms. Barnes." She turned, meeting Miguel Varela's anxious gaze. He beckoned her to follow him away from the main corridor. They ducked into a side hallway seldom used by passengers. The overhead fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow on the beige walls, the hum of an HVAC system echoing faintly. Leaning close, Miguel explained in a low voice, "We keep building expansions that go nowhere. Sealed corridors, huge subterranean sections not on official maps. Management is hush-hush. They tell us not to question, but it's bigger than standard baggage systems." Avery's pulse quickened. She asked for specifics. Miguel described how, during overnight shifts, entire shipments of unmarked crates arrived at restricted docks. He'd also found references to level -4 in some internal documents, yet the official blueprint only listed 2 basement levels. Rumours among staff suggested a labyrinth of bunkers or secure facilities. Some say it's for a catastrophic event. Others blame a secret organisation, Miguel said with a dry chuckle. But the fear in his eyes was real. As Avery scribbled notes, a sudden hush fell when a security guard rounded the corner. They both fell silent, feigning normal conversation. The guard passed by with only a nod, presumably noticing nothing amiss. After that brief scare, Miguel said he had a break in about an hour. He'd try to slip her into a maintenance corridor that might reveal part of the subterranean expansions. She agreed to meet him near a staff cafeteria, mind bristling with curiosity. With that, they parted. Needing more background, Avery strolled to an out-of-the-way lounge where she set up her laptop to browse additional leads. She found references to the infamous Blue Mustang statue outside. Locals nicknamed it Blucifer after an accident that cost its sculptor's life. Then there was the Masonic dedication plaque with mention of a New World Airport Commission, fueling conspiratorial chatter about an NWO. Every piece fit the mosaic of hush-hush expansions and weird symbols. Her email pinged. A note from an art historian doctor, Valerie Ung, responding to Avery's inquiry about the airport's mural designs. She offered to meet soon to discuss the symbolic iconography. Good. Another puzzle piece in place. Time passed, and Avery made her way to the staff cafeteria. True to his word, Miguel arrived, wearing an uneasy expression. Quietly, he guided her through a corridor marked Authorized Personnel Only. As they passed locked doors, the environment took on a more utilitarian look. Concrete floors, dull overhead lamps. No travellers in sight, just occasional workers or carts. At a certain door with a coded keypad, Miguel typed in a code. The door hissed open, revealing an industrial staircase descending into a faintly lit space. "Down here is part of the old baggage system everyone jokes about," Miguel whispered. "But deeper, there's sealed expansions. I've only glimpsed them." Avery's heart thumped. She carefully followed him down the steps. The air grew cooler, the hum of machinery more pronounced. They reached a wide corridor with overhead pipes and cables. Miguel led her to a set of double doors labelled Restricted, No Entry. He pressed his ear to it, then motioned for Avery to do the same. The hush behind the doors felt charged, as though a large empty chamber lay beyond. He quietly tested the handle. Locked, of course. "Any chance you can get me inside?" Avery asked, adrenaline spiking. Miguel shook his head. "Not without triggering alarms. But I saw large shipments vanish behind these doors at night." Avery snapped discreet photos, her camera's flash turned off. She noticed a small symbol etched near the door's corner, a stylized pyramid with a single eye. It was no official airport mark. Her breath caught. Could this be evidence of a bigger conspiracy? She put a gentle hand on the door, imagining the subterranean space behind it. "I suspect deeper passageways lead from here," Miguel said softly. "Word is, staff used to joke about bunkers for VIPs during Doomsday, but management calls them nonsense." Their covert exploration ended abruptly when footsteps echoed from further down the corridor. Startled, they retreated, hurrying back up the stairs. At the top, Miguel parted with a whispered, "Be careful." They watch everything. Then he slipped away, presumably returning to his normal tasks, leaving Avery with her mind racing. She quickly made her way to a more public area, melding with the crowd of passengers to avoid suspicion. That evening, Avery sat in a corner of the airport's main concourse reviewing her notes. 1,000 questions whirled in her mind. She typed a quick message to Dr. Valerie Ung, setting up a meeting for the next day to examine the mural's hidden or symbolic references. Meanwhile, she planned to request official comment from the airport's PR manager, Rosalind Carter, though she suspected only corporate spin in response. As she gazed at the busy travellers rushing to gates, she felt a swirl of paranoia. Who else might have noticed her wandering? Could there be watchers behind those tinted windows of the security offices? One thing was clear. Denver International Airport's rumoured mysteries weren't mere online jokes. Something truly lay beneath the terminal floors, something so guarded that even staff like Miguel only gleaned glimpses. Avery intended to find out precisely what. She could feel the tension, an unstoppable curiosity colliding with an institutional desire to keep it all under wraps. Folding her laptop, she steeled herself for the next day's challenges, half excited, half uneasy about what further secrets she might unearth in those labyrinthine corridors. Early the next morning, Avery Barnes prepared herself to meet Rosalind Carter, the Denver International Airport's senior public relations manager. She had arranged an official request for comment about new expansions, though her real goal was to see how Carter responded to inquiries about suspicious underground projects. The appointed time was just after 9 a.m. in a glass-walled office overlooking part of the terminal. Avery, sporting her best friendly journalist demeanour, approached the security desk, stating her appointment. A short elevator ride whisked her up to a suite of executive offices. Rosalind Carter greeted Avery with a polished smile, her posture impeccable, eyes keen. She led Avery into a sleek conference room. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the vast runways and the iconic white tents of DIA's main terminal. Carter offered a seat, poured a small cup of coffee, and inquired politely about Avery's interest in writing an article. Avery explained she was focusing on the airport's continuing expansions and addressing some online rumours. Carter's tone stayed cordial, but had an undercurrent of practiced deflection. She spoke about ongoing improvements to enhance passenger experience, referencing new gates, updated baggage systems. When Avery gently probed about levels beneath the terminal or sealed corridors, Carter let out a short laugh. We're aware of the conspiracies floating around, bunkers, secret societies, but truly, there's nothing beyond standard sub-basements for baggage handling and mechanical equipment. She flashed a perfect PR grin. The airport is big, yes, but we only close off sections for maintenance or safety reasons, not for anything clandestine. Avery pressed a bit further. What about employees who claim to have seen sealed expansions or shipments at odd hours? Carter's smile tightened. She insisted that any off-hour shipments were typical supplies for ongoing construction or large-scale vendor deliveries. We operate 24/7, Ms. Barnes. We have to. This is an international airport. That might look suspicious from the outside, but it's routine. She maintained impeccable composure, never letting a crack show. Her eyes, however, flickered with a trace of caution. Finally, Avery inquired about the airport's rumoured time capsule or Masonic plaque, referencing a New World Airport Commission. Carter explained in clipped monotone. That was a local civic group from the 1990s, not some secret society. People read too much into a harmless plaque. The quickness of her answer felt rehearsed. She ended with a polite wrap-up. I'm sure your readers will find the real expansions quite ordinary once your piece is done. Let me know if you need more official statements. Avery concluded the meeting with a forced smile, suspecting Carter had meticulously avoided any direct responses to the deeper allegations. Leaving the executive suite, Avery felt both frustration and renewed suspicion. Carter's polished disclaimers were exactly what one might expect if the airport indeed had hidden compartments. She decided to reconnect with Miguel soon, to see if he could give her more tangible leads. Meanwhile, she had an afternoon appointment with Dr. Valerie Ung to discuss the mural's alleged symbolism. She hurried across the main concourse, scanning the crowds for watchers. A creeping sense of being followed nagged at her, though she spotted no one specifically. She chalked it up to paranoia. Dr. Valerie Ung suggested they meet in a quiet corner of the terminal near a large mural. With lines of travellers passing by, Avery found the professor, a petite woman wearing glasses, flipping through a folder of reference images. Dr. Ung greeted Avery with a handshake and wasted no time in pointing out certain details in the largest mural. bold, dreamlike images of children from various cultures, a figure that seemed to represent war or destruction, arcs of colour signifying peace overshadowing conflict. Many interpret these as allegories for global unity after strife, Dr. Ung said, but some see coded references to a new world order rising from chaos. The painter's intention is ambiguous. He did talk about bridging differences, yet conspiracists fixate on the militant shapes or the anguished faces in the background. Avery studied the artwork's corners, noticing images of extinct animals, weeping mothers, and a menacing figure in a gas mask. It does look unnerving in parts, more intense than typical airport art. Dr. Ung nodded. Yes, a strange choice for a public terminal. Possibly the airport's commissioning board wanted to provoke thought. But I do see curious symbols. A stylized letter resembling the Freemason square and compass, hidden within a swirl, subtle enough to be unconfirmed. Some lines do read as coded messages if you look from certain angles. They stepped to the next mural, which depicted a peaceful scene of children celebrating around a blossoming tree. Dr. Ung pointed at a portion of the painting's corner. Here, the initials N-A. Officially, it stands for the artist's note referencing native Western art or something, but conspiracy folks tie it to the New World Airport Commission. Avery's mind churned. She recalled Carter's denial about that group. Everything felt connected by faint threads. She asked if Dr. Ung believed the rumours about secret societies. The professor shrugged. Hard to say. Artistic coincidences happen, but the sheer volume of strange references does give me pause. Possibly a sponsor had a strong symbolic intention. That's the missing piece. Who guided these commissions? After analysing the final mural, Dr. Ung parted ways, leaving Avery with a deeper sense that the airport's art might be more than random. Avery typed quick notes. References to NWA, covert Masonic or Illuminati hints, talk of a future global cataclysm. It all dovetailed with the rumour of subterranean bunkers built for an elite group prepping for some meltdown. She stepped away, noticing how passers-by took photos of the murals, unaware of their alleged deeper significance. By late afternoon, Avery's phone buzzed. A short text from Miguel. Meet me at 8 p.m, staff door B19. I found something else. She felt a thrill of anticipation. Possibly new evidence about the sealed expansions. But caution soared too. She suspected Carter or some higher power might be vigilant. Already she'd glimpsed a uniformed guard following her for a moment earlier, though it might have been routine. She mentally prepared to keep a low profile. Before the evening meet, Avery decided to do more reconnaissance. She strolled near the iconic giant horse statue. Blue Mustang, infamous for its glowing red eyes. People joked it was cursed or ominous. Up close, the statue's size and intense gaze were disconcerting. She circled it, half hoping to find a hidden panel or code. Nothing stood out, but she couldn't shake the feeling that even that sculpture was part of a bigger tapestry, an attempt to signal something deeper about the airport's underlying purpose. Finally, night fell. The airport's bustling crowds thinned somewhat, though DIA never truly sleeps. Avery found her way to staff door B19, a poorly lit area near a lesser-used terminal hallway. Checking no one was around, she loitered casually, phone in hand. Right on time, Miguel slipped from the shadows, motioning her inside. Fear prickled in Avery's stomach. This was stepping over a line. Trespassing, possibly. Yet the thirst for truth overshadowed caution. As the door clicked shut behind them, overhead fluorescent lights buzzed. She sensed the weight of unseen watchers. No turning back now. She followed Miguel deeper, preparing for the confrontation with real, hidden expansions or whatever secrets the airport's powers sought to bury. Under the flickering hallway lights, Avery Barnes slipped into the restricted corridor behind Miguel Varela, heart hammering at the risk. They both wore subdued clothing, hoping to pass for routine staff if spotted. The hush in these halls was eerie, far from the bustling main terminal. The echo of their footsteps seemed magnified, every scuff on the polished floor a jarring note in the quiet. Yet they pressed on, guided by Miguel's knowledge of certain door codes and maintenance routes. The corridor twisted downward, the environment gradually losing the crisp corporate facade. Exposed pipes, open wiring. They skirted caged areas holding large mechanical units and stacks of building supplies. The overhead hum from fluorescent tubes became more sporadic, some flickering or half dead. The expansions start below sub-level 2, Miguel whispered. Officially it's just more baggage infrastructure, but I've seen hints of deeper shafts sealed with heavy blast doors. Avery nodded, adrenaline flooding her system. At a nondescript steel door, Miguel halted. A short keypad glowed beside it. He typed a code. To Avery's relief, the light clicked green, and the door slid open with a mechanical hiss. The air inside carried a faint chemical tang, reminiscent of fresh construction or sanitized surfaces. They stepped through, the door sliding shut behind them. Ahead, a broad hallway spread out, lined with crates labelled with bland descriptions: electrical components, ventilation, stock. The floor was newly tiled, the walls unpainted concrete. It was the kind of place that felt half-finished. Miguel paused, brow furrowed. This corridor's new. Even a month ago it wasn't here. Avery marvelled at the scale. The ceiling soared above, industrial lighting mounted in neat rows. A sign read Section 4B, as if referencing a discrete zone. She snapped a few covert photos with her phone. Each step echoed, the hush unnerving. Eventually they reached a large metal door. It bore a sign that read, High Security, No Access, along with a card reader lock. Miguel frowned. I don't have clearance for that. He tried an older code to no avail. Avery approached the small window slit, trying to peer in. She made out dim overhead lighting, but no sign of activity. Possibly a massive chamber beyond. They pressed on, following side corridors branching off the main hall. Over time they discovered a locked gate leading to what looked like a vertical shaft with an elevator platform. Lights inside glowed faintly. So, an elevator to an even lower level, Avery guessed. Miguel nodded, lips set. We never had mention of a third sub-level in the official plans. She quietly documented the elevator's existence. The deeper they went, the more convinced she became that these expansions were about more than baggage or typical airport systems. Suddenly, footsteps approached from around a corner. Miguel gasped, motioning Avery to hide. They ducked behind a cluster of crates. Two figures in security uniforms walked past, engaged in quiet conversation. From the snippet Avery overheard something about timing for the next supply intake, and Knight wants the East Corridor sealed by next month. She tensed. Knight? Could that be a reference to Marcus Knight, the rumoured big shot who oversaw hush-hush government contracting? She wanted to follow them, but the risk was too high. After they moved on, Miguel released a breath. They must be top-level security. Regular staff rarely come down here. They resumed exploring, quickly but carefully. Avery found doorways labelled storage, ventilation control, server node. Some opened easily, revealing large server racks or mechanical piping. Others were locked tight. In a small maintenance closet they discovered a blueprint pinned to the wall. It was partially covered by a coffee-stained sheet, but when they lifted it, they saw a rough schematic referencing S4L3 access shafts, indicating multiple sub-level connections. The blueprint extended beyond the known basement levels, indicating large open areas labelled reserved. Avery's heart pounded. This was near proof of a massive subterranean facility. She snapped photos with trembling excitement. Real evidence. A beep from Miguel's phone broke the hush. Startled, he fumbled to silence it. Too late. Footsteps again. Close. They extinguished the small overhead closet light, crouching behind a large shelf. A figure stepped into the closet, shining a flashlight. They froze, hearts in throats. The flashlight beams swept across pipes, nearly grazing Avery's foot. Thankfully, the figure didn't notice them, perhaps assuming the beep was random noise. The beam lingered, then retreated. The door closed. Silence returned, but adrenaline left them shaking. They realized they had to retreat soon or risk capture. Before leaving, they uncovered an old crate with cryptic labeling. Emergency ration, Series G, plus a date years in the future. That spiked Avery's intrigue. Who stores rations labelled for use years away, as though planning for a doomsday scenario? She snapped another photo. It was almost too bizarre. The idea that the airport might be a hub for an elite survival plan was starting to feel less outlandish. They made for the corridor exit, but along the way, a keypad beeped from ahead. They ducked into a side recess, turning off their flashlights. 2 more security guards, each carrying sidearms, strode through. Avery recognised one from a distance. Rosalind Carter, the PR manager in an unmarked security uniform. She wore a stern expression, murmuring in an urgent tone to a colleague, "We can't let them leak any of these expansions." "Knight is already reviewing the next shipments," the colleague responded. "We'll lock down all staff access. They can't wander in." Carter nodded, continuing down the hall. The revelation that Carter herself patrolled these restricted areas, wearing a different persona, hammered home how big this cover-up was. Avery and Miguel huddled, exchanging a silent, wide-eyed look. They had to get out fast. Slipping quietly back to the door they'd used to enter, they typed the code and returned to the more standard basement corridor. No one seemed to notice them emerging. Re-entering the main staff areas, they parted ways quickly. Avery took a moment to gather her wits among the normal swirl of the airport's baggage zone. The difference in atmosphere was jarring. Above ground, travellers scurried, shops displayed souvenirs, a facade of normalcy overshadowing the hush below. That night, Avery holed up in a budget motel near the airport, transferring the photos and notes from her phone onto a secure drive. She typed a summary: extensive sub-level expansions, elevator shafts leading to unlisted floors, crates of emergency rations, presence of armed security beyond normal staff. Meanwhile, Carter's secret involvement, referencing Knight's instructions. The puzzle was forming: an advanced shelter or a command centre for some higher power, possibly linked to the rumoured New World Order conspiracies. The question was how to confirm the final details. Miguel texted her, anxious. "We took big risks. Carter is suspicious. Don't contact me for a while." She replied with thanks, acknowledging the need for caution. Next, she emailed Dr. Ung a cryptic clue about the expansions, inquiring if the airport's time capsule or Masonic references tie in with large-scale bunkers. Dr. Ung responded that the time capsule's plaque included symbols reminiscent of those found in certain clandestine groups, but needed more direct evidence to connect it to the expansions. The path forward was treacherous, but with real photographic proof in her hands, Avery felt unstoppable. She planned to contact a small independent news site or blog to release a preliminary story. However, she knew she might face immediate backlash or sabotage if she published too soon. She decided instead to attempt a final infiltration, one that could gather conclusive video footage. She'd also see if, in the meantime, she could track down references to Marcus Knight, the rumoured puppet master. Resolving to hold her nerve, she settled in for a restless sleep, half dreaming of corridors beneath the airport, where every locked door concealed a piece of a grand conspiracy. Tomorrow, she would push further, or risk losing the chance to unmask the truth entirely. Morning brought Avery Barnes a subdued sense of urgency. Over coffee at the motel, she reviewed her phone notifications. A message from Dr. Valerie Ung, offering to meet at the airport's infamous time capsule marker. Another from an anonymous address read simply, "Be careful, they know." The short note cast a chill over her. possibly a friend of Miguel or a concerned insider. She exhaled slowly, steeling herself for another day in the belly of the beast. Returning to DIA, she found it as busy as ever, travellers hustling, overhead announcements echoing. She kept her camera gear discreetly stowed in a shoulder bag. Dr. Ung awaited near a subdued corner of the main concourse, close to a stone marker with a Masonic symbol. That marker, Avery recalled, was said to mention the New World Airport Commission. Conspiracy forums fixated on it, believing it indicated a hidden sponsor behind the airport's design. Dr. Ung greeted her with a polite nod, then quietly pointed out the inscriptions. The plaque indeed read, "Dedicated to the people of Colorado, the New World Airport Commission," referencing a date in the mid-1990s. The Masonic square and compass insignia sat in the corner. A time capsule was rumoured to lie beneath it, to be opened decades later. While passers-by strolled by without a second glance, Avery snapped photos, Dr. Ung providing commentary in a low tone. Masonic influences do appear now and then in public projects, but usually it's overshadowed by typical civic stuff. Yet the phrase New World Airport Commission is truly odd. No official record of that group existing outside DIA documentation. It does feed the speculation that some elite collective quietly guided the project. She touched the plaque lightly. Some say inside the time capsule are hints of this global or New World Order plan. Avery's mind connected the dots. Hidden expansions, Masonic references, hush-hush shipments. She asked Doctor if the symbol matched some of the shapes from the murals. The professor nodded. Yes, it's the same stylized geometry. The artists used shapes reminiscent of Masonic angles in background corners. Possibly a coincidence, but in total, it's suspicious. Dr. Ung then offered a slender envelope. I dug up older press photos from the airport's grand opening. Some shots show the site with deeper excavation than official stories mention. Might be relevant. Avery thanked her, glimpsing the black and white prints of huge pits, seemingly deeper than typical infrastructure demands. More fuel for her story. Their quiet meeting ended abruptly when a uniformed guard approached, politely but firmly asking them to clear the area for staff cleaning. A mild excuse, but Avery recognised they might be monitored. She parted ways with Doctor, promising to share any final revelations. The professor told her to be cautious. Rumours circulated among local academics about how persistent investigators into DIA's mysteries sometimes found themselves blacklisted or visited by officials. Avery ducked into a restroom, checking her phone. Another message from Miguel. I can't talk more. Carter's men are on to me, but meet me at the far end of Concourse C at 10 p.m. if you want the final route to the sublevel. Night might be here tonight. She swallowed, nerves flaring. So this was it. The final infiltration. The attempt to catch Marcus Knight in the act. She suspected the conspirators were stepping up security. If she got caught, it could be catastrophic. Her heart pounded, but if she truly wanted to blow the lid off the subterranean expansions, she needed that conclusive footage or direct confrontation. Throughout the afternoon, she prepared quietly, clearing memory space on her camera, backing up her existing photos to a remote cloud, drafting a short article skeleton in case she had to publish quickly. She arranged for a trusted blogger contact to receive her evidence if she went offline. The sense of a final stand weighed on her. Meanwhile, a recurring paranoia dogged her. Any uniformed staff might be an agent of Carter or Knight. She tried not to meet eyes with passing security, maintaining a normal facade by sitting in a coffee shop or strolling the terminal shops. Evening fell, the terminal's hustle gradually thinning. The overhead lights dimmed in certain sections. Avery kept close watch on the time. At 9:45 p.m, she slipped toward Concourse C, aware that late flights still disembarked, but traffic was quieter. She found an out-of-the-way corridor near some service rooms. At 10 sharp, footsteps approached. A tense-faced Miguel glancing over his shoulder. He whispered, "We don't have much time. Knight is rumoured to do an inspection or meeting in the sub-lower expansions. Let's move. He led her through an employees-only corridor. This time they bypassed a standard checkpoint by following a narrow passage behind mechanical piping. Overhead, fans whirred in a subdued roar, the temperature dropping a bit. They surfaced at a security door with a numeric keypad. Miguel typed in new codes, presumably gleaned from some updated staff log. The door beeped. They slipped in. Darkness reigned, lit only by an emergency bulb. Avery's heart hammered with the knowledge that any camera footage might blow her entire investigation wide open. Descend. The corridor led to a freight elevator. Miguel produced a keycard, scanning it. By some stroke of luck, it worked. The elevator shuddered downward. The panel displayed no floor numbers, just a blank readout. As they descended, the hush thickened. Only the hum of machinery thrummed in the background. When the doors slid open, they stepped into a wide sub-level corridor, quite unlike the standard basement. The space was furbished with advanced electronics and thick cables running overhead. The overhead lights had a faint flicker. Avery quietly turned on her camera, hoping to capture raw footage. Miguel pointed to a far corner with large metallic doors. That's a main security checkpoint deeper in. Knight might be inside. He motioned her to keep quiet. They advanced slowly, each step almost painfully loud. The corridor branched. They glimpsed crates labelled sustainment stock stacked high. Another sign read, Personnel Lockers, Restricted. A series of tinted windows faced an interior chamber, dimly lit, where a handful of black uniformed guards conversed. Among them, Avery recognised the silhouette of Rosalind Carter. She was in heated discussion with a tall man in a sharp suit, Marcus Knight. Though she'd never seen him in person, his posture radiated authority. He tapped a folder on a table. The pair looked tense. Miguel and Avery hid behind a partially open door, camera angled to record. Over the quiet hum they caught fragments. We need to expedite Phase 2. We can't risk further leaks. Knight's voice was low, commanding. Carter responded, We're sealing all sub-level access soon. That meddling journalist is here, but we'll intercept if necessary. The mention of journalist pinned Avery's heart with dread. They definitely knew about her. She kept filming, controlling her breathing. Then a beep and footsteps. A guard approached from behind, having spotted or sensed movement. Avery and Miguel froze, adrenaline spiking. The guard barked, Hey! In the split second of panic, Miguel hissed, Run! Avery clutched her camera, pivoting down a side corridor. The guard gave chase. Miguel tried to block him, pushing a rolling cart into his path. The guard stumbled, cursing. More voices shouted. Carter and Knight might have heard the commotion. Alarms beeped, a swirling red light illuminating the corridor. Avery found a door half ajar, darted inside. Another hallway, possibly an emergency exit route, leading to a flight of metal stairs. Behind her, footsteps pounded. She glimpsed a second guard, weapon drawn. The hush now overshadowed by harsh warnings. She took the stairs, hearing shouts to stop. Ears pounding, she pressed the camera to her chest, determined to keep the footage safe. The staircase wound up. She prayed it led to an exit, or at least an unguarded zone in the standard basement. She heard no sign of Miguel behind her. Fear clenched her stomach. He'd likely drawn the security away. She had to trust he'd find a way out. At last, she emerged into a smaller mechanical room. The door from there to the main baggage level was locked from the outside. She rummaged quickly, found a crowbar near a tool rack. Jamming it into the door's edge, she pried it open with a grunt. The metal screeched. She darted through, slamming it behind her, then found herself in the standard baggage zone. Workers there stared in confusion. She dashed into the open corridor, blending with a small crowd of late-shift staff. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but none recognized her as an intruder. She slowed to a brisk walk, heart in her throat. The alarm behind her soon died away. With surprising ease, she reached the passenger area. She discovered a cluster of travellers milling around a late flight. Security apparently hadn't locked down the entire airport yet. She took advantage, calmly heading to an exit, camera hidden under a jacket. Night air greeted her outside. She hopped into a taxi, telling the driver to step on it. Her entire body trembled from adrenaline. She had video footage, recordings of Knight's words, glimpses of the sub-level expansions. Possibly more than enough to confirm a major cover-up. But the cost was high. Miguel's fate worried her, and the conspirators might attempt a full meltdown to kill the story. In the midnight hush, Avery Barnes sat in her cheap motel room, laptop open, camera cable snaking from it. Her pulse still hammered from the infiltration. Shakily, she reviewed the footage. Shaky images of the corridor expansions, the crates labelled sustainment stock, and the glimpse of Rosalind Carter with a commanding figure, likely Marcus Knight, discussing Phase 2 and leaks. Despite the frantic camera movements, the content was unmistakable. This was real, tangible evidence that the Denver International Airport had advanced subterranean expansions well beyond typical infrastructure. The references to Phase 2 implied something deeper, some looming next step. She typed up a summary, carefully stringing the data together with pictures from earlier infiltration attempts, plus the blueprint she photographed. On a second phone, she tried calling Miguel. No response. Fear gnawed at her. As dawn broke, she reached out to a small but reputable online investigative news site, Watchlight Chronicles, run by a friend, Petra, who specialised in underreported stories. She emailed the preliminary article and attachments. Petra responded swiftly, half incredulous, half excited. "This is huge. We'll run it if you confirm authenticity, but be ready for blowback," the message read. Avery recognised it might put her in crosshairs. She typed back a calm acceptance. The story needed to see daylight. Sure enough, within hours of finalising the piece, Avery's phone lit up with calls from unknown numbers. She ignored them. Then a text from a local mainstream reporter friend asked if she'd truly found secret bunkers. The rumour was out, though not from mainstream outlets yet. Avery decided to do one better. She'd hold an informal press conference or a streaming session the next morning from a location near the airport. This direct approach might force DIA officials to respond publicly. She found a cafe near downtown Denver that offered a private back room. She scheduled an early press gathering, inviting a handful of local bloggers, small radio hosts, and a couple of bigger outlets who might be curious. She kept it low profile, but word travelled in certain circles. That night she barely slept, half expecting a black SUV to appear, whisking her away. But no one came. Perhaps Carter and Knight were unprepared for how fast Avery moved. Early next day, about a dozen folks gathered in that cafe's back room. Tired baristas served coffee to half-awake reporters. Avery pinned up a small selection of printed photos, the sealed expansions, the blueprint referencing sub-level S-4, the crates labelled suspiciously. She played a short video clip on a projector showing the corridor infiltration, though it was dimly lit and shaky. The audio snippet capturing Knight's mention of Phase 2 in hushed tones drew hushed murmurs from the watchers. A local TV cameraman quietly filmed. Some gasped at the mention of potential doomsday bunkers. A radio host asked if she was worried about legal ramifications. Avery admitted yes, but insisted the public had the right to know. Mid-presentation, Rosalind Carter unexpectedly arrived, stepping into the cafe. She wore a cool, composed expression. "Ms. Barnes," she said in a loud, disapproving tone, "what you're doing is reckless." The small crowd parted, tension thickening. Carter launched into damage control. These so-called expansions are standard mechanical sublevels. The cargo you see was typical emergency supply stock. DIA has no hidden bunkers. We regret Ms. Barnes trespassed. You'll be pressing charges for infiltration. But her voice trembled ever so slightly. Avery realised Carter's presence here indicated fear that the story might spiral. Avery calmly presented the official blueprint mismatches, the advanced security. She asked Carter directly, If it's standard, why the locked expansions, armed guards, references to Phase 2? Why are internal staff threatened into silence? Carter's jaw clenched. She repeated the scripted denial. The small group of reporters pressed her, demanding direct answers. Carter eventually retreated, tossing a final threat. "We'll speak more through official channels. DIA's attorneys will handle you." Then she left in a swirl of frustration. The coverage soared across local online outlets that day. While big media initially hesitated, the story gained traction on social media. Many watchers dismissed it as yet another conspiracy, but the photographic proof of new sublevels, the blueprint references, and the cameo audio of a hushed conversation stirred curiosity. Sizable segments of the public demanded official clarifications. Meanwhile, Avery tried again to contact Miguel to no avail. She worried he'd been silenced or fired, but she pressed forward, giving an interview to the Watchlight Chronicles, detailing how she discovered the expansions with help from an anonymous insider. At DIA, the official stance remained. No clandestine bunkers. Some older baggage tunnels might not be in active use. Yet hush-lipped rumours persisted among staff, some quietly confirming they recognised the photos. Anonymous tipsters emerged, claiming the construction they worked on extended far beyond typical needs, with specialised blast doors. The swirl of new claims overshadowed the official narrative. Dr. Ung weighed in publicly about the airport's time capsule and Masonic plaque, fueling the sense that a bigger puzzle lay beneath the iconic terminal. Meanwhile, sightings of Marcus Knight grew sporadic. Some said he was a high-level government contractor who oversaw security infrastructure. Others claimed he was part of a private consortium. No official record pinned him, fueling speculation. A few days later, rumours circulated that Knight had retreated from DIA or was seen boarding a hush flight. Carter refused to comment. A week later, after the dust settled somewhat, Avery found a small note in her motel mailbox. It read, "Thank you. I had to leave." She recognised it must be from Miguel, suggesting he escaped or went underground. Relief tempered by sadness. He'd risked everything. The note reaffirmed that real secrets were at play, not just an overblown rumour. She stashed it away, a reminder of the personal cost behind revelations. In the months to follow, partial investigations opened at city council levels. Some demanded more transparency on DIA's expansions. Official statements revealed minimal new revelations, but public pressure forced them to allow limited tours of certain sub-basements. Conspiracy watchers took to the net, devouring each new crumb. Meanwhile, Avery's story soared in alt-media circles, brandishing headlines like DIA bunkers exposed. Some mainstream outlets covered it neutrally. The general public remained divided between intrigue and skepticism. Avery, for her part, lingered in Denver a bit, writing follow-up pieces that wove the entire narrative. Murals, ominous sculptures, suspicious time capsules, hush expansions, Knight's cameo. She suspected the labyrinth below was far more extensive than official tours showed, but she'd achieved enough to confirm the existence of large restricted levels, advanced security, and a swirl of suspicious references to doomsday or a controlling power. In a final article, she asked readers to keep watchful. Though we forced partial disclosure, deeper shadows may remain under the terminal. Our best defence is open eyes and unrelenting questions. With that, Avery departed Denver. On her last day, she strolled by the terminal's shimmering tents, noticing passengers going about daily life, many oblivious to the drama beneath their feet. She found a quiet corner, gazing out at the runways that rumour said formed a swastika-like shape from above. Maybe just an odd design coincidence, or maybe part of a bigger design orchestrated by hidden powers. She let the question linger without a firm conclusion, accepting that some mysteries only half surfaced, their deeper layers forever locked behind sealed doors. In her final reflection, Avery recognised that conspiracies rarely unravel neatly. Some watchers might brand her revelations half-baked or sensational, yet she had done her due diligence, shining a spotlight on real expansions, forced official disclaimers, and unsettled powerful figures. That alone was a small victory. Leaning against a railing, she took a calming breath of the crisp Colorado air. The sun glinted on the distant snow-peaked mountains, a stark contrast to the labyrinth of secrets below. She whispered a silent thanks for not losing herself to the hush of intimidation. Then she grabbed her bag, heading for the main exit, leaving Denver International Airport behind, yet carrying forward the memory of corridors in the deep, flickering fluorescent lights, and a truth so big it rattled the complacent narrative. The horizon beckoned her next scoop, but this one would linger in her mind for a long while. The day she glimpsed the shadows under the terminal and dared to bring them into the light. The desert wind rattled loose tin on the Navarro ranch house as lightning clawed at the sky. Rain spattered on dusty window panes, an uncommon fury for a New Mexico summer. Betty Navarro, a rancher's daughter of 19, steadied a lantern by the back door. Her father, Miguel Navarro, had hurried out moments ago, muttering about a fierce storm that might spook their livestock. The thunder overhead rumbled, setting Betty's nerves on edge. She paused in the kitchen, about to douse the lantern for a moment's rest, when a flash of brightness cut across the black horizon. Not lightning, but something else. She dashed to the open doorway. A narrow, blazing streak arced overhead, sputtering sparks like metal scraping the atmosphere. It vanished behind a ridge just beyond the ranch fields, followed by a bizarre, echoing boom. The ground trembled. Betty's heart hammered. Could it be a plane crash? She called out for her father, but heard only the storm's roar. Grabbing her slicker, she ran into the rain, scanning the fields for any sign of him. In the distance, an otherworldly glow flickered behind the far fence line. The cattle bellowed in alarm. Something definitely had come down from the sky. Something big. It might be debris or wreckage. Gritting her teeth, she pushed through the mud, praying her father was safe. The next morning, word spread through Roswell about a ranch where strange debris had been discovered. Neighbours whispered about metal that bends and then reforms, rumours of symbols etched on scraps. But hours later, the Army Airfield's official statement shifted the story. First, it was said to be a flying disc, then abruptly relabelled a weather balloon. The confusion only fueled speculation. Some insisted the material was too exotic for a mere balloon. Others shrugged it off as a fancy government project. For local folks, it was a passing curiosity, except for those who'd witnessed the lights in the storm. That same day, Danny Cole, an eager junior reporter at the local newspaper, was on the trail of the weirdest assignment of his budding career. He'd heard that Betty Navarro's father had driven into town early, telling a few folks about the odd metal he found in his grazing fields. By the time the army arrived to hush him up, the rumour mill was already blazing. Danny's editor, an older man with a short temper, tossed him a single line of instruction. Go find out if this is news or nonsense. With a pencil behind his ear and a notepad in hand, Danny steered his battered truck toward the Navarro ranch. En route, he spotted a row of army trucks rumbling back to Roswell, tarps covering what appeared to be crates. Odd tension itched at the back of his mind. Why would the military be so secretive about a balloon crash? Arriving at the dusty driveway, he found Betty Navarro standing by a fence, her clothes still stained with mud from the prior night. She eyed him warily, suspecting he might be another official come to strong-arm her father. He introduced himself gently, explaining he was just a local reporter hunting for the truth. That seemed to ease her suspicion. With a tired sigh, she nodded toward the pasture. We're not supposed to talk about it. The army men told us it's classified, but all we want is to understand what happened on our land. Walking alongside Betty, Danny glimpsed the flattened tall grass where something had skidded. A few scorched patches dotted the ground. She recounted how she'd found her father near dawn, staring at twisted shards. He was convinced it wasn't from any typical plane or balloon, like nothing he'd seen in 40 years of ranching. Then soldiers swarmed in, whisked away the wreckage, told him to keep silent or face dire consequences. He now lay in bed, nerves frayed, spouting paranoid worries that he'd be hauled off if he talked. Betty bristled at the thought. He just stumbled on that debris. We're no criminals. She led Danny to a small shed where her father had stashed a single piece he'd pocketed, an L-shaped sliver of dull silver about the size of a paperback. She handed it over with trembling caution. Danny turned it in his hands, marvelling at how lightweight it was. Aluminum, he guessed, but pressing his thumb left no dent. Even repeated attempts to crease it failed. Suddenly Betty took it back, folded it almost in half with surprising ease, then let go, and it snapped back to its original shape. No signs of bending or stress. Danny swallowed hard. This can't be normal metal. From behind them an engine roared, making them jump. The jeep skidded to a stop near the shed. 2 uniformed men hopped out, guns visible at their hips. One barked, "Step away!" "That's government property." They marched over, demanding the piece. Betty clutched it to her chest, her eyes flashing. Danny, pulse racing, tried to calm the situation. "We're just looking, sirs. She's the owner of this ranch." But the men ignored him, forcibly snatching the debris from Betty. They levelled a cold glare. "Stop meddling, or you'll regret it." With that, they drove off in a cloud of dust, leaving Betty trembling in fury. The feeling that something was deeply amiss sank into Danny's gut. That afternoon, a press release from the Army airfield stated unequivocally that the recovered wreckage was a weather balloon. The local sheriff's office parroted the same line. Meanwhile, half the town whispered about flying discs, UFOs, or secret weapon prototypes. The radio crackled with crackpot call-ins. Danny's editor, spooked by the Army's sudden interest, told him to drop the story. No sense stirring trouble, kid. But Danny's curiosity burned. The conflicting accounts, plus the bizarre behaviour of those soldiers, hinted at something bigger. This was no ordinary crash. Back in his small apartment, Danny typed out notes about Betty's testimonies, the odd metal fragment, the ominous warnings. He had no illusions that printing any of it in next morning's edition would be easy. Yet the sense that Roswell was at the centre of a swirling conspiracy made him determined. He needed more angles, more proof. The next step, find out if anyone else had glimpsed the lights or had scraps of wreckage. But as he mulled over names to contact, a knock hammered on his door. Peering through the peephole, he saw 2 strangers in plain suits. He opened the door a crack. One man hissed, "Cole? We know you've been snooping at Navarro's place. Let it go." The second man stepped forward, voice low and menacing. "You didn't see anything unusual. Remember that." Then they left, footsteps echoing in the hallway. Danny's pulse thundered. In one day he'd witnessed a crashed object of unknown origin, encountered bullying soldiers, and now faced intimidation at his own doorstep. He realised that whatever fell in Roswell wasn't just scraps of metal. It might be the key to a story that could upend everything the public had been told. The question was, how far were these unseen forces willing to go to keep a lid on it? And was Danny, a fledgling reporter, brave or foolish enough to push onward? Clutching his notes, he sat on the edge of his bed, mind racing. Something extraordinary had shattered that New Mexico sky last night, and the shadowy efforts to hide it were as real as the desert thunder still rattling in his memory. He decided, I won't be scared off. Tomorrow, he'd dig deeper, step by step, determined to uncover the truth. The day after the men in suits threatened him, Danny Cole woke early, consumed by a sense of purpose. He typed up what he had so far, the unusual debris with shape memory properties, the contradictory official statements, the intimidation attempts. But in rereading it, he realised the piece lacked definitive evidence. A sensational claim needed more than hearsay. He needed additional eyewitnesses or a smoking gun. Without that, his editor would never run the story, and the Army might label him a crank. He headed first to the local sheriff's office, hoping for a chat with the deputy who'd initially tipped him off about the Navarro ranch. The station's waiting area smelled of stale coffee, but the deputy seemed cagey now, eyes darting as he spoke in hushed tones. "Look, kid, I told you about the ranch because I figured something smelled fishy. But now folks from the army in some unknown suits have shown up, telling me to keep quiet. They're using words like national security." The deputy looked genuinely spooked, refusing to say more. "Don't drag me deeper into this, Danny. I got a family." With that, the conversation ended. Next, Danny tried visiting local ranchers, who might have glimpsed unusual lights during the thunderstorm. Several admitted hearing a bizarre boom or seeing flashes that didn't match normal lightning, but none had concrete proof. One ranch hand mumbled about metal scattered across the field, but the army confiscated everything the next morning. Another said she saw army trucks hauling large tarps. Still, speculation remained rumour level. Despite the swirl of talk, there was no tangible artefact to show. The net apparently had been cast wide. The army seemed determined to erase all physical traces of the crash. As Danny walked down Roswell's main street late that afternoon, a voice hissed from an alley. "Psst! Cole!" He glanced over, startled, to see a tall, lanky figure beckoning. Oliver Grayson, a local recluse known for odd theories about secret government tests. He wore rumpled clothes and clutched a rolled-up sheet of paper. "I have something you'll want to see," he whispered. Danny approached warily. Oliver's eyes darted left and right, as though expecting watchers. Oliver led him to a dingy back room behind a boarded-up photography studio. There, he unrolled the sheet. It was a large negative from a camera, apparently capturing streaks of light in the sky. "Took this the night of the storm," Oliver said, voice trembling with excitement. The negative showed multiple lines, perhaps meteor-like trails, except one line curved oddly, as if under controlled flight. "I was out trying to snap lightning shots. Then I saw these lights. They moved too intelligently to be random." Danny squinted. The negative quality made it difficult to interpret, but it definitely looked peculiar. If real, it might bolster the claim that something extraordinary flew overhead that night. "Why not show the police? Or the paper?" Oliver snorted. "They'd call me a crank. Also, those men in suits rummaged through my place. I barely hid this negative before they arrived. They took everything else." He inhaled shakily. "I know they're covering up something big." That evening, the Roswell Army Airfield held a hasty press conference. Major Harold Tate, a tall, composed officer, took the podium. Beside him, a bland visual display of a weather balloon's diagram was pinned up. Journalists from the local paper asked if the Army still stood by their explanation. Tate nodded gravely. "Yes, we recovered a balloon and related radar reflectors. No evidence suggests anything unusual." He urged citizens to trust official channels, denouncing wild rumours about unknown craft. Danny was in the back, scribbling notes. He saw the tightness in Tate's jaw when asked pointedly about the ranch location, or the rumoured strange metal. Tate repeated the same line. Balloon materials, nothing else. The tension in the room was palpable. Then, in a moment of quiet, Danny asked, "Major, can you confirm you visited or seized property from any civilian homes, like the Navarro Ranch, for purely weather balloon debris?" Tate's eyes flickered. "Those are routine procedures," he replied stiffly. "If folks have mistaken ordinary junk for something else, we clarify and remove what belongs to the government." No further explanation. Over the next few days, Roswell's rumour mill intensified. Some insisted the entire crash was a hoax. Others whispered about little men taken to the base. In local diners, talk alternated between scornful jokes and uneasy speculation. Meanwhile, the army presence around the outskirts grew. Patrols began restricting access to remote desert roads, claiming it was for safety. They're systematically shutting down the story, Danny thought. One morning, Betty Navarro arrived at the newspaper's office, flustered. She explained that her father had been visited again by men in suits, who repeated the weather balloon line and threatened legal trouble if he said otherwise. "He's a proud man, but he's frightened," Betty said, eyes flashing with anger. She placed a battered envelope on Danny's desk. Inside was a second chunk of that bizarre metal. "We'd kept it hidden. I can't just let them stomp on the truth." Danny touched the fragment. Indeed, the same strange properties. He promised to safeguard it. Through a contact at the local airfield, Danny arranged a secret meeting with Dr. Evangeline Parker, rumoured to be an aerospace engineer quietly assisting Major Tate's project. Late one evening, they met in a deserted hangar's shadows. Parker, her face etched with worry, confirmed that the debris was not from any standard balloon or plane. She'd run tests showing unearthly durability and superlight composition, yet official instructions forced her to classify it as common. She felt deeply torn, a sense of duty to her country versus moral unease about perpetuating a lie. She showed him lab notes, incomplete but revealing anomalous chemical structures. "I suspect it's a technology we can't replicate with known alloys," she whispered. "But if I speak openly, I'm done, possibly imprisoned." Danny gulped. "So the army's lying, systematically?" Parker nodded. "They claim it's to prevent mass hysteria or foreign exploitation, but it's bigger than that. They might be dissecting something that rewrites everything we know about flight." She urged him to be cautious. As dawn neared, Dr. Parker disappeared into the gloom, leaving Danny reeling. Advanced metal, reverse engineering. The puzzle pieces aligned. The army's clampdown was more than mere pride or embarrassment. They wanted to harness an unearthly find. Could it truly be from beyond Earth, or was it advanced domestic tech? Regardless, the secrecy suggested a massive conspiracy. With Oliver Grayson's photograph, Betty's second metal piece, and Dr. Parker's hints, Danny now had potential proof. Yet he felt watchers behind every corner. Each phone call crackled suspiciously. An unmarked sedan loitered near the paper's building. Even his editor avoided him in the hallway. Fear weighed heavy. If Danny published, would these men in suits escalate? Could he vanish like some folks rumoured? At midnight in his cramped apartment, Danny typed a draft article titled "Debris in the Desert, More Than a Balloon." He included everything: the rancher testimonies, the inexplicable metal, Oliver's photograph, Parker's anonymised statements. He planned to show it to the editor in the morning. If only I can get the paper to run it. But something told him the next 24 hours would decide whether the truth saw daylight or was buried deeper than the desert dunes. He slept fitfully, the hush of late-night Roswell broken only by the soft hum of passing military vehicles, an ominous lullaby that underscored how close he stood to something bigger than he'd ever imagined. The next morning, Daniel Cole arrived at the paper with a glimmer of hope, only to discover the editor's door locked and a meeting in progress sign. Murmuring voices leaked through. It sounded like the editor was speaking with men who had crisp, authoritative tones. Danny knocked once, hesitated. The door cracked open. A grey-suited man with cold eyes peered out. "We'll be done soon," he said icily. 5 minutes later, both men brushed past Danny without a glance, disappearing down the corridor. Danny entered the office to find his editor, sweaty and shaken, rummaging through some papers. "Kid," the editor began, voice trembling, "I can't run your piece. These, army reps said it's national security. They threatened legal action if we print speculation." Danny's protest died in his throat, seeing the fear in the older man's eyes. He realised the story was effectively blacklisted from local press. "I'm sorry," the editor added quietly, refusing to meet Danny's gaze. "Write about anything else you want, just not this." With the local newspaper gagged, Danny's frustration peaked. That afternoon he found Oliver Grayson hunched in a corner booth at a dusty cafe. The frantic man shoved an envelope across the table, negatives from the prior night's attempt at photographing new lights. "Look at these," Oliver whispered, eyes darting. "I spotted more strange aerial objects over the ranch region, different from standard planes. I tried to call the radio station, but they brushed me off. The local press is compromised. We got to go bigger national." Danny studied the negatives in the dim cafe light. They were faint, but some lines indeed suggested unusual flight patterns. Could be illusions, but combined with Dr. Parker's statements and the metal shard, it formed a mosaic of evidence. "We might have to contact a bigger outlet," Danny said, nodding, "but the army's already breathing down my neck." Oliver shrugged, fear glimmering. "They'll destroy me if they find out. But if we do nothing, they'll bury the truth forever." That night, Danny typed a detailed account from home, 8 pages typed single-spaced, hoping to mail it to a national wire service. The phone rang near midnight. He answered groggily. Static hissed. Then a mechanical-sounding voice said, "We see your typewriter blazing. Stop, or the next knock you hear won't be so polite." The line went dead. Adrenaline spiked. He dashed to his window, peering outside. Sure enough, a dark sedan idled across the street. This was an escalation. They were tapping his calls. I need to vanish if I want to get this out safely, he realised. He stuffed the typed pages, plus Oliver's negative prints, plus Betty's second metal shard into a satchel. Then he wrote a quick note to Betty, telling her to meet him at a deserted gas station near the highway at dawn. After a sleepless night, he quietly slipped out before sunrise. The sedan was still there, but the occupant apparently dozed off, or so Danny hoped. He guided his battered truck onto the dusty roads, heart pounding. At the designated spot, Betty arrived in her father's old pickup. She looked anxious, hair tied back. They compared notes. She'd had more visits from stoic men claiming the family best remain silent. They demanded the last piece of debris. She'd feigned ignorance. "We have to get this to someone who'll help," she said. "But who?" Danny decided to contact Dr. Evangeline Parker again. Maybe she had scientific colleagues outside the region who'd verify the artifact's authenticity. Betty agreed. They set out to find Parker at a secret location, a friend of a friend's empty barn on the outskirts, where Parker occasionally retreated for privacy. The drive felt surreal, desert wind whistling past. Both half expected a military checkpoint at any moment. They found Parker waiting in the barn's shadowy interior, eyes shadowed with fatigue. She had news. The base was intensifying its security. Major Tate was rumoured to have formed a special unit to track subversive elements in Roswell. She also claimed she'd seen glimpses of a second site where more debris had been stored, and possibly biological materials. She refused to elaborate, but her haunted expression said it all. "I'm done playing along," Parker murmured, scanning the artifact shard Betty extended. "We need to publish proof, or history might rewrite itself as a trivial balloon incident." Just then, a booming voice rang out. "Freeze!" A group of uniformed soldiers, led by none other than Major Harold Tate himself, emerged from behind bales of hay, their rifles aimed unwaveringly. The trio, Danny, Betty, Parker, raised their hands in alarm. Tate's eyes glinted with cold triumph. "Breaking onto private property, conspiring to steal government assets, you're all in serious trouble." He nodded at a subordinate who grabbed the metal shard from Parker's hands, sealed it in a pouch. Danny's breath caught. "We're simply verifying the truth, Major. You have no right." Tate cut him off with a sneer. "I have every right. This is a matter of national security. You meddle beyond your depth. People who push too far in matters like these often vanish." Betty bristled, fists clenched, but a soldier pointed a gun barrel her way. She glared silently. Tate motioned for them to be bound with zip ties. Another soldier rummaged through Danny's satchel, extracting the typed documents and Oliver's negatives. Tate eyed them, mouth twisting in disgust. "You journalists think you can decide what's best for the public. Sometimes they must be protected from truths that sow panic." He gestured for a nearby soldier to confiscate everything. As Danny was shoved to the ground, he glimpsed Parker trying to maintain composure. She locked eyes with him. Some quiet signal passed between them. Then, unexpectedly, an old caretaker from the barn area stepped in, feigning confusion, stumbling with a lantern that spilled oil, igniting a small flame on the dusty floor. Soldiers panicked, distracted by the sudden smoke and possible barn fire. In the chaos, Parker lunged, snatching a single negative from the soldier's hand. She tucked it into her coat. Another swirl of dust, and the caretaker yanked a side door open, beckoning the captives to flee. Disoriented, Tate barked orders to secure the perimeter, but the smoke gave Danny, Betty and Parker precious seconds. They scrambled out the side door, stumbling across the yard to Betty's truck. Shots rang out, bullets whining overhead. Parker slid into the back, Danny hopped in the passenger seat. Betty gunned the engine, tires spewing gravel as they roared away. Soldiers tried to chase them on foot, but the swirling desert dust obscured the pursuit. In the rearview mirror, Danny saw Tate's furious silhouette receding into the haze. Once they were miles away, hearts pounding, they pulled the truck onto a sidetrack. Parker breathlessly produced that single negative she'd saved. It's not everything, but it's something. She rummaged in her pocket, revealing a crumpled note she'd scribbled about the chain of custody for this exotic metal. A hush fell. They'd lost most of their evidence, again, but they still had enough for a partial exposé, especially with Parker's direct testimony. "We have to leave Roswell," Parker said quietly. "Tate will lock the town down searching for us. The only way is to get these documents to an outside journalist or radio station that's not under their thumb." Betty swallowed, gazing at the desert horizon. "If we vanish, who takes care of my father? The ranch?" Danny placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll come back once this is out in the open, but right now, we either reveal it or watch it get buried." Parker nodded resolutely, glancing at the negative. "Let's drive. I know a contact in Santa Fe who might help." And so they set off, headlights cutting through the twilight. The net around them had never been tighter, but they still had one path forward. Gather allies beyond Roswell's borders, show the world a glimmer of the truth, and hope it would spark the unstoppable question: what really happened in the desert sky? Night fell across the high desert as the battered pickup rumbled northward, carrying Danny Cole, Betty Navarro and Dr. Evangeline Parker. They kept to back roads, skirting major highways where military checkpoints might lurk. The hush was broken only by the whir of the engine and the trio's tense whispers about next steps. Parker clutched the negative and her partial notes like lifelines, conscious that each piece of evidence could vanish with one ill-timed ambush. They arrived in Santa Fe near midnight, parking behind a nondescript boarding house. Dr. Parker led them to a second-floor room lit dimly by a single lamp. Inside waited Hank Beringer, an ex-war correspondent turned freelance journalist known for publishing controversial exposés. Parker had met him briefly at a scientific conference and knew he had a penchant for stirring trouble. He listened wide-eyed as they recounted the Navarro's ranch debris, the Army's hush campaign, Oliver Grayson's photo negatives, and the persistent threats from Major Tate. Hank rubbed his stubble, glancing through the negative. "You sure about the unearthly angle?" he asked, sceptical. Parker offered a battered envelope containing her scribbled analysis of the debris' extraordinary properties. "I can't claim it's alien," she clarified, "but the composition defies known alloys. We suspect the official line is a cover for advanced tech. Possibly foreign, possibly beyond anything we've seen." Hank's eyes flickered. He sensed a goldmine of a story, yet fear tempered his excitement. "This is bigger than a typical scoop. You realise the consequences if they've decided this is top secret." Betty exhaled. "We do, but we can't let them intimidate the entire region. My father's ill, my ranch is crawling with men who bark classified at every turn. People deserve the truth." Hank suggested an immediate plan. Broadcast a shortwave radio bulletin at dawn to a friendly station, then telegram certain national newspapers. "I know some folks in Chicago who might run it if I vouch for authenticity," he mused. That way, the story would break faster than the Army could muzzle it. But the group also realised that if the Army got wind of their location, they might be raided any moment. They set watch shifts, snatching brief hours of restless sleep. At dawn, the group used Hank's radio set to contact a small independent station on the west coast. Parker spoke carefully, summarising: "Unidentified debris, not consistent with weather balloons, suppressed by local authorities, eyewitness intimidation." The station's operator sounded astonished, promising to broadcast snippets soon. Meanwhile, Hank drafted a telegram to a Chicago desk editor, hinting at Roswell fiasco unravelling, unearthly materials confirmed. He left out direct mention of aliens to keep it credible. Then, the group braced themselves. If the cavalry was coming, it'd be soon. They didn't wait long. Mid-morning, a knock rattled the boarding house door, tension spiked. But when Betty cracked it open, it was Oliver Grayson, dusty and dishevelled. He'd hitchhiked after escaping another ransacking of his place, surmising they might have fled to Santa Fe. In his satchel was a battered film canister. "A second set of the best negatives," he wheezed, chest-heaving. "I stashed them in an abandoned well. Good thing, because men came at dawn, turning my place upside down." Oliver's images depicted not just the original streaking lights, but subsequent late-night captures of more patrol flights, possibly the Army searching or retrieving more fragments. "This is proof they're conducting operations out there," Oliver insisted. Hank carefully examined the negatives, nodding. "We can incorporate these into the telegram, combine them with Parker's data to form a cohesive angle. The Army found advanced debris, is conducting covert retrieval, lying about it." Before they could finalise the story, Parker's face fell. She confided that while analysing the material at the base, she'd overheard rumours of a body, some alleged occupant discovered at the crash site. Officially, it was said to be a test dummy or a small monkey from a high-altitude experiment. Yet whispers suggested something more bizarre. "I can't prove it," she admitted, but the hush surrounding it was intense. Tate seemed fixated on sealing that aspect in particular. This possibility unsettled everyone, even Oliver, who thrived on outlandish theories. If a body, human or otherwise, existed, the cover-up stakes skyrocketed. "Now we're dealing with cosmic-level secrets," Oliver breathed. Betty, however, maintained composure. "We share only what we can verify. The rest remains rumour." They typed up a comprehensive piece, scanning the negatives for partial prints to attach. Hank proposed they physically deliver the story to a bigger city, like Denver, where the newspapers might risk printing it. But travelling was risky. Any attempt to cross the desert roads might result in capture. Meanwhile, the Dawn shortwave broadcast had already teased a bombshell revelation from Roswell, setting the stage for a confrontation. "It's a gamble either way," Danny said. "If we stay put, Tate's men might swarm in. If we move, we might get intercepted. We need to outmaneuver them." Oliver suggested a decoy plan. He'd drive his beat-up car in one direction, making it conspicuous. The rest would slip out at dusk in another route, carrying the final story. With luck, the army or men in suits would chase Oliver's decoy, letting them escape. The group agreed. Time was too short to refine it further. That evening, tension ran thick as Oliver took off, windows down, radio blaring, heading south. About half an hour later, Danny, Betty, Hank and Parker quietly loaded into the truck and turned north. They stuck to back lanes, avoiding main highways. The desert twilight cloaked them. For a while, all seemed calm. Then, near a lonely stretch, headlights appeared behind them, quickly closing in. "They found us," Betty muttered, pressing the gas. The pickup rattled dangerously. 2 black sedans flanked them, forcing them onto a dusty side path. Gunshots cracked. Parker ducked, cradling the precious documents. The truck wove between cacti and scrub brush, dust plumes swirling. Betty proved an adept driver, swerving at high speeds. The sedans lost traction in the shifting sand, sliding. The truck seized that gap, bounding over a small ravine. The chassis groaned, but held. In the rearview mirror, Danny saw the sedans come to a halt, one stuck in the gully. The men leaped out, shouting, but the truck kept rolling away. Through it all, Hank clutched the seat, white-knuckled, muttering curses under his breath. At last, they rejoined a firmer dirt road. The headlights behind them had vanished. Each occupant exhaled in relief. They pressed on under starlight, aiming for a safe haven rumoured to be a small printing press in the next county. Somebody who might put out a short-run publication, or at least forward their story to a national wire. The sense of dread lingered, but they had come too far to turn back. With every mile, the major pieces of the puzzle, fragments, photos, testimonies, burned in Danny's mind. If they succeeded, the official narrative might shatter. If they failed, the army would bury this story once and for all. In that moment, Danny realised how razor-thin their advantage was. They had the story that could change everything, but that truth carried a heavy cost. Recalling the crashed object's memory metal and the hush around rumoured occupants, he wondered if the public was truly ready. Yet he believed people deserved to decide for themselves, no matter how extraordinary. "We're nearly there," he thought, gripping the satchel. Soon, they'd stand at a press that might finally echo the real events from the desert sky. But fate still had a few moves left in this dangerous game. Under the faint glow of dawn, the pickup rattled into the modest farm where a small independent press was rumoured to operate. An old barn doubled as a printing workspace. The owner, Miriam Solis, greeted them with wary eyes. She'd heard rumours of mysterious soldiers roaming the countryside, but agreed to help, if it truly was as urgent as they claimed. Dr. Parker, with all the seriousness an aerospace engineer could muster, affirmed they carried evidence of an unprecedented find and an active cover-up. Miriam sighed, sensing their desperation. "I can set type for a short print run," she said, "but distributing it widely might be tricky." They hauled in the battered documents and the partial negatives. Hank began writing a final introduction that framed the story for an outsider. He avoided hyperbole, sticking to verifiable points: ranch debris, memory metal, army intimidation, Parker's partial lab results, contradictory official statements, Oliver's photos. Meanwhile, Betty hovered near the door, scanning the horizon for any sign of approaching vehicles. Each time a dust swirl appeared, her heart kicked up a notch. Midway through typesetting, tyres crunched outside. Everyone froze. Betty peered through a crack in the barn door. A single black sedan parked in the yard. Out stepped Major Harold Tate, alone. He raised his hands as if to show no immediate threat, calling out calmly, "I know you're in there." Danny stepped out, jaw tight. The group formed a semicircle behind him: Betty, Parker, Hank and Miriam. Tate's eyes flicked over them, landing on Parker. "Doctor, I'd hoped you'd see reason. Your brilliance is wasted in these theatrics," she glared. "I've seen enough twisted orders. I won't be your pawn." The Major exhaled, then turned to Danny. "You're about to put the entire region at risk. Our country is not ready for this. Our enemies might exploit the technology Tate's voice softened. This crash, whatever it is, should remain under top security. Why feed the public hysteria? Why give foreign powers an edge? Danny clenched his fists. Because the truth belongs to everyone, not just the army. People have died for lesser secrets, and your men threatened innocent ranchers who stumbled on it. That's not how we do things in a free country. Tate's mask of composure cracked slightly. You think it's that simple? The moment this story goes out, we lose control. We can't control who else might come sniffing around, maybe sabotage or weaponize the find. Sometimes deception is the only shield. Parker stepped forward, eyes fierce. What if the technology you're shielding has moral or cosmic ramifications? Should a handful of men decide for the entire planet? A tense silence fell. Tate drew a deep breath. I can't let you publish this, but I respect your convictions. If you step away, I'll ensure no harm befalls you or your families. He glanced at Betty, offering a glimmer of sympathy. That includes your father, Ms. Navarro. The threat was implicit. Defy him, and all bets are off. The group exchanged grim looks. A wave of doubt flickered in Danny's mind. Was the truth worth the potential blowback? But then Betty's voice, quavering but resolute, broke the hush. We've seen how your men bullied an old rancher. We know you confiscated the debris. If you hush us now, what about tomorrow or next year? This story is bigger than any one of us. Parker lifted the manila envelope containing the last negative. Major, we're not traitors. We love this country. But burying this secret fosters paranoia and control. People deserve transparency. Maybe it fosters more caution. Perhaps it spurs unity if it's truly otherworldly. Tate's expression hardened. The conflict was ideological, irreconcilable. He extended a hand. Give me the envelope. Walk away from all this. Time felt suspended. Danny recalled how he started this as a fresh reporter, stumbling onto an odd debris story. Now he stood on the brink of shaping national headlines with revelations that could alter how humans view their place under the sky. Could he trust that the army's paternalism was right? Or was it a smokescreen for consolidating power? The moment weighed heavily. He sensed the ghosts of the thunderstorm's illusions, the memory metal glinting, the hush in the desert that seemed to hold its breath. He turned to the press owner, Miriam Solis, who was trembling but determined. She whispered, "If we do this, we do it now." Hank took the typed copy to the press machine. With a screech of hinges, he began inking plates. Parker clutched the negative. Tate stepped forward, voice raised. "Stop! I won't let you do this. You'll regret." But he paused as Parker pointed out how many copies they could churn out in an hour. Even if Tate destroyed the press now, some copies might slip out, or the negative might be mailed. The cat was out of the bag. Suddenly another vehicle rumbled in, kicking up dust. Out leapt Oliver Grayson, wearing an exuberant grin. I led more army men on a wild goose chase, circled around to help. He toted a spare camera, battered but functional, possibly for capturing any final confrontation. Major Tate, pinned between them, realized his position. Physically outnumbered, his backup misled. He glared, fists clenched, but couldn't forcibly stop the printing. He might shoot, but that would cause a scandal. The standoff ended with Tate stepping back, face pale with anger. "You're making a mistake, but I won't kill you over it. When chaos breaks from your revelations, remember this moment." In the tension-laden barn, the press whirred. Sheets came out bearing headlines: "Unexplained debris," "Scientists denounce balloon claims." The story included Parker's partial analysis, Oliver's photo of strange lights, Betty's testimony about the ranch, Danny's chronicle of intimidation. Only a small local print run, but enough copies to mail to key radio stations, newspapers, or allies. The group, fueled by relief and adrenaline, prepped envelopes. They distribute them discreetly, ensuring the news spread beyond Roswell's sphere of control. Major Tate stared, chest heaving. No bullets flew, no arrests occurred. He simply gave a final glare and turned away. The black sedan roared off. Possibly he'd craft a new strategy or blame incompetent subordinates. But at least for now, the honest story would surface. Danny's chest tightened with both triumph and a pang of worry. The army might spin fresh narratives, might brand them cranks or seditionists. Still, if the seeds of doubt were planted, public scrutiny might keep the army from fully smothering the truth. Within days, a handful of radio hosts read excerpts from the newly minted pamphlet on air. A few out-of-state journalists visited, intrigued but cautious. The army responded with more official statements about advanced weather balloons, Project Mogul, or test dummies. The broader press remained uncertain. Some newspapers printed small pieces referencing contradictory Roswell reports, but larger outlets hesitated. The official line overshadowed the local pamphlets' claims, leaving the general public divided. For some, Roswell became a fleeting curiosity. For others, a symbol of suppressed truth. Nevertheless, the conspirators, Danny, Betty, Parker, Oliver, secured small victories. A few investigators believed them, quietly gathering more evidence. Parker found a new job under an assumed name, continuing to speak out in coded ways. Betty's father improved in health once the ranch was left alone. Oliver dropped out of sight soon after, rumoured to be trekking the deserts in search of hidden crash remains. Danny kept writing, penning long articles about the Roswell affair for any magazine or newspaper that would listen. Reception was lukewarm, but seeds of doubt grew. As months turned into years, the mania died down. The official story grew codified, taught as case closed. Yet in Roswell's dusty corners, whispered recollections persisted. Some nights, old ranchers told grandchildren about the day government trucks hauled away metal that defied logic. Dr. Parker, in an interview decades later, would recall her fleeting contact with that impossible alloy and how it changed her perspective on Earth's place in the cosmos. Danny Cole's battered pamphlet copies would circulate among UFO enthusiasts, fueling endless speculation. One evening, not long after the press run, Danny returned to the Navarro ranch. The storm clouds had rolled in again, thunder echoing across the desert. At the fence line, Betty joined him, each leaning on a post. They remembered that first night, the uncanny flash overhead, the ground shaking. Beneath the star-flecked sky, they wondered if the truth ever fully emerged. Did the exotic debris come from beyond Earth? Or was it some hush-hush tech tested by shadowy labs? Did the occupant rumours hold weight? They might never know, but they had tried. They had pried open a corner of secrecy, leaving a crack for future revelations. In the hush of that desert evening, an odd hush reminiscent of the calm before a storm, they felt the weight of what they'd ignited. The official narrative might stand for decades, but the real story lived on in these few who had touched the impossible. Echoes in the desert sky lingered, beyond disclaimers and disclaimers, and for those who cared to look, the dusty roads near Roswell still whispered that something extraordinary once fell from above, and the effort to hide it was equally extraordinary. In the end, the story's impact was measured less by immediate media frenzy than by the subtle shift in public imagination. The seeds of suspicion and wonder blossomed into modern UFO lore. Others would pick up the thread, investigating anew. Through it all, the desert wind carried the memory of lightning-scorched nights and metals that wouldn't break. A silent testament that sometimes, in the quiet corners of the earth, bigger truths loom than any single cover-up can fully silence. Poor visibility, and the arrogance of an unsinkable ship as the critical factors. Yet, there have been whispers, hushed speculations about switched ships, potential insurance fraud, rivalries among wealthy men on board, or even bizarre sabotage. Over time, these theories have grown more elaborate. In the story you're about to hear, we'll follow one young man's inexplicable journey from an ordinary life into a realm of dark secrets hidden deep within government files and naval records. It is a journey that will ultimately change him forever. Our main character, Jonah Whitfield, was never a conspiracy buff. He was a rational thinker with dreams shaped not by ghost stories or rumours, but by a sense of duty and a longing for adventure. For him, the Navy represented a chance to see the world, to prove himself, and to uphold a legacy of service that stretched back generations in his family. Little did he know that in the bowels of an old storage room at a naval base, he would stumble upon fragments of information that pointed to a version of the Titanic disaster far more convoluted than he ever imagined. You will follow Jonah as curiosity ensnares him as he attempts to separate fact from fiction. you will see how a single decision, opening a file he was never meant to see, becomes the spark that ignites the fuse of his destiny. Of course, this story is fiction. Or is it? Legends spring from kernels of truth after all. Perhaps all conspiracies do. We ask ourselves, how many hidden documents rest in quiet corners of governmental archives, never meant to see the light of day? Could the Titanic's sinking have been orchestrated for financial gain, or to eliminate certain wealthy individuals who were obstacles to powerful interests? Accounts vary, but the question remains, why do stories like these continue to persist, generation after generation? Is it because we suspect that official records only tell part of the story? That question, dear listener, is yours to consider tonight. As you relax in bed, commuting to work, or simply unwinding at home, let yourself be drawn into the hidden corridors of Jonah's world. Let your imagination wander through sealed doors and dusty filing cabinets where skeletons of history might still reside. Above all, enjoy this journey into the unknown, one that weaves threads of historical speculation, espionage, and the unwavering human search for truth. Again, if you're new here, remember to comment your location and local time below, and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that challenge the boundaries of what we accept as factual. Let us know your thoughts after you've finished listening or reading, but for now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift into the haunting possibilities surrounding the RMS Titanic's untimely demise. Welcome to a tale that merges the fervour of curiosity with the unyielding grip of secrecy, one that may leave you pondering whether some truths are better left buried at the bottom of the sea. Now, let us begin. Jonah Whitfield had grown up listening to his grandfather's stories of the sea, not fairy tales or legends, mind you. His grandfather, a retired naval officer, was far too practical for that. Instead, he spoke of harrowing rescue missions in stormy oceans, the camaraderie of sailors bound by duty, and the quiet moments staring out over endless waves, feeling at once tiny and limitless. Those stories shaped Jonah's boyhood dreams. By the time he turned 18, the stinging smell of salt air and the disciplined life aboard a ship beckoned him more strongly than any college or civilian job could. So it came as no surprise to anyone when Jonah enlisted in the Navy. Boot camp was everything Jonah expected. Physical rigours, mental challenges, and the forging of lifelong bonds. His fascination with maritime history deepened whenever he had spare time. He pored over naval records, read about famous admirals, and studied old ships that had shaped the course of warfare and commerce over centuries. There was a sense of continuity there, a feeling that by joining the Navy, he had become part of a lineage that stretched back through time, connecting him with maritime heroes and tragedies alike. Jonah's thirst for history led him into off-duty research projects whenever he was stationed at a base with a decent library. He'd stay late, flipping through references about everything from Nelson's victory to obscure World War II submarines. That's how, in the quiet recesses of the Stonebridge Naval Base's archives, he first encountered a locked steel cabinet marked simply with stenciled letters, SS Files, Restricted. The red tape was thick. He had no clearance to open it. But there it stood, tempting him with the possibility of secrets just out of reach. He learned from a passing remark that SS might stand for Secret Service or Special Studies or maybe even ship secrets. The rumour mill churned half a dozen guesses. Despite the curiosity, Jonah had no intentions of prying. After all, a sealed cabinet in a restricted corner of the archives was none of his business, and one misstep could jeopardise his Navy career. He had worked too hard to be reckless, but fate sometimes has a way of unravelling the best of intentions. Late one evening, after finishing a logistics inventory assignment, Jonah noticed the base archivist struggling with stacks of documents. Being helpful by nature, he offered to assist in carting the boxes back to storage. The archivist, a weary woman in her 50s named Gladys, gratefully accepted. In the course of shelving them, Jonah realised the boxes were going on the same aisle as that mysterious steel cabinet. That was how he found out the archivist possessed a special key. A minute later, as they were sorting the new materials, the overhead lights flickered, an all-too-common glitch at Stonebridge. Gladys set the key down on a nearby shelf to fiddle with the fuse box, leaving Jonah momentarily alone with that cabinet's looming presence. He wouldn't have considered it, but something about the hush of the corridor, the glint of the key, and the memory of his father's cautionary words, "Sometimes you have to open a door to see if it should remain closed," kindled a spark inside him. Jonah was no thief. Yet, against his better judgment, he lifted the key from the shelf and tried it on the cabinet's lock. A loud click startled him. His heart pounded. Time felt suspended as he swung the heavy door open. There were folders, some labelled by ship names he didn't recognise, others by cryptic code names. The label that caught his eye in the second drawer made his breath catch. RMS Titanic, restricted. He had always held a deep, if casual, interest in Titanic lore. The ship had fascinated the world for over a century. The largest ocean liner of its day, declared unsinkable, only to vanish beneath the Atlantic waves on her maiden voyage. Historians chalked it up to human error, complacency, and a tragic encounter with an iceberg. But here, locked away in a naval archive, was a folder about the Titanic. Why would the Navy, especially a US naval base, have top-secret documents on a British passenger liner that sank in 1912? Before he could rationalise what he was doing, Jonah's hands were on the Titanic folder. He cracked it open. Inside lay aged photographs, typed memos from the early 1900s, and even an internal communication referencing intentional sabotage. The words on the page blurred as he skimmed them. Phrases like Olympic switch, financial impetus, and elimination of key opponents. A wave of confusion and excitement washed over him. He had stumbled onto something far beyond folklore. This was no casual mention of the disaster. It was describing a possible plot. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Jonah hurriedly returned the folder to its place. By the time Gladys reappeared, none the wiser, the cabinet was locked again, the key discreetly returned to the shelf. But Jonah's heart was still racing. He composed himself enough to finish helping Gladys, but his mind swirled with questions he dared not ask. Had he just glimpsed actual proof that the Titanic's sinking was orchestrated? Or had he simply misread century-old documents out of context? Yet the typed memos felt undeniably real. The reference to Olympic switch called to mind a fringe theory he'd once overheard. Some believed that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had been damaged and was swapped out for Titanic before the voyage, for insurance reasons or darker motives. Jonah always dismissed such claims as fan fiction, or the ravings of conspiracy forums, but seeing official memos in a restricted Navy cabinet was a jolt. Why would the US military keep records about that? Jonah tried to calm himself, reminding his jittery mind that he had no training in analysing historical documents. Maybe these were debunked leads the Navy collected, or even fictional scenarios. Still, the phrase elimination of key opponents echoed in his mind. There had been notably wealthy and influential men on board, financiers, industrialists, some who opposed certain powerful figures of their era. Could it be that someone actually orchestrated the disaster to kill them? The notion was too monstrous to consider, yet he couldn't shake the chill snaking up his spine. He vowed to keep the incident to himself. But as the days passed, a gnawing hunger for clarity consumed him. That single, fleeting glimpse of words like intentional sabotage and Olympic switch felt like a puzzle piece. He needed to know more. Little did he realise that the deeper he ventured into that labyrinth, the more precarious his position would become. The Navy valued loyalty and secrecy. If they discovered what he had done, his career would be the least of his worries. What Jonah did next set him on a collision course with forces he never knew existed. Forces that, for over 100 years, had quietly guarded the truth behind one of the world's greatest maritime disasters, and would do anything to keep it concealed. In the days after Jonah's clandestine peek into the restricted cabinet, a storm brewed within him. Curiosity and apprehension wrestled non-stop in his mind. He lay awake at night envisioning those cryptic documents. A typed letter dated 1912, referencing a hush-hush directive to ensure vulnerable hull plates gave way under stress. Another memo, bearing an American corporate letterhead, hinted at financial deals contingent upon the sinking. One note even listed names of prominent passengers who opposed certain powerful banking interests, men who, if alive, might have swayed future world events. Of course, it all seemed too grand, too improbable. The official story, that an iceberg gashed the hull, that the ship lacked sufficient lifeboats, that she sank with tragic speed, remained the accepted narrative. Yet Jonah couldn't escape the feeling that powerful institutions sometimes orchestrated dark events for profit or political gain. History had enough examples, from false flag operations to secret dealings shaping wars. Could the Titanic's demise be part of that shadowy tradition? Determined to learn more, Jonah devised a plan. Each evening he volunteered for extra archiving tasks at Stonebridge's Records Centre, claiming that he wanted to get ahead on his administrative duties. The archivist, always short-staffed, was happy to accept free help. This gave Jonah a legitimate reason to be near the locked cabinet. He didn't dare open it while others were around, but he hoped to glean additional context from the archived ship logs, personal diaries, or naval correspondences from around 1912, anything that might provide clues. He started with public records, standard references to the White Star Line, the official Titanic inquiry transcripts, radio telegraphs from the night of the sinking. He found nothing unusual at first, only the well-known timeline of distress calls, the Californian's debated proximity, and the Carpathia's heroic rescue. Late into one night, hunched over a table with a single flickering lamp overhead, Jonah found a brittle folder marked Naval Exercises, Atlantic, 1912. Inside, he discovered something curious, a typed instruction sheet for a US naval vessel to maneuver unusually close to the North Atlantic shipping lanes on the very same week Titanic set sail. The rationale cited was cold water endurance training. Oddly, the coordinates placed this naval vessel near areas later rumoured to be filled with pack ice. What was an American Navy ship doing there? The Titanic was a British vessel sailing from Southampton to New York. Why would the US Navy be anywhere near that corridor, specifically during that fateful time? The official record offered no clarity. It merely provided logistical notes. But Jonah's gut told him this was not mere coincidence. He dug deeper, sifting through cross-reference telegrams. He found a coded exchange about monitoring certain cargo consignments. Another mention, ensure no direct involvement is traceable. Tension knotted Jonah's stomach. Could it be that an American warship had been placed to guarantee the liner's demise? Or to confirm that none survived who weren't supposed to? These late-night investigations didn't go unnoticed. One evening, while Jonah hunched over a desk reading old manifest pages, he sensed someone watching him. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He turned to see a petty officer from another division, a man he recognised only vaguely, standing in the shadows. The officer's gaze flicked from Jonah to the scattered documents, then back to Jonah. He said nothing, just offered a curt nod and left. Jonah's heart pounded. Had he been too careless? Could word get back to the commanding officers that he was snooping into topics well beyond his pay grade? Trying to be more discreet, Jonah waited until the base was nearly empty. He'd show up with a duffel bag full of groceries, pretending he was grabbing a late snack in the rec room, then slip into the archive. He copied notes by hand rather than photocopying them, for fear of leaving a paper trail. Each new detail he uncovered painted a more alarming picture. Accounts of suspicious cargo, covert alliances, wealthy financiers who stood to gain from sinking a specific ship. Not to mention the rumoured switch between the nearly identical Olympic and Titanic. Some documents even discussed the possibility that the real Titanic was so badly damaged that the shipping company orchestrated an insurance scam. If these documents were genuine, it implied that high-level powers orchestrated a disaster to eliminate certain individuals, or to reap a staggering insurance windfall, or perhaps both. His mounting paranoia reached a fever pitch when he discovered a later memorandum dated 1980, suggesting modern intelligence agencies had assumed custodianship of the Titanic files. They noted these files remained suppressed to preserve diplomatic ties and financial stability, with instructions to destroy any duplicates. Clearly, people with authority, across multiple generations, were actively covering up potential truths about the Titanic's end. One night, as Jonah prepared to leave the base, he glimpsed the same petty officer waiting near the main gates. The officer's gaze locked onto Jonah's. Taking a detour, Jonah slipped into a side corridor and waited, watching the man from a safe distance. After a few moments, the man spoke quietly into a cell phone, then walked off. Jonah exhaled, dread coiling in his chest. He realised he was under surveillance. Perhaps they suspected he was rummaging in the restricted files. He had to be more cautious or risk permanent consequences. Driven by a mixture of adrenaline and righteous anger at the idea of orchestrated mass murder, Jonah decided to share what he'd found with someone he trusted. He confided in Bryce Fletcher, a longtime friend and fellow sailor who had joined the Navy the same year. Over coffee in a dingy diner off base, Jonah spilled everything: his accidental discovery, the mentions of sabotage, and the old memos that put the US Navy suspiciously close to Titanic's final route. Bryce listened, eyes widening with each sentence. "You realise this is insane, right?" he murmured. "We're talking about the biggest maritime tragedy in modern history. You're saying it was purposeful? That's madness," Jonah sighed. "I know, but the documents I've seen, it's not random speculation, it's official. They talk about ensuring the ship meets a watery end to protect certain financial interests. Even the mention of removing prominent dissenters is there." They spoke in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders. Bryce was torn between disbelief and the weight of Jonah's earnestness. Finally he whispered, "This could ruin you. Or worse, you should drop it." But Jonah couldn't let it go. He felt an obligation to the 1,500 souls who'd perished, if indeed they had been sacrificed for profit. He believed the truth deserved to be known, no matter how long it had lain hidden. Their next question was how to proceed without incurring the wrath of powerful institutions. Bryce, chewing a thumbnail, suggested they quietly compile evidence and leak it anonymously to journalists or historians. That way at least the documents might see daylight. Neither of them realised the enormity of what they were up against. In the grand scheme, it wasn't just the US Navy. It wasn't just a shipping company. It might be an entire clandestine network that spanned nations and decades. One that had successfully buried the Titanic's real story for over a century. That night, Jonah made a fateful decision. He would gather physical copies, enough to prove authenticity, and contact an investigative reporter. He didn't yet know how he'd manage it. The restricted cabinet was obviously off limits, and digitizing the documents risked detection. But the idea of doing nothing, of letting the lies remain entombed in watery secrecy, felt unbearable. In a single impulsive act, Jonah set in motion a chain of events that would shake the foundations of his life. There was no turning back. The deeper he dug, the tighter the noose of secrecy would become around him. A few nights later, under the fluorescent hum of the nearly deserted archive, Jonah made his move. He waited until Gladys, the archivist, headed to the supply closet for her nightly restock. Then he used her own key, lifted from her desk for the second time, to open the restricted cabinet. His pulse hammered. Every creak of the cabinet door felt like a cannon blast in the silence. He selected 2 of the thickest folders labelled Titanic. With trembling hands, he slipped them into his duffel bag, burying them under a towel and a spare uniform. It was a crude plan, but he hoped to smuggle them out unseen. He locked the cabinet carefully, returned the key, and left the base, forcing a calm stride. Every passing guard or petty officer made his heart jump, but no one stopped him. Once he was clear of the main gates, relief washed over him. He'd done it. Jonah headed straight to Bryce's cramped-off base apartment. He arrived flushed and breathless. Bryce's eyebrows shot up when he saw Jonah pull the folders out. "You actually did it?" he hissed, helping close the blinds. "My God, man!" They spread the documents on the coffee table, scanning them under a lamp. Each new page amplified the sense of dread. Detailed accounts revealed how White Star Line's parent company was on the verge of financial collapse. Key investors included some of the era's wealthiest men, who had a lot to gain if the Titanic's insurance payout saved their enterprise, or so the theory went. Another stack of letters referenced specific individuals who boarded Titanic, under the assumption they were sailing on a perfectly safe ship. Among them were powerful figures who supposedly stood in the way of certain bankers' ambitions regarding the Federal Reserve's creation. If the ship sank, those opponents would be gone, clearing the path. One letter in particular chilled Jonah to the core. It detailed instructions sent from a naval intelligence liaison to White Star executives, promising discreet oversight of the mission in exchange for future influence. It mentioned coded conversations about hull modifications, arranged payoffs to silence crew members, and the convenient rebranding of one ship as the other. The letter ended ominously. "Ensure all loose ends are submerged." Bryce looked up, his face pale. "This is bigger than we thought," he said, voice taut. "There are references to government officials, shipping magnates, even British lords. A full century of cover-up. If we leak this, we're essentially blowing open a conspiracy that's been kept under wraps for ages." Jonah nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "The question is how. If we go to any big news outlet, the story might be suppressed before it even airs. We need someone fearless, someone who doesn't mind going toe-to-toe with powerful institutions." They considered contacting small, independent investigative journalists, or even releasing scans online. But that ran the risk of the materials being dismissed as forgeries. They needed credibility. Bryce suggested a well-known historian who specialised in maritime disasters, a woman named Dr. Rosalind Fraser, who had garnered respect for challenging mainstream accounts of naval incidents in the past. "She's published in reputable journals," Bryce said. "If she verifies these documents, it's game over for the official narrative." They agreed. Jonah left the folders in Bryce's care temporarily, planning to get them scanned and encrypted. Bryce, though unnerved, insisted on helping. He couldn't let Jonah carry the burden alone. They parted ways, unaware that they were being watched from the street. A figure in a parked sedan across the road flicked away a cigarette butt and noted their comings and goings. Early the next morning, Jonah found a brown envelope slipped under his dormitory door at the base. Inside was a single photograph. Him and Bryce huddled over the stolen documents, captured through the apartment window. Beneath it, a typed note read, "Return what you've taken. Cease all actions. This is your only warning." A chill lanced through him. Someone had followed him, spied on him, documented the theft. He felt the walls closing in. Was it naval intelligence? Some private agency on retainer to old money families? Panicking, he rushed to Bryce's place only to find the door kicked in, furniture overturned. Bryce was gone. So were the documents. Jonah's heart thundered. There were no signs of Bryce or any explanation, just a ransacked apartment. He called Bryce's phone repeatedly, but it went straight to voicemail. Jonah felt numb. Had they taken Bryce? Or had Bryce fled? Searching the wrecked living room, he found Bryce's scanning equipment smashed, the laptop missing. The only clue left behind was a single scrap of paper pinned to the wall with a knife. "You've been warned." His mind raced with horrifying possibilities. He considered going to base security, but what if they were compromised? If this conspiracy extended to the higher-ups, he'd be handing himself over to the enemy. Instead, Jonah decided to call Dr. Rosalind Fraser. Bryce had jotted her phone number down on a notepad earlier. She answered on the third ring, her tone wary. Jonah introduced himself in a rush, explaining that he had crucial documents regarding the Titanic's sinking. He didn't go into detail about how they'd been stolen or how Bryce was missing. Dr. Fraser listened quietly, then told him to meet her at her university office in 3 days, provided he could bring proof. He prayed that Bryce had managed to secure backups. If not, he had nothing. His mind whirled. Did Bryce have a second location for scanning? Had he emailed digital copies anywhere? The only possibility Jonah could think of was an old external hard drive Bryce sometimes used for personal projects. Maybe, just maybe, Bryce had saved something there. Jonah hunted through the apartment's debris until he found the drive hidden behind a bookshelf. It seemed intact. Heart pounding, he stuffed it into his pocket. He had no idea what it contained, but it was his last hope. As he exited the building, the floorboards squeaked behind him. He spun around, only to see the same petty officer from before standing in the hallway, his features shadowed in the gloom. "Whitfield," the man said, voice low. "Don't do this to yourself, or your friend. Return what you took and walk away." Jonah's pulse hammered, but he didn't reply. He dashed out the door, footsteps echoing in the corridor, the petty officer not far behind. He sprinted down the stairs, out to the street, weaving between pedestrians. Eventually he slipped into a nearby alley and by luck or desperation lost his pursuer. Breathing hard, Jonah realized he was alone, frightened, and in possession of dangerously incriminating evidence. He feared for Bryce's life, uncertain if his friend had been abducted or coerced. Yet Jonah felt a fierce resolve burning within him. If these conspirators were ruthless enough to kidnap Bryce, they were capable of worse. Surrendering the evidence would solve nothing. It would only bury the truth again and leave Bryce's fate unknown. That night, Jonah crashed at an old motel on the edge of town, paying in cash. He secured the door with both locks, shoved the dresser against it, and pulled the curtains tight. Sleep eluded him. He spent hours hunched over the external hard drive, using his personal laptop to check if anything was there. Relief flooded him when he saw a set of scanned images and text files labelled RMS Titanic Proof. In them were the very documents they had spread on Bryce's coffee table. Bryce had managed to scan them before everything went south. Now Jonah had tangible proof. The question was how to get them to Dr. Fraser, and how to ensure he or the evidence wouldn't be intercepted. He changed his phone number, tossed his military-issue smartphone, and purchased a cheap burner phone. He realised he was risking desertion from the Navy by vanishing like this, but he saw no other choice. The conspirators had routes that reached into official channels, which meant Jonah couldn't rely on normal procedures or chain of command. It dawned on him that if they could make Bryce disappear so quickly, they could do the same to him. Yet, a persistent voice inside urged him to keep fighting. The souls lost on the Titanic, if indeed they were sacrificed, deserved the truth. Little did Jonah know that by morning, every resource of a shadowy network spanning corporate boardrooms, intelligence offices and legacy institutions would be mobilized to hunt him down. Time was running out. And with each moment, the oceanic depths of this conspiracy loomed ever larger, threatening to swallow him as mercilessly as the Titanic herself. Jonah set out for Dr. Rosalind Fraser's university office, under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness. The campus lay a few hours away by bus. He avoided main roads, changed buses twice, and kept his burner phone turned off until he was within a mile of her office. All the while, he felt eyes on him, phantom watchers behind every corner. He could practically feel the invisible net tightening around him. Upon arriving, he found the campus mostly empty, the long corridors lit by flickering overhead lights. He had called Doctor Fraser from a payphone earlier, confirming their rendezvous time. She met him at a side door, her expression coolly academic but betraying an undercurrent of alarm. Jonah must have looked ragged, with shadows under his eyes and adrenaline thrumming through his veins. They spoke in hushed tones inside her modest office crammed with books and maritime artifacts. Jonah booted his laptop, showed her the scanned documents. Dr. Fraser's eyes widened as she read the memos referencing sabotage and deliberate plans. Her initial skepticism ebbed, replaced by fascination and horror. "Where on earth did you get these?" she breathed. Jonah hesitated. "You're safer not knowing the details, but I need you to confirm if these are legitimate. If they are, I want the world to know." She nodded gravely, pulling out her reading glasses. For the next hour she pored over each scanned page, cross-checking signatures and letterheads with reference materials in her extensive library. Occasionally she would mutter something like, "This watermark, I recognise it from early 20th century White Star documents," or "This phrase matches the formal naval style of the 1910s. The further she delved, the more her hands seemed to tremble. Finally Dr. Fraser looked up. "In my professional opinion," she said, her voice hushed, "these documents are authentic. Some of the letterheads and ciphers I've never seen before, but they align with archival references. It's potentially the most explosive revelation about the Titanic in a century. If the public sees these, it could rewrite maritime history." Jonah nodded, a swirl of relief and dread. "So you'll help me reveal them?" She took a long breath. "I will. But we must do this carefully. If these are real, then whoever's guarded this secret for so long won't hesitate to silence us." Before Jonah could respond, a thunderous crash broke the silence. The office door splintered as two men in dark suits forced their way in. One brandished a gun. Dr. Fraser gasped. Jonah dove for the laptop, but the nearest intruder's foot slammed down on his wrist, pinning him to the floor. "Don't move!" the man snarled. Jonah struggled, adrenaline surging, but the second intruder aimed the gun at Dr. Fraser. She froze. "You don't understand," Jonah managed. "The world needs to know," the gunman sneered. "The world needs to remain stable, and you're endangering that." With that, the man snatched Jonah's laptop. The other rummaged through Dr. Fraser's desk, seizing her phone, notebooks, anything that might contain a copy of the files. She tried to protest, but he shoved her roughly into a chair. "Let her go!" Jonah shouted, struggling beneath the intruder's weight on his wrist. Dr. Fraser's voice shook with anger. "You can't silence history forever," she spat. The gunman's gaze flicked from her to Jonah. "Keep talking, and we'll see how quickly your academic career comes to an end, along with everything else." Jonah mustered his courage. "What did you do with Bryce Fletcher? Where is he?" The intruders exchanged a glance. "Not your concern anymore," the man pinning him growled. Then, as swiftly as they came, they backed out of the office, carrying Jonah's laptop and Dr. Fraser's materials. One man kept the weapon trained on them while the other slammed the battered door behind them. For a moment, Jonah and Dr. Fraser sat in stunned silence. Then Jonah yanked open the desk drawer where he'd put the external drive. It was gone. They'd taken it. All the physical evidence Jonah had left was now in the hands of those determined to bury it. Dr. Fraser's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "They can't unsee what I've read," she said softly. as though trying to reassure both Jonah and herself. "I'll write it all down from memory. I'll go on the record." But Jonah's heart sank. No official channel would believe her without the documents, especially when wealthy, powerful forces denied the story. He could feel the precarious nature of their position. "They'll discredit you," he said, voice shaking. "They'll claim you're a fraud or you fabricated evidence, and they'll come after you again." Dr. Fraser gripped the arms of her chair, knuckles white. So be it. The truth matters. Yet Jonah wasn't sure how far they could take it before meeting an even grimmer fate. He thought of Bryce, kidnapped, killed, or coerced, perhaps locked away in some black site. The hopelessness gnawed at him. From the hallway came a fresh commotion, raised voices, footsteps pounding. Another set of men in uniform burst into the office, led by the petty officer who'd tailed Jonah before. Without a word, they seized Jonah by the arms. One man produced a pair of handcuffs, snapping them around Jonah's wrists. "Jonah Whitfield, you're under arrest for theft of classified materials and desertion," declared the petty officer in a wooden tone. "You will come with us." Dr. Fraser stood, outraged. "He's no criminal. He's—" The petty officer's eyes narrowed. "Stay out of this, ma'am, unless you want to be charged with conspiracy to commit espionage." Jonah, handcuffed and powerless, felt Dr. Fraser's desperate gaze follow him as he was dragged away. He wished he could offer words of comfort or defiance, but the weight of the situation pressed on him like a 1,000-ton hull. If these men were following direct orders from the very conspirators he sought to expose, then Jonah was about to vanish into the labyrinth of clandestine detention, just like Bryce. They hustled him out of the building into a waiting black SUV. As it peeled away, Jonah caught one last glimpse of Dr. Fraser standing in the doorway, dishevelled and frightened, but resolute. He prayed she would keep fighting, though he feared for her safety. The ride felt surreal. Jonah's mind raced, recalling every detail of the stolen documents, every mention of sabotage or financial motive that had led to the Titanic's sinking. He swore he would never forget. But memory alone wasn't enough. He needed the evidence to prove it, and now that evidence belonged to people who would bury it deeper than the ocean floor. Eventually the SUV drove into a naval yard, past multiple security checkpoints. Jonah's attempts to question his captors met with silence. They led him into a stark concrete building, down 2 flights of stairs into windowless corridors. With each step, dread coiled tighter in his gut. By the time they shoved him into a bare interrogation room, the overhead fluorescent light stung his eyes, and the walls felt suffocating. Hours blurred. They left him handcuffed to a metal table, a single camera lens glaring down at him from the ceiling corner. No one came in at first, leaving Jonah alone with his fears. Eventually a man in a crisp uniform, no visible name or rank, entered. His face was like granite. "You've made some powerful enemies, Whitfield," he said, voice low. "But you're still young with a promising future. This can end cleanly if you cooperate." Jonah's mouth felt dry as sand. "What do you want?" The man flipped open a slim file. "All the documents you took from the restricted cabinet, any copies you might have, and the names of anyone else you shared them with. That includes Dr. Fraser." Jonah's thoughts flicked to Bryce, to Dr. Fraser, to the battered remains of all his attempts to reveal the truth. He realized that if he cooperated, he'd condemn them as well. But if he stayed silent, these people could do anything they wanted to him. His future, his freedom, even his life hung by a thread. He mustered a shred of defiance. "I don't have anything left," Jonah said, voice steady, though tears threatened to well in his eyes. "You took it all." The interrogator's lips thinned. Wrong answer. What happened next blurred in Jonah's memory. The door slammed shut. He was left alone again. Hours or days passed in a haze of harsh lights, unanswered questions, and a creeping sense of doom. Each time the door opened, a new wave of demands and threats followed. They wanted assurances that the scandal would never see the light of day. Jonah refused to speak of Dr. Fraser or Bryce. At some point he realized he might never leave this place. He recalled the faces of his family, the pride in his grandfather's eyes when he enlisted, the swirl of joy and dread he felt stepping onto his first ship. Now here he was, a prisoner of the very system he had sworn to serve, all because he'd stumbled upon secrets about a century-old shipwreck. News of Jonah's arrest never made it to the public record. Stonebridge Naval Base quietly filed him under unauthorized absence, and then disciplinary discharge. His name disappeared from the official roster. Even within the Navy, rumours about his fate were hushed up. A few who had known him asked questions, but no answers were forthcoming. He had become another phantom casualty in the endless labyrinth of classified operations. As for Dr. Fraser, she tried in vain to piece together an exposé based on her recollections, but without the original documents, no reputable outlet would accept it. Anonymous threats arrived by mail, and after a few months she resigned her university post, citing stress and health concerns. The world never saw her promised revelations. In the years that followed, an obscure rumour persisted among certain conspiracy circles that a young sailor named Jonah Whitfield had discovered proof that the RMS Titanic was deliberately sunk, forging a chain of hidden alliances and insidious motives. Some claimed he was still alive, locked away in a secret naval prison. Others insisted he'd been quietly executed. Mainstream historians dismissed these tales as rumour, just another layer to the endless swirl of Titanic myths. Yet, in the corners of hushed conversation, on late-night forums, and at clandestine gatherings of maritime enthusiasts, Jonah's story lived on. They whispered that the Titanic's watery grave was not the sole repository of that ship's ghosts. Somewhere on land, behind steel doors and armed guards, an unbroken young man still carried the truth, if only he could be freed to speak it. That truth, of how a majestic liner, loaded with innocent passengers and marked for destruction by hidden agendas, remains locked away, just like Jonah. And as the decades roll on, the question endures. How many tragedies labelled accidents are, in reality, contrived illusions in service of power and profit? For now, we may never know. But the memory of Jonah Whitfield flickers like a faint light in the darkness, calling us to look beyond official stories and question the illusions cast by those in power. Perhaps one day, that spark will reignite. Perhaps then, the real story of the Titanic will finally rise from the depths. Thank you for joining us for this special 4-part story. Don't forget to drop a comment telling us where you're from in the world and what time it is for you right now. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden corridors of history, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will make you question everything you thought you knew. It's about routine lobbying, but the deeper Ethan dug, the more he saw patterns that didn't add up. Names recurred in odd contexts, referencing hush-hush policy summits that no mainstream coverage ever touched. What caught his eye one late night was a recurring symbol in the margins of certain files, a faint watermark shaped like an all-seeing eye perched above stylized wings. Next to that watermark, the name V. Holt appeared again and again. Ethan's heartbeat picked up. He recognized that all-seeing eye from older, more sensational conspiracy lore. People called it an Illuminati emblem, or sometimes a Masonic derivative. He'd rolled his eyes at it in the past. Nobody with common sense took that stuff seriously. But now it was right in front of him, embedded in documents that otherwise looked legitimate. He was seated in his cramped one-bedroom apartment in the outskirts of Philadelphia. At 29, he looked older than his years, with permanent dark circles under his eyes from too many late nights sifting obscure data. A part-time gig at an independent online magazine paid some bills, but his real passion lay in chasing leads on hidden power structures, UFO cover-ups, big pharma conspiracies, hush-hush deals. Once in a while he'd strike gold, but more often people dismissed him as a conspiracy blogger. Tonight, the clock read 2:45 a.m. Thin walls separated Ethan from a neighbour's muffled TV. Outside, a light drizzle pattered on the window. Rubbing his face, he gulped the dregs of cold coffee, determined to keep going. Something about these documents demanded more than his usual casual approach. Scrolling further, he found cryptic references to a global steering meeting, with lines like Media Narrative Alignment, VH, Q3 Planning. Another pointed to a think tank with a bland philanthropic name, listing major news organisations as partners. It made his stomach clench. Were these genuine coordinates for controlling coverage? He hammered out a draft blog post tentatively titled, "Are we being led by hidden hands?" But he hesitated to publish. There were too many unknowns. He needed more concrete proof, or at least a credible second opinion. The next day, stiff from lack of sleep, Ethan rode the subway to a local library, where he'd arranged to meet a friend, Dr. Celia Monroe. She was a visiting historian at Temple University, known for her published research on Renaissance-era secret societies in Italy. They'd become acquaintances after Ethan pestered her for background on some papal conspiracy for an older piece. In the library's hushed reading room, Celia gave him a polite, if tired, smile. She was in her early 40s, with curly dark hair pinned back, wearing business casual attire that suggested she'd come straight from teaching. "I hope this is important," she whispered, setting her coffee thermos aside. "I'm behind on grading." Ethan pulled out printouts of the suspicious documents, flipping to pages with the winged eye watermark. "Have you ever seen this symbol in your research?" She squinted at it. "Sure, an eye in a pyramid or an eye in various forms is common in esoteric traditions. The wings add a twist. Doesn't necessarily prove anything by itself." He nodded, leaning in. "What about the name Veronica Holt? Have you encountered references to a V. Holt in context with modern secret societies?" Celia's eyebrows rose. Veronica Holt is a big name in philanthropic circles, CEO of the Holt Foundation. They do public health initiatives, sponsor educational reforms, that sort of thing. Some revere her as a champion of humanitarian work. "Humanitarian or manipulator?" Ethan murmured. "Check out these lines about media narrative alignment. If the Foundation's philanthropic veneer covers deeper agendas..." Celia carefully read the lines, frowning. "This is suspicious, yes. But do you realise how many conspiracies revolve around wealthy foundations? The Illuminati rumour surfaces every time a billionaire invests in global policy." I know, but this watermark, plus the repeated references to hush-hush summits, I suspect a genuine secret group, not just rumour." Celia sighed. "If you're hinting at the actual Illuminati, historically they were an 18th century Bavarian society suppressed by the government. Some conspiracists claim they never really went away, that they morphed into a global puppet master. But mainstream academics dismiss that." Ethan's voice hushed. "Could the mainstream be ignoring something real? Maybe they exist under different names, controlling philanthropic organisations to shape world events." Celia shook her head slowly, but a seed of curiosity gleamed in her eyes. "All right, I can't promise anything, but let me see if I can trace that symbol in archival references." They parted with an air of unresolved tension. Ethan felt a flicker of optimism. Celia's practical approach could yield tangible leads, or confirm he was chasing phantoms. Back in the city, Ethan tried to pitch a follow-up article to his editor at the small news site he freelanced for. The editor, a jaded man in his 50s named Carl, frowned at the Illuminati angle. "I like conspiracies that bring clicks, but come on, Ethan, this is ancient territory. We need fresh angles, not rehashes of centuries-old boogeymen." "But the philanthropic tie, the modern front, there's something huge here," Ethan pressed. Carl shook his head. "Maybe if you can find ironclad evidence, otherwise do a piece on local corruption. That's your strength." The brush-off stung, but Ethan had expected it. He trudged home, a swirl of doubts in his mind. Was he imagining connections? The mainstream scorn for Illuminati talk was near universal, but if a group was truly that powerful, they'd want the public's scorn to remain. A couple of nights later, he got an email from a throwaway account. "Stop rummaging in places you shouldn't. This is your first and final warning." His heart lurched. The subject line read, "The Eye Sees." Attached was a single, grainy photo of Ethan outside the library, unmistakably him, looking over his shoulder. He closed the email, pulse pounding. A moment later, the message auto-deleted, leaving no trace. Someone was watching. He realised with a chill that he'd never published anything about the Illuminati or Veronica Holt yet. This threat was about raw research. If real Illuminati agents were monitoring him, he wasn't just chasing a fantasy. Spooked but determined, Ethan called Celia at once. She answered groggily. He'd woken her. He poured out the details of the threat. She was silent for a moment. "That's concerning. I have some references you might find interesting. I discovered a mention of a 19th century text, Ordo Occultus Sumerium, rumoured to have instructions for an international power structure. But the text vanished from university archives in Rome decades ago. Some suspect it ended up in private hands." Ethan's heart beat faster. Could that text link directly to the modern group? It might. The iron wings motif apparently appears on page 1 as a master emblem. He exhaled, mind racing. "We need to find that text." Celia let out a soft, resigned laugh. "You make it sound easy. People have tried. It's considered a lost treasure among occult historians. Unless you have resources in black market antiquities, I doubt we can track it." But Ethan was already scribbling notes, ignoring the knot in his stomach from the threat. "One clue at a time, Celia. We'll figure it out." Hanging up, he felt a spark of purpose. The fear lingered, but the puzzle beckoned. He'd gleaned from every corner. Old librarians, fringe collectors, who knows? If the real Illuminati existed, they might have left a paper trail once upon a time, and Ordo Occultus Sumerium could confirm it. That same week, Ethan posted a short cryptic teaser on his personal blog. The eye in the wing, corruption at the highest levels. He withheld details, but implied a major exposé was coming. The response was mild. His followers were used to big conspiratorial claims, but one email arrived from a new address. I can help. Luke. At first, Ethan assumed spam, but the message read simply, "We share a common interest. I once walked among them. They are real, but you must be cautious. They watch everything." Attaching a phone number, the email vanished from his inbox soon after, as though it self-destructed. Ethan's skin prickled. A self-professed insider? He dialed. A male voice answered, taut with nerves. "So, you're the blogger stirring up illusions about the Illuminati." "Not illusions, evidence," Ethan retorted, a dry chuckle. "Evidence. If only you knew how deep it goes. I used to be close with them, or at least a branch of them. We parted ways. I want to help, but not over the phone. Meet me in DC?" Ethan's anxiety soared. This could be a trap, but if the man was legitimate... "Fine," Ethan forced calm. "A public place. Send me details." Luke murmured agreement and hung up abruptly. Ethan sank onto his couch, mind spinning. In 1 week he'd gone from chasing symbolic scraps to clandestine phone calls and threats. If these forces were real, his life was about to get complicated. He remembered reading about journalists who claimed to expose major conspiracies, only to be discredited, financially ruined, or worse. He glanced at a framed photo of his sister and niece smiling at a family barbecue. He felt a pang. He'd hardly visited them lately, too consumed by the next big story. If the Illuminati was truly after him, they might threaten the people he cared about. Yet turning back now seemed impossible. The puzzle's gravity pulled him forward. He felt an odd sense of destiny, or at least unstoppable curiosity. As dawn's light seeped through the window, he pressed his laptop open one more time, scanning flight prices to Washington, D.C. All the while, that symbol of the winged eye lingered in his thoughts, a silent challenge from the shadows. He murmured aloud, "Let's see how far down the rabbit hole goes." Little did he know, the journey would lead him across continents, into centuries of hidden history, and force him to confront the biggest question of all. Did the world even want the truth, if it might undermine everything they believed? Ethan arrived in Washington, D.C. on a dreary afternoon. The sky brooded with grey clouds that matched the city's austere architecture. He trudged off a budget bus that smelled of stale coffee, shoulders tense. For a moment, he questioned the wisdom of meeting a stranger who claimed, "I once walked among them." But curiosity and the thrill of a potential breakthrough overrode caution. He'd chosen a busy cafe near Capitol Hill for the rendezvous, public enough to deter violence, but discreet enough for a hushed conversation. Tucked into a corner booth, he ordered an espresso and waited, scanning the faces of patrons for signs of recognition or hidden intent. About 15 minutes in, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair approached. He wore a cheap baseball cap and carried a battered briefcase. With a quick glance around, he slid into the booth across from Ethan. "You must be Ethan," the man said in a subdued voice. "I'm Luca Desi." Ethan sized him up. Luke's eyes held a haunted look, like someone who'd known both privilege and betrayal. Fine lines creased his face, and his posture was guarded. "Luke," Ethan began, voice tight. "You said you were close with... them. The Illuminati," Luke grimaced. "They don't call themselves that. Not these days. But yes, it's the same lineage. The group has rebranded, merged with other networks, and infiltrated everything from philanthropic boards to intelligence agencies. I was part of a major think tank. On the surface, we were economists and policy experts. Underneath, we had an unspoken code." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And Veronica Holt? Do you know her?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Luke's face. "I met her once. She was rumoured to be on the Society's inner council. They hide behind philanthropic foundations, using them as a front to sway global policies. They shape narratives, Ethan. The media, the educational systems, even the arts. Always behind the curtain, never letting themselves become the story." Ethan tried to swallow his excitement. He'd never heard such direct confirmation before, but he needed something tangible, something that would hold up under scrutiny. Why come forward now? Luke exhaled. Guilt, mostly. I had a crisis of conscience. The final straw was seeing them destroy a colleague's reputation because she objected to certain manipulations. She wanted the group to be more transparent, to earn public trust. They ousted her, and she ended up in ruin. He paused, glancing around as if expecting watchers. But be warned, if you push too hard, they'll come for you in ways you can't imagine. They can freeze bank accounts, sabotage your credibility, pit law enforcement against you, or worse. Ethan's stomach churned, recalling the threatening email. I've had a taste, but that only proves I'm onto something real. Luke slid a worn envelope across the table. Inside, you'll find partial membership rosters, though heavily coded, and references to certain special gatherings. Pay attention to the location code names. Rome, London, stateside enclaves. They rotate. A major gathering is rumoured soon. Maybe they'll finalise some global reorganisation, monetary policies, digital tracking expansions, things that seem unconnected but yield enormous control. Ethan opened the envelope discreetly. Pages of cryptic columns, code names, some repeated references to OWS, Delta Group, Project Aurora. Then he saw the winged eye symbol scrawled at the top of one sheet. He felt a jolt of validation. This is... thank you. But how do I decode the membership list? Luke offered a thin, pained smile. They use classical ciphers, partial shifts referencing key historical events. My mind's too rattled to recall every detail. But you have an ally, right? The historian, Dr. Monroe? She might crack it if she recognises the references. Ethan nodded, adrenaline coursing. Yes, Celia. She started researching that symbol. Luke's gaze hardened. Ethan, they won't let you waltz away with this knowledge. If you plan to expose them, be prepared for personal ruin. They truly believe society can't handle full disclosure. The masses would tear civilization apart if left to their own devices, they say. Ethan's voice was a near whisper. I can't let fear stifle the truth. Luke studied him for a moment, seeming to weigh sincerity. Then watch your back, he rose. I'll be in touch if I survive. He left money for coffee and slipped out. Ethan stared after him, a swirl of exhilaration and dread. The envelope felt heavier than mere paper. Outside, the city's hustle pressed in. Politicians, lobbyists, tourists scurried around Capitol Hill. Ethan slipped into anonymity among them, but a seed of paranoia grew in his mind. Anyone could be an operative. Any camera could be feeding watchers. He wasted no time returning to Philadelphia, stashing copies of Luke's documents in multiple secure cloud drives. Then he called Celia Monroe. She answered after a few rings, sounding distracted. Celia, I have something big. Membership rosters, coded references to gatherings. We need to decipher them. She inhaled sharply. All right, come by my office tomorrow, but Ethan, are you sure about this? You're messing with forces that might be unstoppable. His throat tightened. All the more reason to keep going. The next morning, Celia's office in Temple University's history department was a cramped space lined with books on medieval and Renaissance secret societies. Ethan arrived early, locking the door behind him. He spread out Luke's cryptic pages on her desk. Celia donned reading glasses, scanning the coded lines. These references: Alpha 19, Beta 23, Ecliptic, Aeneas. Possibly classical allusions. Aeneas might refer to Virgil's Aeneid, used as a key text for some shift cipher, or it could be code for an upcoming event in Rome, since the story is deeply tied to Rome's mythical foundation. Ethan's pulse quickened. Luke hinted they hold a major gathering in Rome. Could that be next on the calendar? Celia flipped another page. Look here, September. 15. Apparatus Mundi initiation, 66.6%. The date is coming up in 2 months. Apparatus Mundi might be a cryptic name for their overarching plan. 66.6% could imply 2/3 completion of something. He scratched his chin. Wait, do you recall any historical references to an Apparatus Mundi from older texts? Celia typed rapidly on her laptop, cross-referencing digital archives. Yes, there's a 17th century treatise rumoured to describe a method of controlling social frameworks, economics, religion, media. Though of course, 17th century media was more like pamphlets and sermons. Some scholars connected it to a proto-Illuminati group. If these modern conspirators adopted that same name, it could be symbolic. Ethan's mind whirled. So they're 66.6% done with a plan to unify global systems under their Apparatus Mundi? That's downright apocalyptic. Celia rubbed her temples. If they truly believe in a top-down system for world stability, they might see themselves as benevolent shepherds, or they might just crave total power. He frowned. Luke mentioned a major monetary shift, maybe digital currency infiltration, or a global financial reset. If I can confirm it, maybe I can blow this wide open. But skepticism nagged at him. Were these cryptic lines proof enough, or could they be misinterpretations? Celia noticed his doubt. We need more than code words. We need real names, real events. Ethan nodded. Luke said there's a big meeting soon, possibly in Rome. If we can find the exact date, location, maybe I can gather photographic or recorded evidence, Celia inhaled sharply. You'd risk travelling abroad, sneaking into a secret summit of global elites. That's near suicide. He gave a wry smile. In my line of work, we call it an occupational hazard. Will you help me? She hesitated, conflict in her gaze. I can't ignore the moral imperative. If you're right, if they're about to orchestrate something massive, someone has to blow the whistle. But yes, it's dangerous. Let me see what else I can decipher from these references. For the next few hours they pored over the pages. Celia identified classical ciphers referencing Dante's Inferno, linking numeric codes to lines from the text. The numbers matched partial times, 9:30, 2000 or so forth. They gleaned a possible date, September 15th, the same date from the Apparatus Mundi initiation. Location hints suggested a historic building near the heart of Rome, maybe something affiliated with a philanthropic group. A few lines read, Holt Foundation, Sala Aurelia, final alignment. Ethan's heart pounded. Veronica Holt was apparently heading a final alignment meeting in a place called Sala Aurelia. He tapped at his phone, searching for the name. There's a Palazzo Aurelia in central Rome, used as a high-end event space. The Holt Foundation is indeed hosting a philanthropic summit there mid-September. Celia's eyes flicked up from the documents. So the official story is a philanthropic gala, but under the surface, it's the Illuminati's big day, he exhaled. We have a time frame, a place, and an event. If I can get inside, maybe I can film or record something. That's unstoppable proof. Celia looked uneasy. I can't see how you'll get in with standard press credentials. They'll sniff you out. He shrugged. I might have to go undercover. You have any academic invitations to that gala? She looked flustered. I was actually invited to a separate symposium in Rome around the same time, a small academic talk on Renaissance manuscripts. The sponsor, the Holt Foundation. Ethan's eyes widened. You're basically on the inside track. This can't be coincidence. They might want you close to keep an eye on your research, or they see you as benign. She swallowed. I could attend, see if I can glean more from the inside, but infiltration, that's something else entirely. Meanwhile, Ethan's phone buzzed, an unknown number. Warily he answered. Graves, a female voice said coldly. This is Veronica Holt. I believe you've been sniffing around my affairs. Ethan's hand trembled. Ms. Holt, She spoke calmly, an undercurrent of menace. Your blog posts, your queries to various organisations, we're aware. I caution you, truth is a fragile commodity. Spread lies or half-truths, and you'll hurt the people you claim to protect. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Are you threatening me? I'm offering guidance. You fancy yourself a journalist? Real journalism demands responsibility. Some knowledge is best left undisclosed. You've been warned. The line went dead. Celia stared, eyes wide. That was her? She basically admitted to watching you. That's huge. Ethan's stomach churned. She's brazen. She wouldn't call if she wasn't sure she could neutralise me. We need that proof soon. His mind reeled with possibilities. He could publicise all they had right now, but it was a cryptic puzzle that wouldn't convince the masses. A direct infiltration of the Rome summit might be their only chance to blow it open definitively. But he worried about the danger. Already he pictured an army of well-dressed security with hidden earpieces, or watchers in the Roman streets. And if this secret society had centuries of experience, they'd be masters at eliminating threats. He forced a shaky grin. Then again, nobody ever changed the world without risk, right? Celia sighed. You're incorrigible. All right, I have a flight to Rome booked for my talk. I can register you as my research assistant or something, if that helps get you into the broader event. Relief flooded him. That'd be perfect. She rose from her chair, collecting the coded docs. I'll see if I can interpret more of these references. But Ethan, Brace yourself. If everything you suspect is real, we're about to confront a global machine, and it might not crumble easily. He nodded, a grim set to his jaw. I've always known the truth is costly. Guess I'm about to pay in full. They parted, each weighed down by the magnitude of what lay ahead. That evening, Ethan cancelled a dinner with family. He told them he was travelling for a big story. They expressed worry, but he offered scant details, not wanting to endanger them. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling, mind swirling. The next stage of his life would revolve around exposing an alleged Illuminati plot. If he succeeded, he'd be either a hero or a marked man, possibly both. He felt the flutter of fear, but also an undercurrent of excitement. After all these years of chasing hints and half-truths, he was about to square off with the most iconic conspiracy in human history. Before sleep claimed him, he checked his phone one last time. Another anonymous text had arrived. Beware false allies. The eye has many watchers. He set the phone aside, heart pounding. False allies, indeed. Could Luke betray him? Could Celia or someone else be compromised? The only certainty was that trust would be a scarce resource in the looming confrontation, and so he drifted off, uncertain whether morning would bring new revelations or fresh threats, or both. One thing was sure, the unstoppable march toward Rome had begun. When Ethan and Celia landed at Rome's Fiumicino airport, the Mediterranean sun greeted them with a warm glow that almost dispelled the tension swirling within. They trudged through the arrivals hall with minimal luggage. Ethan had insisted on travelling light to avoid suspicion. Rome, Celia mused, taking in the bustle of tourists. City of echoes, so many layers of history and secrets. Ethan forced a half smile, scanning the crowd for any watchers. I have a feeling we're about to discover some of those secrets firsthand. They flagged a taxi to their modest hotel near the city centre. En route, Celia quietly pointed out landmarks. The Colosseum's ancient arches, the grand Vittorio Emanuele monument, winding cobblestone streets brimming with life. Ethan, usually enthralled by such surroundings, felt only a faint stirring of awe. His mind remained fixed on the looming philanthropic gala at Palazzo Aurelia. At the hotel, they were greeted by an envelope at the front desk. Inside, a formal invitation to the Holt Foundation Cultural Preservation Gala, scheduled in 3 days' time, addressed to Dr. Celia Monroe and an unnamed research assistant. Ethan's nerves spiked reading it. This was real. They had a foot in the door. The invitation included instructions for a preliminary orientation the next afternoon at a smaller conference hall. After dumping their bags in their shared suite, a cramped space with a single desk, Celia opened her laptop. I have my academic panel tomorrow, but we can finalise our infiltration plan after that. Maybe we can gather intel during orientation. Ethan nodded, pacing. Right. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any signs of tight security or suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, I'd like to see if we can glean more from local archives. Maybe dig up the Ordo Occultus Summarium, or references to it. Celia raised an eyebrow. You realise that text has been lost for decades. But sure, we can try. The National Library or certain church archives might hold clues. He rubbed his hands together. We have 2 or 3 days before the big event. Let's use them. They parted ways the next morning. Celia headed to her academic talk, while Ethan visited the Biblioteca Nazionale. The library's grand halls smelled of old books and polished wood. Despite the presence of digital catalogues, many rare collections were off-limits to the general public. At a desk labelled Special Collections, Ethan politely requested access to manuscripts referencing the rumoured text. The librarian, a stern older woman, shook her head. Mi dispiace, signore, but these volumes are restricted. You need special permits from the Ministry of Culture. He attempted his best persuasive smile. Could I see just an index of them, to confirm references for academic research? She regarded him with thinly veiled suspicion. One moment. Leaving him alone briefly, she returned with a battered index book. These records are incomplete. You have 15 minutes. Ethan scanned the entries, heart pounding. He found a listing from 1865. Ordo Occultus Summarium, rumoured donation, never confirmed. Beside it, a note read, relocated to private estate, no official record. He jotted it down. Private estate. Where? Another line referenced a partial translation done by an Italian scholar in 1902 stored in the library's archives, Shelfham 21. but a subsequent note read, M21 missing since 1937. He sighed. The text had apparently eluded countless seekers. This was a dead end for now. Still, he left with renewed conviction. So many references to this text. If the Illuminati had it, they were guarding it fiercely. Maybe he'd find out more at the gala. That afternoon, Celia texted him from the orientation site. You have to see this. Security is intense. I told them you're my assistant. No issues yet, but they're scanning IDs, taking photos, possibly facial recognition. Careful. Ethan hurried to join her, arriving at a stately conference hall near the Tiber River. The place was swarming with staff wearing Holt Foundation badges, some in suits with earpieces. A suspiciously high ratio of them moved with practiced vigilance. He stepped inside a mosaic-floored foyer, greeted by Celia, who handed him a visitor's pass. She leaned close, whispering, They've got uniformed guards, plus hidden muscle. I recognized at least 3 men who looked like ex-military, possibly private security. He forced a casual nod, scanning the room. Attendees milled about, discussing heritage restoration, cultural archives. Among them, Ethan spotted 2 well-dressed individuals wearing subtle lapel pins of the winged eye symbol, just like the watermark. A chill shot through him. He approached a refreshment table, feigning interest in pastries, while covertly eavesdropping on these pinned individuals. They spoke in hushed tones, a melodic accent that might be Spanish or Portuguese. He caught a snippet. The final alignment meeting is strictly invitation only. Ms. Holt arrives tomorrow. We must ensure no infiltration. Ethan's breath caught. They were referencing infiltration. They definitely suspected infiltration was possible. That spelled danger. Celia sidled over, apparently studying a schedule pamphlet. We got to tread lightly, she murmured. If they sense we're suspicious, we'll be barred from the main event. He nodded, taking a pastry to appear casual. What's next on the orientation schedule? Short keynote about global cultural cooperation, then a guided tour of the Palazzo Aurelia's exhibit halls. We can see the main gala area. Sure enough, a polite hostess announced they'd be going to Palazzo Aurelia next. Celia and Ethan joined a small group of scholars, artists, and foundation staff boarding a luxury shuttle bus. The staff pinned with the eye symbol boarded a separate tinted SUV, no doubt top tier. Palazzo Aurelia stood near the outskirts of central Rome, perched on a gentle hill. The building exuded Renaissance elegance with tall windows, ornate columns and sprawling gardens. A perfect place for a philanthropic gala, and apparently a clandestine Illuminati conclave. Guides welcomed the group inside, leading them through marble corridors. Busts of Roman emperors dotted the halls. Gilded frames displayed classical paintings. All the while, discreet cameras lined the ceiling corners. At last, they reached the main ballroom, where dozens of workers set up stages, lighting rigs, and plush seating. The hostess explained the gala would feature philanthropic panels, cultural exhibits, and an exclusive dinner for high-level guests. Ethan hung back, capturing mental snapshots of vantage points and possible hidden access doors. He noticed a locked set of double doors guarded by a stern-faced man. A sign in Italian read, Private, Authorized Access Only. He whispered to Celia, I'd bet good money that's where the real meeting will happen. She pursed her lips. We can't just waltz in. Of course not, he murmured. We'll need cunning. Maybe slip away during the dinner portion. After the tour concluded, they returned to the shuttle. On the ride back, one of the pinned staffers gave Ethan a lingering stare as if memorizing his face. Ethan kept his expression neutral, but inside tension coiled. They were definitely suspected. That evening, back at their hotel, they strategized in hushed tones. We have 2 days until the gala, Celia began. Tomorrow Ms. Holt arrives. The final day is the event. We need to confirm exactly when the hidden conclave meets. Ethan nodded. One approach. If you're recognized academically, you might get invited to sub-events. I can shadow you. Alternatively, we scout the layout, find a discreet place to hide during the day, then emerge during the meeting. Celia frowned, scanning the gala's printed schedule. I see references to breakout sessions tomorrow evening, but no detail. That might be it. Or maybe the real meeting is after midnight. He tapped the schedule. Luke's documents mention a time, 9:30 p.m. That might align with a hush-hush late session, possibly after the official dinner. Celia drummed her fingers. If we do sneak in, can we film or record? We need more than hearsay, but phones might be jammed or confiscated. Ethan revealed a small pen-like camera. I brought a micro camera, local storage. Might slip it in my coat pocket, aim it discreetly. She shook her head, a faint smile. You came prepared. He attempted a grin. I try. But let's be mindful we might only get one shot. If we get caught, who knows what they'll do? They paused, the enormity of the risk pressing down. Then Celia inhaled. All right, we proceed. Tomorrow I'll try to glean info from the staffers or see if any invitations come my way. Meanwhile, you observe and plan entry routes. The next morning, a swirl of tension roused Ethan early. He used a burner phone to call Luke, hoping for last-minute tips. It rang unanswered. Strange. Luke had said he'd remain cautious but available. Had something happened? Midday, Celia texted that she'd been invited to an evening reception at Palazzo Aurelia for VIP guests. She was told to bring one assistant if she wished. They're letting you come, her text read, but keep low. Ethan's gut twisted. Could it be a trap? Still, refusal would blow their cover. He quickly ironed the only decent blazer he owned. By dusk they arrived at the palazzo's main entrance. A string quartet played softly in the courtyard. Candle-lit lanterns lined the walkway. Men and women in formal wear chatted, sipping champagne. Ethan felt out of place among the high society atmosphere. Holt Foundation staff greeted them politely, scanning their invitations. Ethan tried to stay calm under the suspicious gazes. Inside, waiters circulated with hors d'oeuvres. The chatter of polite conversation hung in the air, occasionally punctuated by laughter. Chandeliers cast warm light across frescoed ceilings. Celia glided through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with fellow academics, while Ethan lingered near the edges. He spotted high-profile attendees, a foreign diplomat, a billionaire tech mogul, a famed neurosurgeon, all presumably enticed by the Foundation's philanthropic facade. Suddenly a hush spread. Veronica Holt entered, flanked by aides. She was taller than Ethan expected, her silver hair swept into a graceful style. She wore a dark, elegant dress, exuding confidence. Applause rippled as she greeted the gathering, praising their dedication to cultural heritage and global unity. Ethan's pulse hammered. So there she was, rumoured Illuminati ringmaster. As she approached a group, he sidled closer to overhear. Holt's voice was rich and assured. Tomorrow's main session will address pressing global issues, inequality, climate change. We hope to unify philanthropic strategies for maximum impact. I trust you'll find it enlightening. Enlightening indeed, Ethan thought. He felt a trickle of fear and excitement. Her speech was so polished, so genuine on the surface. Yet according to Luke, she was a puppet master behind the scenes. He spotted the pinned staffers again, posted at discreet vantage points. One stared at Ethan with open suspicion. He pretended not to notice, turning to snag a flute of champagne from a passing tray. Celia drifted over, whispering, "We should keep a low profile. I sense we're being watched." Ethan sipped the champagne, scanning for an exit route. "I'll slip around, see if I can find that locked corridor. Cover for me if anyone asks." She nodded, voice tight. "Be careful." He ambled away, weaving past cliques of guests engaged in small talk about art and charity. Eventually he edged down a less crowded hallway. Sure enough, he found the same locked double doors from yesterday, now guarded by 2 staffers. No sign of an easy pass. As he feigned interest in a nearby painting, he heard footsteps behind. A voice. "Lost, Mr. Graves?" He turned to see a tall woman, late 30s, with a refined accent. She wore a subtle brooch featuring the winged eye. Ethan forced a calm grin. "Just exploring the palace. So many beautiful halls," her lips quirked. "Some places are off limits. We prefer guests stay in designated areas. Let me show you back to the reception." He recognized a polite threat. Of course. Reluctantly, he let her guide him away. The hint of intimidation confirmed they weren't messing around. Back in the main hall, Veronica Holt herself was wrapping up a short speech on transformative philanthropy. Applause followed. Then she mingled briefly, drifting within a few feet of Ethan. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand. She glanced at him, her expression polite but distant. "Dr. Monroe, is this your assistant?" Celia introduced Ethan. Holt's gaze flicked over him, calculating. "I hope you enjoy tomorrow's sessions, Mr. Graves. We're keen to show the world how collaborative effort can truly shape the future." Her handshake was cool, her smile unwavering. Ethan managed a polite nod. hiding the swirl of tension. This was the woman who'd threatened him on the phone. Face to face, she seemed flawlessly charming, but he sensed the steel beneath. Soon after, the event wound down. As the last guests filtered out, Ethan and Celia exchanged glances. Tomorrow would bring the official gala, and presumably the covert final alignment behind closed doors. They had to be ready. Outside, night had fallen over Rome's ancient streets. They caught a taxi, neither speaking much. The magnitude of the next day pressed upon them. Somewhere behind Palazzo Aurelia's locked doors, a centuries-old society would gather to finalise a plan that could reshape global power. Back at the hotel, Ethan tried calling Luke again. No response. Anxiety gnawed at him. Could Luke have been compromised? Celia laid out a battered notebook. We have to assume tomorrow night is the moment. We'll blend in during the official dinner, then slip away. If we catch them in secret deliberations, we record everything. That's our shot. Ethan exhaled, exhausted yet wired. Yeah, if we vanish, well, at least we tried. She managed a shaky laugh. Encouraging. They turned in for the night, though sleep was elusive. Ethan replayed the day's events in his mind. Veronica Holt's commanding presence, the pinned staffers, the security. He clutched the pen camera he planned to hide in his jacket. If all went right, soon he'd have footage that could expose a global conspiracy older than modern history. But beneath his determination lay a flicker of dread. What if they were 2 steps ahead, luring him into a trap? He set that fear aside. No turning back now. As Roman church bells chimed midnight, he drifted off into uneasy dreams filled with winged eyes, labyrinthine corridors, and faint echoes of the word apparatus mundi. Ethan awoke to the sound of distant church bells tolling in the early Roman morning. A sliver of light peeked through the drapes of the small hotel room, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. He stretched, feeling the stiffness in his back from a night spent half awake, haunted by visions of locked doors and winged eye emblems. Across the cramped space, Celia sat at the tiny desk, already poring over documents on her laptop, hair still a mess from sleep. She glanced up with a tired smile. Morning. I've been reading up on the Ordo Occultus Sumerium references again. If it really is tied to the Illuminati's tradition, it could outline their entire philosophy and methods. Ethan rubbed his eyes. And the day of the gala is finally here. We're out of time to do more research. Tonight's our only window to catch them in the act. Celia nodded, then gestured to her screen. I found a nugget. There's a mention in an old scholarly article that Ordo Occultus Sumerium contained elaborate instructions on rituals or initiations that revolve around symbolic gestures, handshakes, coded phrases, that kind of thing. Maybe that's relevant to how they recognize each other. If we spot something at the gala, we'll know. Ethan's nerves fluttered. We can't exactly watch for secret handshakes without drawing attention, but every clue helps, and it might confirm we're seeing the real Illuminati. This event, it's a high-stakes infiltration. Celia closed the laptop. We also have to consider an escape plan in case it goes sideways. That building will be full of security. He exhaled, going over mental checklists. The microcamera pen was ready. He had a digital audio recorder disguised as a key fob. We record everything, then slip out. If we can't get away, we'll upload our evidence from within. I have a script that auto-sends the files to multiple servers once my phone detects a specific keyword. Celia raised an eyebrow. Impressive, but let's hope it doesn't come to an all-out chase in the palazzo corridors. They spent the morning in tense readiness. Around noon, they ventured out for a final reconnaissance walk near Palazzo Aurelia. The city was bustling. Tourists snapped photos of statues and fountains, unaware of the clandestine gathering about to take place behind the majestic palace walls. By early afternoon, they returned to the hotel to rest and prep. At 6 in the evening, they changed into their formal attire, Celia in a sleek black dress that lent her an air of quiet confidence, Ethan in a dark suit borrowed from a friend back home. It was slightly tight in the shoulders, but it would have to do. The pen camera clipped inside his jacket pocket. The key fob recorder slipped in an interior fold. They arrived at the Palazzo Aurelia just as the sun dipped low over the rooftops. The courtyard bustled with black cars delivering VIPs in designer evening wear. A string quartet played softly. Staffers scanned invitations under golden lights. The main gates were decorated with lush floral arrangements, giving the entire scene a veneer of opulence and warmth. but Ethan's unease only grew as he recognised some of the security personnel from the orientation, unsmiling men with watchful eyes. Celia gripped his arm lightly. "Steady," she whispered. "We belong here, remember?" They handed over their invites. A flight attendant nodded and waved them inside the grand foyer, where sparkling chandeliers illuminated polished marble floors. Waiters offered champagne flutes. The hum of refined conversation filled the space. Painted ceilings depicted classical gods and angels looking down from swirling clouds. Celia gently steered them near a side corridor, scanning the area. "We should mingle first, not vanish too soon. Otherwise they'll suspect we're snooping." Ethan agreed. As they meandered among the crowd, they spotted familiar faces, philanthropic leaders, university deans, ambassadors. Veronica Holt stood near the centre, engaged in lively conversation with a small group of dignitaries. She wore a stunning silver gown, her expression poised, as if nothing could ruffle her calm authority. At one point, Holt's gaze drifted toward Ethan, and their eyes locked for half a second. Her lips curved in an almost imperceptible smirk, acknowledgement that she knew precisely who he was. The moment felt like a minor jolt of electricity. Then she returned to her conversation, dismissing him as if he were of no concern, or so it appeared. Staffers soon ushered attendees to the main ballroom for the official dinner. A sweeping staircase led them to a massive hall decked out with round tables draped in fine linens, ornate centerpieces and flickering candlelight. Soft classical music drifted from an unseen string ensemble. Ethan's stomach churned with anxiety, but he forced a polite smile at the table they were assigned. As the dinner began, course after course of delicate Italian cuisine, Ethan played the part of Celia's mild-mannered assistant. They made small talk with a pair of archaeologists from Spain and a museum director from Berlin. Polite conversation touched on the Foundation's initiatives, but nothing indicated a deep conspiracy. Meanwhile, Ethan discreetly studied the corners of the room, identifying potential side doors and exit routes. Partway through the main course, the hush fell as Veronica Holt took the small stage to address the gathering. She spoke of bridging cultural divides, the power of heritage to inspire unity. The crowd applauded at measured intervals. Ethan had to admit she possessed a persuasive charisma that could sway hearts if not minds. But her polished speech offered no hint of any clandestine plan. Yet he sensed that behind the rhetorical flourishes lay a carefully orchestrated front. The real meeting would come later, once the uninitiated had left for the night. As the dinner wound down, staff began ushering guests to a post-dinner lounge area. Many were excited about the scheduled opera performance or a special unveiling of newly restored Renaissance art. Celia checked her watch, leaning to Ethan. "It's nearly 9:30. That might be the key time from Luke's notes." Ethan pushed away his plate. "We should slip out soon. Let's pretend we're going to admire something in the next hall." They rose from the table. Outside the ballroom, a corridor branched in multiple directions. Soft lighting and discreet signage guided guests toward the lounge, but Ethan steered Celia down an unmarked hallway. At the far end, he spotted the same double doors from earlier, guarded, of course, by a pair of stoic men in suits. "How do we get past them?" Celia whispered. Ethan's mind raced. He'd anticipated a direct guard scenario. Maybe a distraction would help. "Give me a second," he said, scanning the area. There was a side door leading to a service corridor. If they could slip in and circle around, they might find another entrance. They ducked into the service corridor, ignoring the questionable glances from a staff member carrying a tray of dishes. Winding through the back passages, they found an old wooden door that might connect to the restricted area. Locked. Ethan fished out a small pry tool, a relic from his investigative escapades, and worked at the lock, heart hammering. Celia kept watch, hearing the faint echo of footsteps. "Hurry!" she hissed. Finally the lock gave. They slipped inside, emerging into a dimly lit antechamber. The hush was profound here, the air thick with the sense of something clandestine. Faint voices drifted from a corridor to the left. They crept forward, passing ornate wooden panelling and oil paintings that felt more like relics than decor. The corridor curved. At its end, a set of tall double doors stood slightly ajar, no guards in sight from this angle. Voices rose, muffled, as though a meeting were in session. Ethan's pulse thudded. "We found them," he mouthed, pointing at the door. Celia nodded, face tense. Carefully they inched closer. Through the gap they glimpsed a smaller but opulent chamber, a long table flanked by men and women in formal attire. The winged eye symbol was visible on the wall above, rendered in subtle gold relief. Veronica Holt presided at the head of the table. At her side, a man read from typed documents, perhaps a deputy or ally. Ethan activated his pen camera, angling it so it could capture what was happening. Celia pressed an ear to the gap, trying to catch the words. "The final alignment is nearly complete," Veronica Holt was saying in a low, resonant voice. "We have confirmation from key financial institutions that the digital transition can proceed. By next quarter, we'll have enough leverage to nudge public sentiment under the guise of a global stability measure." An older gentleman spoke next, accent vaguely German. "And if the public resists a mandatory digital currency shift?" Veronica smiled coolly. "We'll stage the narrative. Our philanthropic arms, along with allied media, will highlight economic emergencies. People respond to fear, and from fear emerges acquiescence. This is the stepping stone to further integration under Apparatus Mundi." At that phrase, Ethan felt a jolt. Apparatus Mundi. The conspiracy was real, and they were discussing it openly, here, behind a locked door. Another woman spoke. "So the timeline remains. Incremental crises, step-by-step acceptance, all culminating in the announcement by year's end." "Yes," Holt replied. "The Council can reconvene in London afterward to finalise expansions into integrated ID systems. Then we'll address the next phase. Substantial population influence is not an easy goal, but we have centuries of experience in subtle persuasion." Celia's eyes widened, her breathing shallow. They were hearing the literal blueprint for a global manipulation campaign, anchored by false crises and controlling finances. She glanced at Ethan, who was capturing it on video. This was beyond what they'd hoped for, actual undeniable proof that a powerful group, presumably the Illuminati, was orchestrating world events. But then, footsteps in the corridor behind them made them freeze. A security guard, perhaps investigating a noise. They flattened themselves against the wall. An authoritative voice barked softly, "Chicheli, who's there?" A flashlight beam cut across the hall. In a split-second decision, Ethan grabbed Celia's hand and slipped through the door they'd opened behind them, stepping into an even darker side chamber. They pressed themselves behind a heavy curtain. The guard's footsteps approached, paused, then retreated. The hush returned. Heart racing, Ethan motioned for Celia to remain still. They could still hear the meeting inside the chamber. Another male voice complained about certain political leaders being slow to align. Veronica answered, "They'll fall into place, or be replaced. We have no illusions about loyalty, only compliance." Celia's face paled. They were talking about forcibly removing political figures. The entire weight of this operation was monstrous. Ethan carefully nudged the pen camera forward, capturing the full audio and partial visuals through the door gap. They had what they came for, and more. He signalled to Celia that they should leave before the guard returned or the meeting ended. Yet part of him yearned to keep recording. The revelations were staggering. A staged economic crisis, mandatory digital currency, orchestrated fear campaigns. But staying longer might mean capture. With a reluctant heart, he began to pull away, ensuring the pen camera faced the meeting for a last few seconds. As they retreated down the corridor, every step felt like an echoing betrayal of their presence. They found the service door again, slipping back into the staff corridors. The sense of relief at escaping unseen warred with the terror that at any moment an alarm or pursuit might erupt. Only once they'd returned to the main gala area, where lounge music tinkled and guests chattered, did they allow themselves to breathe. The official dinner was ending. People were trickling out, discussing the wonderful philanthropic speeches and upcoming cultural initiatives. None had any clue about the high-level manipulations happening just behind locked doors. Celia clutched Ethan's arm. We got it. You recorded them. We have living proof." Ethan nodded, struggling to keep composure. "It's bigger than I ever imagined. We need to get this out fast before they sense a breach and come after us." But even as the adrenaline surged, a cold fear crept in. Veronica Holt and her cohorts wouldn't let such incriminating evidence slip away easily. The road ahead would be perilous. They had to leave the palazzo discreetly, secure the footage, and brace for the storm that would follow. They made their way to the exit, hearts still pounding. Outside, the Roman night greeted them with a warm breeze. They forced themselves not to hurry or look rattled. Out on the street they flagged a taxi. As the car pulled away from the palazzo's grand facade, Ethan stared back at the illuminated structure. He'd come to Rome seeking the truth about an ancient conspiracy. Now, he had it. Raw, explosive truth that could shake the world. But unleashing it might bring powerful retaliation. The question was no longer whether the Illuminati existed, but whether he and Celia could survive exposing them. For now, though, he clutched the micro-camera pen in his pocket like a talisman of hope. We have them on record. The tide had turned. If they acted quickly, the Illuminati's centuries of secrecy might be one step closer to collapse. They arrived at the hotel after midnight, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Ethan practically sprinted to their room, Celia close behind, each scanning the hallway for suspicious figures. Once inside, they locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle and turned on the lone desk lamp. Ethan pulled out the pen camera, carefully ejecting its micro SD card. His fingers trembled as he slotted it into a small USB reader attached to his laptop. Celia hovered anxiously. Seconds ticked by, the computer reading the data. Then a folder of video files appeared. The largest one was time-stamped just minutes earlier, labelled by the device's default naming system. He double-clicked it. Grainy footage, partially off-angle, showed a portion of the table, silhouettes of seated figures, and a decent shot of Veronica Holt at the head. The audio was faint but discernible. Ethan scrubbed through. Yes, there was the portion about controlling finances, about using fear to drive acceptance of a new system. Their voices were distinct, naming Apparatus Mundi and referencing a council meeting in London. Celia placed a hand to her mouth. This is everything. Actual conspirators, in their own words. Ethan's heart hammered in triumph and dread. We need multiple backups now. If they trace us, they'll try to wipe it out. They methodically copied the video to various encrypted cloud accounts, sending links to each other's private email addresses. Ethan also uploaded it to a hidden server he'd rented under an alias, just in case everything else was compromised. The process took half an hour, each minute feeling like an eternity. At last they sat back, exhausted but relieved. The precious evidence was safe, at least digitally. Celia let out a shaky exhale. What's our next move? We can't just post it on social media. They'd discredit or bury it. We need a platform that can't be easily attacked. Ethan rubbed his temples. In an ideal world, I'd go mainstream, contact a major journalist or an influential platform, but the Illuminati infiltration runs deep. They might have allies in major media. The video could vanish, or worse, we'd vanish. She nodded grimly. We could attempt a live press conference, but we're nobody. They'd brand us conspiracy nuts. The best approach might be a combination. Push the footage to multiple high-credibility outlets simultaneously, so it's impossible to contain. We can also leak it to smaller independent sites, generating a viral effect. Ethan considered the risk. If we do that from here, we might be cornered. It'd be safer to leave Rome. They probably know where we're staying. Our plane tickets are for tomorrow night, but maybe we should leave earlier. Celia glanced at her phone. We can look for an earlier flight, or a train to another city, then out of the country. Let me check. She began typing furiously. A beep alerted them to an incoming message on Ethan's phone. He picked it up. Another unknown number text. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Surrender it, or the consequences will be dire. VH. He showed Celia, dread pooling in his stomach. Holt's not even pretending anymore. She's aware we have a recording. She must have noticed a break in security or recognized our suspicious behavior, Celia said. We have to assume they'll come for us soon. Ethan scrolled up to confirm if it was truly Holt. The style matched, though it could be an operative using her name. Regardless, the threat was real. Let's get out of here, now, he said. Celia nodded. Earliest flight out is midday tomorrow, but there's a 6 a.m. high-speed train to Milan, and from there we can catch a flight to Frankfurt, then back to the States. It's complicated, but we can move before they intercept us. He grabbed a duffel bag. Let's do it, I'll pack. We can catch a cab to the train station before dawn. They scrambled to gather their belongings, stashing the laptop and ensuring they had all the digital backups safely in cloud storage. Within an hour, they were ready to flee. The tension in the small room felt suffocating. At 3 a.m., they checked out quietly, creeping down the hotel stairs to avoid the elevator and any potential watchers. Outside, the Roman streets were eerily quiet. They dragged their suitcases a few blocks until they found a taxi rank, hopped into the first available cab. "Termini station," Celia said softly, glancing around to ensure nobody followed. The taxi ride was uneventful, but Ethan's nerves remained taut. He kept replaying the infiltration in his mind, the locked door, the hush of the conspirators' voices. One slip, and they'd have been caught. Now they possessed the ultimate blackmail or the ultimate weapon, depending on one's perspective. He prayed they could survive long enough to use it. Termini station bustled even in pre-dawn hours, with travellers dozing on benches or rushing for early trains. Celia purchased tickets for the 6 a.m. bullet train to Milan. They found a spot on the platform, tension thrumming. 5 minutes before departure, Ethan spotted a well-dressed man stepping off an incoming train. The man briefly locked eyes with Ethan. Something about his posture screamed security. The man frowned, tapped his phone, and started walking toward them. Ethan's stomach flipped. "Celia, I think we're made. Let's go, now." They rushed to the train doors. The man broke into a jog. "Scusy," he called out, voice low but urgent. Ethan and Celia shoved onto the train, weaving through passengers. The overhead announcement signalled departure. Just as the doors slid shut, the man reached the platform, face twisting in anger as he realised he was too late. The train lurched forward. Breathing hard, they found seats, hearts pounding. Through the window, they saw the man pacing, phone pressed to his ear. He vanished from view as the train accelerated. Celia let out a shakily triumphant sigh. "We escaped, at least for now." Ethan stared out at the rolling countryside. "They're definitely after us. They know we have evidence. This is bigger than just intimidation. They'll mobilise their entire network if needed." They spent the 3-hour ride in tense silence, occasionally whispering about next steps. Celia scoured flight options from Milan. Meanwhile, Ethan quietly penned an emergency statement on his laptop, a short write-up summarising the videos, the conspirators' explicit mentions of manipulating global finance, naming Veronica Holt. If anything happened to them, he planned to auto-publish it to his blog and email a few trusted contacts. Some might dismiss it as wild conspiracy talk, but the actual footage was too damning to ignore. Around 9 a.m. they arrived in Milan. They caught an express bus to the airport, passing sleek modern buildings and bustling streets. By mid-morning, they were through security for a Frankfurt-bound flight scheduled to depart at noon. They grabbed coffee in the terminal, nerves still taut but beginning to hope they might pull off a clean getaway. That hope shattered when Celia noticed a pair of men in suits lingering near the seating area. One was reading a newspaper, but occasionally glancing at them. The other seemed to be fiddling with his phone. Both exuded that same ex-military aura Ethan had become attuned to. "Over there," Celia muttered, nodding discreetly. "I think they're Holt's people." Ethan's gut churned. "They must have flagged our names in the booking system. We can't wait around here or they'll arrest or abduct us." Celia's eyes darted to the departure board. "Our flight board's in an hour, but we can't stay put. They'll corner us. Another option, we buy new tickets under aliases, or we vanish into the city." He considered their limited finances. "If we flee the airport, we might lose our chance to get home quickly. The longer we linger in Europe, the greater the risk." Celia bit her lip. "We could slip past them at the gate, or if we can somehow cause a distraction." Ethan grimaced at the thought of a public scene, but time was running. "I might have a plan. Let's go to a different gate, find a flight leaving sooner, pay last minute. It'll be pricey, but worth it." They rose, trying to act casual. The men in suits noticed, standing as well. Ethan and Celia weaved through the terminal corridors. The men followed at a distance. As they passed a restroom, Ethan nodded to Celia. "Duck in the ladies' room for a minute. I'll loop around, meet you on the other side. We'll see if we can split their attention," she nodded. The men would have to decide whom to follow. Ethan peeled off down a different hallway, heart thumping. He spotted one suit tailing him, the other presumably waiting for Celia. As soon as Ethan turned a corner, he broke into a sprint. The corridors forked. He took random turns, descending stairs, ignoring baffled travellers. Then he found a flight information kiosk. He typed frantically, searching for soonest departures anywhere outside Italy. A flight to Geneva left in 40 minutes from gate B13. That might be just enough time. He caught sight of the suit barrelling down the hallway. Ethan ducked behind a pillar. The man jogged past, scanning the crowds. Once he was out of sight, Ethan darted the other way, heading for gate B13. He prayed Celia could also slip free. If not, this was all pointless. At gate B13, a short queue was boarding. Flight to Geneva. Perfect. He approached the airline counter, short of breath, rummaging for his credit card. "One ticket, last minute," he panted. The agent typed away, gave him a steep fare. Ethan didn't care. He paid, had his passport scanned, stepped through the gate. The agent handed him a boarding pass with seconds to spare. His heart hammered as he boarded the plane. He sank into a seat near the back, scanning every passenger who walked by. No Celia. No sign of the suits. Anxiety twisted in his gut. He didn't want to leave Celia behind, but staying put might have doomed them both. A flight attendant announced final boarding. The jetway door closed. Ethan closed his eyes, dread creeping in. Did Celia make it out somehow? He prayed so. The plane pushed back, engines spooling up. Soon they were airborne, leaving Milan behind. Up in the clouds, he felt a mix of guilt and relief. He texted Celia with a cryptic message. "Took an earlier flight. Message me if safe. I'll wait in Geneva." The phone showed no immediate reply. Gritting his teeth, he turned it to airplane mode, focusing on the next step. In Geneva, maybe he could regroup, see if Celia contacted him, and figure out how to release the footage in a way the Illuminati couldn't squash. The plane landed smoothly. Ethan stepped into Geneva's modern airport, scanning for any sign of watchers. None so far. He found a secluded bench, turning his phone back on. No messages from Celia. His heart sank. He typed a frantic follow-up. "Where are you? Are you okay?" Then he waited in agony, checking news sites to see if any incident had occurred in Milan's airport. Nothing reported yet. Minutes crawled by. Then a text arrived from an unknown number. "Your companion is with us. Cooperate, or she will suffer." Attached was a blurred photo of Celia, looking terrified, with arms pinned behind her back. Ethan's vision dimmed with panic. They had Celia. The Illuminati or its operatives had moved swiftly. Now they threatened her life if he didn't hand over the evidence. He typed a furious reply. "Release her, or the footage goes public now." A response came almost instantly. "If you do that, you seal her fate. We can always spin or bury your evidence. Return to Italy. Come alone." Ethan's hands shook, rage boiling in him. They had Celia, the friend who'd risked everything to help him. He had the footage that could topple the conspiracy, but saving her seemed impossible if he exposed them now. He realized with a cold knot that they were forcing a choice, truth or friend. Another message arrived. "You have 48 hours to comply, or we end her life." Staring at the phone, Ethan felt tears sting his eyes. The Illuminati, whatever they called themselves, had centuries of practice in manipulation. Now, they wanted him to trade the precious evidence for Celia's safety, or perhaps walk into a trap that cost him both the evidence and his life. Could he rely on them keeping their word? Yet he couldn't abandon Celia. Anguish tore at him. He typed a single word back. "Agreed." Setting the phone aside, he tried to steady his breathing. He'd just committed to returning to the lion's den. The conspirators might kill them both anyway, but he had to try. She'd risked everything to help him. He couldn't let her suffer for his choices. He had 48 hours to plan a rescue or some cunning maneuver. The question was whether he could outsmart an ancient global power. And so, with the precious footage secured in distant clouds, Ethan Graves, armed with fury, desperation, and a flicker of hope, prepared to face the Illuminati on their terms. The price of truth had never felt so high. Ethan slumped on a cold metal bench in Geneva's airport, trembling with rage and fear. The text from Celia's captors repeated in his mind. Return to Italy. Come alone. If they truly held her, he had no choice but to comply. Yet how could he rescue her without losing the footage or his life? Wiping sweat from his brow, he composed himself. They gave him 48 hours. That was a sliver of time. He needed to craft a plan, something that allowed him to keep the evidence safe yet get Celia out. But how to do that against the Illuminati's vast resources? He typed a message to the unknown number. "I need a location to meet you. I'll come." The phone buzzed minutes later with coordinates near Lake Como, Italy, along with a time, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. The text ended, "No games, bring all copies." Ethan swallowed thickly. They wanted the footage. Of course they did. He jammed his phone into his pocket, considering his options. He had backups stored in the cloud. Killing him wouldn't delete the evidence. But maybe the Illuminati believed they could extract the decryption keys from him, or force him to sign disclaimers claiming it was staged. Or, if they possessed advanced infiltration, they might find ways to take down his servers. Still, the risk was real that they could do so if they gained physical access to him. He needed help, someone who could mount a rescue or provide backup. But who? Luca Desi had vanished. His editor Carl was stateside and probably wouldn't believe him. The only other ally that came to mind was Officer Angela Ross, a detective from back in Philadelphia who'd once assisted him on a local corruption case. She was honest, but this was international territory, out of her jurisdiction. Reaching out might be pointless, yet he had to try. He found a quiet corner, dialed Angela's number. After a few rings, she answered, groggy from the time difference. Ross speaking. Ethan spoke in a hushed rush. Angela, it's me, Ethan. I'm in deep trouble, like conspiracy-level trouble. People are abducted. I have evidence of global manipulation. I can't explain it all, but I need any contact or tip on how to handle a hostage situation overseas. Silence, then a sigh. Ethan, you always manage to land in the worst tangles. This is no joke? Deadly serious. My colleague is kidnapped. The group behind it is unbelievably powerful. I can't go to local police. They might be compromised or outgunned. I need a strategy, or a referral to an international agency you trust. Angela's tone turned grim. Official channels might be slow or compromised, but let me see. I have a friend at Interpol. No promises they'll act swiftly. They need evidence and time to coordinate with local authorities. Ethan realised time wasn't a luxury he had. Thanks, but I'm on a 48-hour clock. Could you at least feed them the location? I got coordinates near Lake Como. Might help if they could be on standby or do a quiet stakeout. Angela hesitated. All right, I'll pass it along, off the record. But watch your back. This group, whoever they are, won't hesitate to remove obstacles. He thanked her, heart pounding with a glimmer of hope. Interpol might or might not show up, but it was something. Next, he set up an encrypted message on his laptop. If I don't check in within 72 hours, auto-send the footage to a curated list of journalists, including some left-leaning, right-leaning, independent and international outlets. That might create unstoppable coverage. The Illuminati thrived in shadows. A worldwide public leak would be catastrophic for them. He typed a last command. Use location triggers. If my phone remains in the same spot for more than 24 hours, or if it crosses certain borders, push the info out. He hoped that would force the conspirators to keep him alive and moving if they wanted to avoid the doomsday scenario. Finally, he bought a one-way ticket back to Milan that departed early morning. All that done, he found a cheap airport hotel for the night. Sleep eluded him. His mind whirred with rescue fantasies. He pictured Celia locked in some basement, terrified. The guilt pressed like a stone on his chest. She was roped into my mission. I have to get her out. At dawn, he boarded a short flight to Milan, arriving midday. He had nearly 10 hours until the scheduled meet. The day dragged in excruciating tension. He roamed public areas, glancing over his shoulder for watchers. He found a coffee shop to sit and revise his plan, approach the coordinates, pretend to offer the data, hope Interpol might show up. But Interpol's involvement was a long shot. He needed a more direct angle. He recalled Luca Desi's warnings about the group's ruthlessness. If they suspected he was playing them, they'd kill Celia. That fear overshadowed everything. Yet handing them the actual encryption keys for the footage was unthinkable. He decided on a compromise. Show them a partial link or partial key, enough to prove authenticity, but keep the final piece hidden. Maybe that would buy them time or leverage. The hours crept by. Dusk settled over northern Italy, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange. Ethan rented a car at the Milan airport, driving north toward Lake Como. As the roads wound through scenic mountainsides, he could hardly appreciate the view. His stomach churned with dread. He arrived near the coordinates around 9 p.m. The location was a remote villa perched on a hillside overlooking the shimmering lake below. Moonlight glinted off the water's surface. The roads were narrow, lined with tall hedges, perfectly private for clandestine dealings. He parked near a stone gate adorned with elaborate ironwork. No other cars were in sight. The gate was ajar. A single dim light glowed from the villa's windows, a silhouette of a grand structure behind. He half expected armed guards, but the path was eerily quiet. He walked through the gate, crossing a courtyard flanked by manicured bushes. At the heavy wooden entrance door he paused, heart thundering. Then it swung open from inside, revealing a tall figure in a tailored suit. The man silently beckoned Ethan in. They led him down a dim corridor with tiled floors echoing every footstep. At last he reached a candlelit room that resembled an old-world parlour. High ceilings, antique furniture, a crackling fireplace. There, perched on a velvet chair, was Veronica Holt, wearing a black evening dress. 2 men stood behind her, arms folded. Another man was in the corner, cradling a submachine gun. Tension hung thick in the air. Ethan's gaze darted around. No sign of Celia. "Where is she?" he demanded, voice trembling with anger. Veronica Holt regarded him coolly. "Mr. Graves, such dramatic flair. You have something of ours. I want it returned. Now." He clenched his fists. "The footage is encrypted. You can't do anything with it. Let Celia go, and I'll give you partial access." One of the men behind Holt stepped forward, expression grim. "We're not negotiating, Graves. You hand over the entire encryption key, then we'll discuss your friend." Ethan forced himself to remain steady. "That's not happening until I see she's alive and well. Bring her here, now." Veronica sighed, turning to the corner. She snapped her fingers. Another door opened. A guard escorted Celia in, her wrists bound, a bruise on her temple. She looked rattled, but her eyes lit with relief upon seeing Ethan. He swallowed a surge of emotion, locking eyes with her. She was alive. That was something. Veronica spoke softly, but every syllable carried menace. "I trust you see we're serious. Release her? Possibly. But not before you relinquish your blackmail material. You may think you've hidden backups, but we have ways to find them. Let's not waste time with heroics." Ethan's mind raced. She wanted the entire set of keys. If he refused, Celia might die. If he complied, they'd likely kill them both anyway to keep the secret safe. He needed a stalling tactic. "The decryption process is multi-layered," he said. "I can show you the first step, but it's not an instant reveal. We have to do it from my laptop, connect to secure servers." Veronica arched an eyebrow. "Convenient. You expect me to simply let you open your computer and do whatever you wish," he shrugged, feigning indifference. "It's your call. No key, no reason for you to keep Celia alive. But if you kill us, you'll never get the data unlocked. My final dead man switch will release everything publicly. I've set it up already." Her lips tightened. "I know you're cunning, Mr. Graves, but so are we." "Very well. You'll give the partial key tonight here. Then we'll accompany you to wherever you must go next. If the information is as you say, Ms. Monroe might leave unharmed." Ethan forced himself to keep a calm facade, though inside he wanted to scream. Even if he gave them a partial key, the Illuminati might break the rest eventually. He needed a rescue or escape. Angela's tip to Interpol might be in play, but there was no sign of any police approach. Time was ticking. "Fine," he said, pulling out his phone. "I'll input the partial passphrase in a text file. You'll see it. But remember, if you harm Celia, the final pass never surfaces, and the dead man switch triggers. Understood?" Veronica Holt's expression remained icy. She nodded at the guard who untied Celia's wrists. Celia stumbled forward, massaging her bruised arms. She shot Ethan a desperate look that said, "Be careful." Ethan typed out a random chunk of the encryption pass, about half of the necessary string. Veronica eyed it warily. "This means nothing to me. I need to confirm it's valid." He nodded. "We can test it by partially decrypting a small portion of the video file. You'll see it's real. Then we'll do the rest in a more secure environment." "Deal?" Veronica considered. "Very well. We'll take a short sample. If it checks out, we proceed. If you attempt any trick, your friend pays." She turned to her associates. "Take them to the study. Monitor every keystroke." They led Ethan and Celia to a high-ceilinged study with a grand oak desk. A laptop sat open, presumably set up by Holt's tech experts. One guard plugged in an external drive. Another hovered behind Ethan with a pistol. Celia stood off to the side, shaken but defiant. Ethan stepped to the laptop, carefully inputting a link to one of the partial backups. Then he entered the partial decryption pass. For authenticity, he let it decrypt the first 10 seconds of audio. The computer played a snippet of that fateful meeting. Veronica's voice talking about global realignment. The guard paused the playback, turning to Holt with a nod. Her lips pressed thin. "So you do have the real footage?" She stared at Ethan, cold triumph in her eyes. "Now, we'll simply hold you until we retrieve the entire pass. Once we confirm all copies are erased or decrypted, your threat is neutralized. Then, possibly, I'll decide your fate." Celia's voice shook. "You promised," Holt cut her off. "I promised nothing definitive. I said you might leave unharmed. That depends on your cooperation." Ethan glared. "You can't simply block the entire internet. Once your group is exposed, you're done." Veronica's laugh was almost pitying. "We've weathered storms for centuries. Even if partial truths emerge, we can bury them with disinformation. The masses have short attention spans." Her gaze hardened. "But let's hope it doesn't come to that. We prefer minimal disruption to society." She gestured to the guards. "Secure them in separate rooms. We'll attempt to extract the final pass from Mr. Graves. Ms. Monroe can reflect on her good fortune if he cooperates." Celia tried to protest, but a guard grabbed her arm, leading her away. Ethan's blood boiled as he was similarly seized. They were whisked through a winding corridor up a flight of stairs, then deposited into separate locked rooms. The heavy doors slammed, leaving Ethan in near darkness with only a single lamp glowing and no windows. He pounded a fist on the door in frustration, trapped in a remote Illuminati stronghold. The so-called apparatus of global power had them at its mercy. If he caved, the Illuminati would likely still kill them. If he resisted, Celia might die, and he had no clue if Interpol or any cavalry was on the way. In the oppressive silence, he sank onto the small cot, breath ragged. He needed a miracle or a cunning ploy to turn the tables. The cost of truth was, indeed, staggering, yet he still clung to a sliver of defiance. They might have cornered him physically, but the unstoppable nature of digital backups gave him leverage, if he could wield it properly. Tomorrow, or the day after, might bring forced interrogation, or an unexpected rescue, or a last-ditch trick. He closed his eyes, recalling everything Luca Desi had said about the Illuminati's hubris. Perhaps that was their weakness. If I can exploit that. And so, Ethan prepared to gamble with the only currency he had, the truth. Because in a world shaped by illusions, a single, undeniable revelation could topple even the most venerable conspiracies. As a child, she'd spent her Saturdays devouring biographies of legendary newsmen, scribbling her own headlines on scraps of paper. Her parents, humble folks in a small Ohio town, nurtured that spark, proud their daughter aspired to uphold journalistic integrity in an era defined by fast-click sensationalism. As an adult, Natalie landed a job at Veritas Web News, an up-and-coming independent media site. It wasn't a mainstream newspaper, but it had a loyal readership that appreciated long-form investigations rather than clickbait. She poured her heart into each story, determined to tell narratives that mattered. But the reality of modern journalism soon tempered some of her starry-eyed dreams. Budget constraints, editorial pressures, and the constant deluge of superficial trending topics pulled attention away from deeper digs. Still, she persisted. Her big break, or so she thought, arrived one brisk fall morning when she was assigned to cover a press conference at the Capitol. A political scandal had erupted around a senator suspected of funneling federal grants to a dubious private contractor. The briefing was standard fare. A gaggle of reporters swarmed a podium, each trying to capture the day's soundbite. But Natalie noticed something peculiar. The questions, posed by journalists from major outlets, were strangely uniform, as if reading from the same script. It struck her as off. After the third nearly identical query, a chill trickled down her spine. Later that evening, as she typed up her piece, an email popped into her inbox. The subject line read, "Mockingbird resurrected." It came from a burner account with a string of random letters and numbers. At first she assumed it was spam, but curiosity piqued. She opened it. The message was brief. "If you care about real journalism, look into the history." Operation Mockingbird never died, only changed its feathers. Don't trust the silence. Operation Mockingbird? Natalie had a vague recollection of that term from college, an alleged CIA campaign in the mid-20th century to recruit journalists, shape narratives, and manipulate public opinion. Officially, the story went that it was either overblown rumour, or, if it did exist, it had been shut down decades ago. Intrigued, she pressed further, reading late into the night. She discovered how, in the 1970s, congressional hearings hinted at CIA payoffs to media figures. Documents exposed a clandestine program that placed agency-friendly reporters in key newsrooms. The rumour was it continued in some form, steering coverage on sensitive topics. Most historians dismissed the modern version as pure conspiracy fodder, but the following day, a startling coincidence. The minor story Natalie had been investigating, an inquiry into potential corruption in a city planning commission, was abruptly pulled from publication by her editor, citing legal concerns. Yet no lawsuits had been threatened. No external calls had demanded it be shelved, at least as far as she knew. Something in her gut told her these events might connect. Was she paranoid, or was someone exerting pressure behind the scenes? In the journalistic world, sometimes spiking a story at the last minute was normal. But combined with the cryptic email and the odd uniformity she'd observed at the press conference, a pattern emerged that felt disturbingly deliberate. Unsure where else to turn, she sought out a retired reporter who once mentored her, James Jim Wilder. In his heyday, Jim had been a grizzled investigative journalist for a major newspaper, chasing the CIA's tail during the Cold War. He'd retired in partial disgrace after refusing to burn a source, but to Natalie he remained a stalwart figure of unwavering principles and old-school grit. His modest home on the outskirts of DC bore the hallmarks of a life spent digging through archives, towering stacks of books, old newspapers and microfiche reels. Over tea she described the press conference, the suspicious email, and her shelved story. Jim listened, nodding gravely. "Operation Mockingbird," he said, voice tinged with a cynicism honed by decades in the field. "I was hot on that lead back in the 70s. My editors told me it was a relic. Then one day, I found part of a file, redacted, but it mentioned continuing operations well into the 80s. I tried to push further, but I was stonewalled, threatened even." He leaned back, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. "I always suspected it never really ended. Why would it? If you have a program that effectively shapes public opinion, you don't just toss it away, you adapt." Natalie felt both a thrill of validation and a pang of worry. "You have any proof left, Jim? Anything I can use to confirm or deny the rumour?" "Got a few pages locked up. They're not exactly conclusive, more like puzzle pieces. But if you're determined, maybe you can do what I never did. Find the missing links." He sighed. "Just be careful, kid. The CIA doesn't mess around when it comes to controlling narratives." From an old filing cabinet, he withdrew a battered folder stuffed with yellowed papers. Natalie flipped through them, seeing references to assets in major newspapers, coded code names, partial financial ledgers with blacked-out lines. One note read, "Coordination for maximum impact, RE, foreign policy coverage." Another referenced journalists receiving monthly retainer fees from front organisations. The cryptic nature made it tough to pinpoint exact individuals or timeframes. She left Jim's house with the folder tucked under her arm, mind buzzing. If Operation Mockingbird had indeed gone underground, who was running it now, and how widespread was it? The next day she approached her editor, a pragmatic, overworked woman named Roslyn. Cautiously, Natalie broached the topic of her cancelled story, asking why it was shot down so abruptly. Roslyn offered a vague explanation about concerns from higher-ups, which was odd because their publication was independently funded. Higher-ups? Who exactly? As Natalie pressed, Roslyn snapped, "We can't fight every battle, Natalie. We've got a lawsuit on our hands if we're not careful." And that was that. The conversation ended with a finality that unsettled Natalie. She could practically smell the unspoken fear. That evening, unable to let it go, she typed out a summary of her Operation Mockingbird suspicions, intending to pitch it as her next investigation. She laid out the facts, historical background, the bizarre press conference uniformity, Jim's half-buried leads, her own cancelled story. But she hesitated before sending it. The risk of being branded a conspiracy theorist was high. She decided first to poke around quietly, test the waters. Her next step was to track digital breadcrumbs. That's when she called in a favour from her friend Alison Wu, a cybersecurity specialist with a reputation for finding invisible connections in massive datasets. Alison worked freelance for non-profits and had a soft spot for Natalie's dogged pursuit of truth. She agreed to help, intrigued by the challenge. Within hours, Alison sent a cryptic text. "I found something. Let's talk in person." They met at a quiet cafe, away from the usual DC journalist hangouts. Over a latte, Alison explained, "I scanned social media posts, news site logs and press releases from multiple outlets. The pattern is subtle. but there's cross-referencing of language. Key phrases appear simultaneously on major networks within hours, not days, and it's too consistent to be coincidence. It's like someone's feeding the same script to multiple anchors and columnists. Natalie's skin prickled. She recalled the press conference's identical questions. Could be PR agencies, right? Politicians sometimes push talking points. Alison leaned forward. Sure, but typically each channel still has a unique spin. Here, the exact wording is repeated. I also found that certain journalists who used to have varied viewpoints on foreign policy issues started echoing the same hawkish lines around the same time, about 6 months ago. Very abrupt shift. 6 months ago, a national security flare-up involving a rival nation had dominated headlines. Could that have been the impetus for some clandestine Operation Ramp-Up? The possibility made Natalie's heart race. Before they parted, Alison advised caution. If there's a hidden entity actively shaping coverage, they'll notice if someone's snooping. Tread lightly. That night, the intangible sense of being watched crept in. While drafting an article about an unrelated topic, Natalie thought she saw a flicker on her laptop screen, like a remote access attempt. Paranoia or reality? In bed, she tried to quell the gnawing apprehension. She reminded herself that conspiracies often turn out to be simpler stories of bureaucratic bungling. But Jim's fearful recollection and Alison's data analysis kept returning to her mind. A question loomed. If Operation Mockingbird is still alive, how far does it reach now? And what lines will its guardians cross to keep it secret? Unknown to her, the chain reaction had already begun. In a secure office somewhere in the city, a man studied digital logs, noticing spikes of research activity around Mockingbird and CIA media infiltration. He made a phone call. A single chilling directive followed. Contain this. Natalie Reyes had lit the fuse, and soon she would learn how far some people would go to snuff out the truth before it saw the light of day. At sunrise, the city awakened to another day of politics, hustle, and orchestrated spin. Ethan Park walked briskly through the marble halls of a secure building in Langley, Virginia. A polished intelligence officer in his early 40s, he exuded composure. His suit was immaculate, and his impeccable posture seemed to say, "I hold secrets you wouldn't believe." Park oversaw what the agency officially dubbed information coordination, a benign phrase that, in reality, masked an entire department's mission to guide media narratives beneficial to US interests. In his neatly organised office, a wall-mounted screen flickered with rotating news feeds from major networks. He took pride in how seamlessly synchronised these channels often were, thanks to carefully placed assets and manipulated talking points. But now there was a snag, an overly curious reporter named Natalie Reyes. Park read the internal memo. She'd triggered certain digital tripwires by searching for Operation Mockingbird, a mundane relic to most, but to Park's department, it was a code word that still carried weight. He frowned. The program's official moniker had been retired decades ago, replaced with new code names, but the old ghost remained. Park typed a few commands, pulling up a dossier on Natalie. She was young, relentless, with ties to a retired journalist rumoured to hold partial evidence of continued CIA involvement in media circles. This warranted caution, perhaps a gentle nudge to redirect her. If that failed, sterner measures. He placed a call to a contact at a large national newspaper, a journalist rumoured to be on a quiet retainer. "I need you to run some negative coverage on this Natalie Reyes. Cast doubt on her credibility. She's dabbling in conspiracy. Use subtle language, though. Nothing overt." The conversation ended with a curt acceptance. Park leaned back, satisfied. Often, simply tarnishing a reporter's reputation could forestall deeper scrutiny. If that didn't work, well, the CIA had more tools in its arsenal than just a media smear. Meanwhile, Natalie met her old mentor Jim Wilder again in a secluded corner of a public library. With hushed voices, they flipped through the battered folder he'd given her. One particular memo from 1984 grabbed her attention. It outlined a continuation plan if mainstream media infiltration ever risked exposure. Terms like asset relocation, front organisations, and intelligence-owned wire services were used. Chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, it suggested a blueprint for infiltration well beyond the 1970s. "See," Jim murmured, "this is what I was afraid to publish back then. People would call me insane. I almost lost my job just for possessing these documents. My editor told me, stop chasing ghosts. but a source inside the agency confirmed it was real. Next day, that source disappeared. His voice trembled at the memory. Natalie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. She could sense the old terror creeping back into his eyes. "We won't let them silence us," she promised, though her heart raced. Later, she and Alison Wu convened in a cramped windowless room at the Veritas Web News office. A TV on the wall showed breaking news about a foreign policy crisis, a spike in tensions with a Middle Eastern nation. The newscaster rattled off stark accusations in a near-unanimous chorus repeated across multiple channels. Alison paused the screen. "Look at the phrases. Immediate threat to American security. Urgent necessity of a firm response. Across different networks. Same phrasing, same emphasis." Natalie's pulse quickened. "This is exactly the pattern you noticed. Coordinated messaging, as if from a single script." She felt a rush of determination. People deserved to know their news might be shaped by something far deeper than standard PR. But how to prove it in a way that no one could dismiss as tinfoil hat conspiracy? She needed a living source, someone on the inside, or at least someone who had direct knowledge. Jim's documents were partial. They needed more. Alison typed furiously at her laptop, searching for any trace of ex-CIA staffers who once oversaw Operation Mockingbird. Most were dead, retired, or seemingly off the grid. Then she froze. "Natalie, check this out." She showed Natalie an obscure online post referencing a company man who'd come forward in the 90s, claiming Mockingbird was rebranded and expanded to new mediums. The post mentioned a name, William Grayson, ex-CIA. He gave a handful of interviews to small alt-media outlets, and then vanished. Could he still be alive, Natalie wondered aloud, and if so, could we track him down? It was a long shot, but no other leads looked promising. They rummaged through old digital archives, scouring references to Grayson. Eventually they uncovered a half-baked clue. A user on a conspiracy forum claimed to have spotted him living under an alias in rural Pennsylvania. No verification, though. The search consumed hours. Their editor, Roslyn, passed by, frowning. "Are you two focusing on anything we can actually publish soon? We're behind on clicks this week." Natalie feigned a polite smile. "We're working on an important investigative piece. Trust me, it'll be worth it." Roslyn sighed. "Just remember, we can't run ghost stories without proof." Then she left them to it. That evening, a wave of weariness hit Natalie. She decided to step away from her desk, stretch her legs, maybe pick up coffee. Stepping out of the office, she almost collided with a tall man in a crisp suit. He flashed a warm grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Natalie Reyes, Ethan Park, CIA Public Affairs Liaison. I'd love a moment of your time." She blinked, instantly on guard. "How did you find me?" He chuckled, ignoring the question. "We keep track of who's writing what about the intelligence community. Part of my job is to address misconceptions before they get out of hand." They walked side by side, the city's evening bustle swirling around them. "It's come to our attention that you're investigating some old conspiracy theories about CIA infiltration of the press," Hart continued smoothly. "I'm here to advise you not to go down that rabbit hole. It's a waste of your talent." Natalie's throat tightened. "So, you're here to offer me official CIA statements?" He shrugged. "Sure. On the record, Operation Mockingbird was a Cold War artifact discontinued decades ago. Off the record, we prefer if you focus your energies on more pressing, real issues. We wouldn't want unsubstantiated rumours harming our national security or your credibility." There it was, a threat dressed as friendly counsel. Natalie recognised intimidation when she heard it. "Is that an official warning?" Park's voice dripped with condescension. "I'm just offering guidance, because if you keep poking around, you might find yourself in dangerous territory. You never know who you might upset." She glared at him, her heartbeat thudding. "I'm not afraid of the truth, Mr. Park." He gave a tight-lipped smile. "The truth is a matter of perspective, Ms. Reyes. Have a pleasant evening." With that, he slipped into a black SUV idling at the curb, leaving her standing in a swirl of contradictory emotions. She felt anger, fear, and a resolve that now burned hotter than ever. The CIA was actively trying to steer her away, confirmation enough that something was going on. When she returned to the office, her laptop screen displayed an error message. Attempting to reboot, she found her system compromised, documents scrambled, half of her Operation Mockingbird notes missing. She paled. She'd let her guard down, stepping out without locking everything properly. Alison, upon hearing the news, rushed over to attempt to salvage. A few frantic keystrokes and her face fell. They wiped your files, probably planted a Trojan to remove any reference you've gathered. The best I can do is restore partial backups from a day ago. Though upset, Natalie wasn't entirely undone. She had made additional copies and stashed them offline thanks to a tip from Jim. But this invasion signalled a new level of danger. She glanced around the dimly lit newsroom, half expecting masked men to appear from the shadows. She swallowed hard and locked eyes with Alison. "We can't back down." Alison nodded, jaw set. "We'll take triple precautions from now on." Natalie's phone buzzed. A text from Jim. "We need to talk. Urgent. Meet me at my place." She left the office immediately, adrenaline spiking. Upon arriving at Jim's modest suburban home, she found him visibly shaken. "Somebody's been snooping around," he whispered, pointing to signs of forced entry, a cracked window, scattered papers. "They took a bunch of my old files. The only reason I even have some left is because I hid them off-site." His voice was unsteady. "I've lived with fear for decades, but never quite like this." Natalie's heart ached. She reached for his hand. "We'll protect you, and we'll find the truth." "I promise," Jim gave a hollow laugh. "Be careful who you trust, kid. The CIA has tentacles everywhere. Even the White House might not be immune. We used to say the pen is mightier than the sword, but that's only if people get to read the words." Natalie nodded, an uneasy weight settling on her chest. Just then, her phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. A single line of text. "Stop chasing ghosts. Final warning." She looked at Jim, then the phone, her fingers trembling. No more illusions. The stakes were real. She recalled Ethan Park's thinly veiled threat and felt a wave of determination push back her fear. If the CIA truly had an ongoing operation to shape mass media, that was bigger than anything she'd ever touched. In that moment, Natalie Reyes made a silent vow. She would see this through, no matter the risk. Because if the watchmen of democracy were compromised, then someone had to expose it, and she was ready to be that someone. The next week was a blur of covert meetings, encrypted messages, and mounting tension. Natalie avoided her usual haunts, suspecting constant surveillance. She used burner phones, changed her daily routes, and met sources in unpredictable locations. The more obstacles she encountered, the more she sensed she was onto something monumental. With Alison Wu's help, she discovered a single name surfacing repeatedly in the digital footprints left by suspicious PR agencies: Project Nightingale. Nothing official turned up in a search, but references to it appeared in the metadata of certain intelligence-linked press releases. That could be the modern code name for a resurrected mockingbird, or at least some offshoot. Frustration boiled. She needed a key insider, someone with direct knowledge. After scouring forum posts and chasing rumours, she and Alison pinned their hopes on William Grayson, the ex-CIA operative who'd allegedly admitted in the 1990s that the agency still manipulated domestic media. If he was alive, maybe he possessed the final puzzle piece. They followed the lead to a small, desolate town in Pennsylvania. Thick forests surrounded them as they drove down winding roads. The local motel clerk said he'd never heard of Grayson, but an older man at a diner recognised the description of the recluse, living in a cabin by the lake. Encouraged, they set out. The cabin stood alone on a gravel path. Overgrown grass, warped porch steps, a battered mailbox. Nervous, Natalie knocked. No answer. She knocked again, more firmly, and the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s with unkempt hair and piercing eyes. He eyed them warily. "We're looking for William Grayson," Natalie said gently, holding up her press badge. "My name is Natalie Reyes. This is my associate Alison. We have questions about Operation Mockingbird or something that might have grown out of it." Grayson's face froze at the mention of Mockingbird. Then he glanced around as though expecting watchers. "Come in," he muttered, stepping aside. The interior was claustrophobic, filled with shelves of old books and a perpetual haze of stale coffee. Once they settled, Grayson sank into a wooden chair, wariness etched into every line of his face. "I left the agency over moral objections," he began haltingly. "That was back in '89. They taught me the art of shaping public narratives, not just abroad, but at home. I believed we had to protect the public from dangerous ideologies, but it got out of hand. We were shaping everything: wars, elections, even economic policy coverage. So I blew the whistle in a half-hearted way. No mainstream outlet would believe me. The smaller media that did, They were smeared, or I was labelled a crank, so I vanished. He paused, taking a shaky breath. But it never ended. They repackaged it. I've seen glimpses of the new directives, infiltration of digital platforms, sponsorship of influential voices on social media, expert pundits on cable news. They can craft illusions that become reality for millions. Alison asked, voice hushed. Do you have proof? Documents? Recordings? Grayson rubbed his temples. Over time, I compiled a hidden archive. It's not all here. I keep it distributed in multiple places, but I can show you enough to confirm your suspicions. He stood, rummaging through a trunk in the corner. He pulled out a file marked with a symbol, a stylized nightingale. Natalie's eyes flickered with recognition. Project Nightingale, he nodded. It's the modern iteration. The branding is deliberate, a sweet voice singing in the dark, unremarkable but comforting. They've established entire shell NGOs that funnel money to journalists, social media influencers, even think tanks. That's how they maintain plausible deniability. The money looks like legitimate grants or philanthropic donations. Before Natalie could ask more, headlights swept across the window. A car approaching. Grayson stiffened, his face contorted with alarm. No one ever comes here at this hour, he hissed. Alison peered out the window. A black SUV. Could be locals, or not. Grayson's eyes blazed. We need to leave. Now they must have tracked you. He shoved the file into Natalie's arms. Take this. It's partial but damning. I'll hold them off. Natalie opened her mouth to protest, but Grayson urged them urgently. Go out the back. There's a path through the woods. Don't look back. The next moments were a scramble. They slipped out a rear door, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard loud knocking, a muffled confrontation, then Grayson's raised voice. Natalie's stomach twisted with guilt leaving him there, but she sensed he wanted them to protect the evidence at all costs. She and Alison fled into the forest, stumbling through moonlit undergrowth until they reached their car. They sped away, hands trembling on the wheel. Hours later, back in DC, they combed through the file. Even half intact, it was explosive. Internal memos naming corporate media partners, bullet point strategies for amplifying particular foreign policy lines, lists of favoured journalists with coded references to monthly payments. The date stamps were recent, some less than a year old. They had exactly what they needed to blow the lid off a modern-day Mockingbird scheme, but they also feared immediate retaliation. Natalie's phone soon confirmed that fear. A barrage of missed calls from Jim Wilder, each more frantic. She called him back but only got his voicemail. Then a single text arrived from an unknown number. Grayson is gone. Next is Wilder. Surrender the files. Terror and rage roared in her chest. She had to protect Jim. She tried calling him repeatedly. No answer. She rushed to his home with Alison. When they arrived, the front door was ajar and the living room a ransacked mess. Jim was nowhere to be found. Police arrived shortly after, summoned by a neighbour who heard suspicious noises, but there was little for them to do except file a missing persons report. Natalie insisted Jim was abducted, but the sceptical officer only nodded politely. No sign of forced entry, he observed. He might have left voluntarily. The subtle condescension in his tone stung. Reeling from the loss, Natalie recognised the gravity of the situation. If they had the gall to abduct Jim, they wouldn't hesitate to come after her or Alison next. But if they hid, who would expose the truth? In the hush of her battered office at Veritas, she laid out the dire facts. They have Jim, and we have evidence. Our only leverage is going public. If we sit on this, they'll pick us off. If we release it with no plan, it'll be spun as fake. We need maximum impact, an unstoppable wave of coverage. Alison nodded. We can set up a secure live stream. Once it's broadcast widely, it becomes nearly impossible for them to scrub. Natalie pictured Jim's face, remembering how he once told her, "We can't let fear bury the truth. We either fight or fold." She inhaled shakily. "Okay, let's do it. We'll gather everything. Grayson's docs, Jim's old memos, your data analysis. Then we'll call out the CIA by name and present the evidence." It was a bold, borderline reckless plan. They faced smear campaigns, hacking, or worse. But enough was enough. Too many good people had been silenced, and the manipulative machine would keep turning unless someone jammed a wrench into its gears. That night, as they prepared, the building's power cut out, plunging the newsroom into darkness. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Alison grabbed her laptop, adrenaline surging. Natalie's heart hammered. They lock the door, hearing men's voices outside, possibly CIA ops, possibly mercenaries on their payroll. Scrambling, they uploaded files to multiple cloud storages, setting timed social media posts. If the men outside broke in, at least their progress wouldn't vanish. With each passing second, the footsteps drew closer. A crash in the hallway signalled forced entry, curses in hushed tones. Alison typed a final command, then turned to Natalie. "We're out of time." A battering ram slammed against the door, splitting the frame. The door burst open. 2 men in dark clothing rushed in, weapons drawn. "Don't move!" one snarled. Natalie and Alison stared at them, braced for the worst. The man advanced, seizing Natalie's laptop. He ripped cables from the server. "Where are the documents?" he demanded. She thought of Jim's abduction, of Grayson's cabin. Her voice shook with defiance. Too late. They're already out. Which wasn't entirely true, yet. But the partial uploads might buy them seconds. Suddenly a shout from behind. Veritas's security guard had returned from his rounds. "Freeze!" he yelled, brandishing a flashlight. The intruders turned just for a moment. It was enough for Alison to slam the enter key on her phone, triggering a mass upload. The men lunged, but the digital die was cast. In the confusion, Natalie and Alison dove past the intruders, sprinting down the corridor. Another crash of footsteps, shouts, confusion. They spilled onto the street, gasping for air, and flagged a passing car for help. Miraculously, the driver recognized Natalie from her bylines. He sped them away into the night. Breathless, they realized the final, crucial step remained. The public reveal. Sure, they had begun the upload, but it needed an accompanying explanation. A moment in front of the world's eyes. The only question was, how do they announce it without being immediately discredited or cut off? Alison clutched a small flash drive. The fallback plan. "We need a secure platform for a live broadcast, not just a file dump. Something unstoppable." Natalie nodded, tears in her eyes. "And we have to do it soon. They might still track us." In the swirling neon lights of city streets, they huddled in the car's back seat, forging a last-ditch plan. Tomorrow they'd attempt the biggest expose of their careers. They'd go live, on camera with proof in hand, naming names. If that meant risking everything, so be it. Because if no one else would blow the whistle on a resurrected Operation Mockingbird, then Natalie Reyes would. And she would do it with the entire world watching, or die trying. Morning dawned on a tense Washington, D.C. The sky was grey, promising rain. Natalie Reyes and Alison Wu had scarcely slept, huddled in a borrowed loft courtesy of an old college friend. Their enemies had advanced on them so forcefully that they couldn't risk returning home. They needed a new vantage, a chance to strike back. Over lukewarm coffee, they finalised the plan, a live-streamed press conference via multiple platforms. Social media would be the engine, Twitter, YouTube, independent streaming sites. Once the feed went live, viewers could download and mirror it faster than any entity could scrub it. They would drop everything. Grayson's documents, digital footprints, references to the CIA's direct meddling in mainstream media. They had no illusions about what might happen afterward, but the world would see. Natalie's heart thundered. She quietly hoped the revelations might force the release of Jim Wilder if the CIA had him. Public attention could be the best shield. She pictured Ethan Park's smug face, the masked intruders, and the battered figure of William Grayson who'd risked everything. This final act had to work. Midday arrived. They set up in an anonymous co-working space with robust internet, courtesy of a sympathetic activist who believed in press freedom. The room was small, fluorescently lit, with bland grey walls, a nondescript environment for a potentially world-shaking broadcast. Alison tested the streaming rig one last time. "We're good. 5 minutes to go." Natalie exhaled, forcing calm. She wore a simple blouse, no makeup beyond the bare minimum. She wanted no illusions here, just raw truth. She scribbled bullet points on a notepad, mention Grayson's name, mention Jim Wilder's abduction, highlight Project Nightingale, display the memos. The hush felt electric. Finally, the countdown reached 0. A red light on the camera blinked to life. The feed was live. Natalie fixed her gaze on the lens, voice clear yet quavering with adrenaline. "Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Reyes, a reporter with Veritas Web News. I'm broadcasting live today because evidence has come into my possession that could change our understanding of modern media. I have reason to believe the CIA's controversial Operation Mockingbird never ended, but continued under new code names, most recently something referred to as Project Nightingale. She held up a digital document for the camera. This file, obtained from a former CIA operative named William Grayson, details the infiltration of mainstream and online media by intelligence operatives. We have discovered that journalists, anchors and influencers may be receiving talking points directly from intelligence agencies. These documents indicate the shaping of narratives around foreign conflicts and political scandals, all to maintain certain agendas. Alison switched to slides on the screen. Scans of memos, partial financial logs, coded references to major networks. The feed soared in viewership. Thousands, then tens of thousands, quickly escalating. Comments poured in with shock, skepticism and occasional vitriol. But the story was out. Natalie continued. We believe individuals connected to this project are orchestrating uniform messaging across multiple outlets. In recent weeks, I and my colleagues have endured surveillance threats and attacks. My mentor, journalist James Wilder, has disappeared under suspicious circumstances. This is direct assault on press freedom. She paused, struggling to steady her breath. I urge you to examine these documents for yourself. We're releasing them to the public domain. They are available at multiple mirror sites. Should one link go down, others will remain. This is bigger than political partisanship or fleeting headlines. It's about the integrity of our news and the question of who really decides what Americans see and believe. Alison flicked to the final set of documents. Internal CIA memos referencing nightly sync calls with select anchors. The text was partially redacted but still telling. At that moment the chat feed exploded. The viewer count soared past 100,000, then 200,000. The story was viral. Mid-sentence, the room's overhead lights flickered. Natalie's stomach clenched, a sign that someone might be trying to cut the power. But so far the feed continued. She pressed on. We name these figures not to smear every journalist, but to highlight that some, listed in these pages, may have compromised their integrity. We call on them to respond, to prove us wrong, or come clean if they've been pressured. As the final slides concluded, Alison ended the broadcast. The entire stream, just under 20 minutes, was archived in real time across countless channels. By now, it was unstoppable. Breath shuddering, they ended the feed. Then they heard it, a pounding on the door. Fear twisted in Natalie's gut. Alison braced herself. They expected suits with guns, maybe Ethan Park himself. But when the door swung open, in strode a pair of men in plain suits. One flashed credentials, FBI. Natalie felt her heart skip. The lead agent spoke. Ms. Reyes, Ms. Wu, we're here to ensure your safety. We've received credible intel of a threat against you. He held up a phone showing frantic orders from higher-up officials. We need to get you out now. They didn't resist. In the corridor, they glimpsed more agents, guns drawn, scanning for threats. The entire co-working building was on lockdown. Outside, a throng of curious onlookers formed, presumably alerted by the viral broadcast. As they were escorted to a waiting vehicle, Natalie noticed Ethan Park standing nearby, partially obscured behind a car. They locked eyes. His expression burned with fury. For a moment she thought he might approach. Instead, he slunk into the crowd and disappeared. In the hours that followed, the internet roiled. Major news outlets scrambled to respond. Some anchors ridiculed the evidence as baseless. Others demanded investigations. Social media brimmed with conspiracy theories, jokes, and heartfelt calls for accountability. The White House press secretary fielded relentless questions about the CIA's involvement in domestic media. Official statements alternated between denial and promises of a full inquiry. As the clamour rose, the FBI placed Natalie and Alison under protective status, citing genuine threats. Representatives from civil liberties organisations arrived at the safe house, offering legal counsel. Natalie felt simultaneously relieved and overwhelmed. She had prepared for the possibility that half the country might label her a traitor, but she hadn't braced for the avalanche of headlines. In the swirling news coverage, a story emerged. Jim Wilder was found at an undisclosed medical facility, unconscious but alive. Preliminary statements suggested an accident, yet the details were murky, fueling speculation that he'd been forcibly drugged or injured in captivity. Natalie pressed for more information, but the FBI withheld specifics, claiming an ongoing investigation. She refused to let them bury his case in secrecy. Days later, a somber press conference took place on Capitol Hill. A handful of courageous lawmakers, spurred by public outcry, promised to form a special subcommittee to look into the allegations. Whether it would be a genuine investigation or a whitewash remained uncertain. Ethan Park, for his part, vanished from public record. Sources claimed he was placed on administrative leave or reassigned. Others whispered that he'd left the country. The CIA's official stance: no comment on personnel matters. As time wore on, the immediate storm of coverage gave way to endless debate. Some journalists dug deeper, finding corroborations of infiltration. Others hammered Natalie, Allison and Grayson's story as selective evidence. Meanwhile, the Mockingbird trended on social media. People demanded answers. How many anchors were compromised? Which stories were shaped? Was foreign policy manipulated to justify wars? For Natalie Reyes, a bittersweet triumph lingered. She had sacrificed her normal life to reveal what she believed was a crucial truth. She'd lost her sense of personal safety, and yet she'd ignited a national conversation about press integrity and the invisible hands shaping public discourse. The next steps, congressional hearings, investigations, potential trials, would be slow and rife with political manoeuvring. But at least the taboo was broken. Weeks later, as the chaos settled into a new normal, Natalie found a quiet moment to visit Jim Wilder at a rehab centre. He was awake but frail, still fuzzy about what happened to him. She held his hand, recapping the fallout from her exposé. He smiled weakly. "I always knew you'd take the story further than I ever could. Wish it didn't cost so much." His voice cracked. Natalie's throat tightened. "I'm sorry you got hurt. But the world knows now, Jim. They can't unknow it. That's worth something." He squeezed her hand. "They'll try to bury it or spin it. Keep fighting." And she would. She was no longer the wide-eyed reporter hoping for a byline. She was a journalist who had stared down one of the most powerful institutions on earth, and the fight was far from over. In her final reflection, she considered the public's reaction. Some outraged, some apathetic, some cynically believing nothing would change. The deeper question remained: even if the CIA was forced to back off, who else might pick up the same tactics? Corporations, foreign powers, hidden alliances. The intangible power to shape reality was too tempting, too valuable to remain dormant. She realized her mission might continue for the rest of her career, or her life. For now, though, she'd done all she could, shining a spotlight on the hidden corridors of power. The blueprint for media manipulation had been laid bare, forcing society to confront an uncomfortable truth: that illusions can become real if repeated often enough, and that the guardians of democracy must remain vigilant. Above all, the journalists who refuse to let fear silence their pens. Prepare for scientific intrigue, covert operations, and a mystery that stretches beyond our world. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and get comfortable for this 10-part adventure that will carry you beyond the edge of the map. Let's begin. The old radio crackled across the ship's bridge, drifting in and out of static. Lieutenant Harold Talbot gripped the microphone, his knuckles bone white. "This is USS Hawthorne," he repeated. "We have encountered an anomaly at—" His coordinates garbled in static. Others in the control room exchanged nervous glances. The compass spun wildly like it had lost all sense of direction. Through the porthole the sea churned with unnatural energy, and the horizon was black as if it had vanished into a void. Outside, the whine of the wind built to a roar. Then, cutting through the tumult, a startled voice shouted, "Lights! There, beneath the waves!" A half-dozen crewmen pressed to the windows. Sure enough, ribbons of pale, flickering radiance swirled under the roiling ocean. Some claimed it looked like an underwater craft. Others insisted it had to be exotic marine bioluminescence. Before anyone could gather sense or courage, the lights blazed in brilliant turquoise, illuminating the entire ship's hull from below. Talbot's last recorded words, barely audible over the crackle, were, We're being pulled in? God help." Then the broadcast ended. The USS Hawthorne vanished with eerie finality. When search teams arrived days later, no scrap of debris or shred of evidence floated on that calm expanse of ocean. The official Navy line chalked it up to a catastrophic storm. But whispers persisted of something else, an impossible force dwelling within the Bermuda Triangle. Fast forward decades to present day. The small auditorium at the Miami Oceanographic Summit hummed with polite applause as Dr. Cassie Nolan concluded her presentation. She was in her late 30s, with an air of quiet determination and a streak of stubborn curiosity. Her topic had been Unexplained Oceanic Anomalies, a statistical overview, but the hush in the room suggested it was anything but dull. She'd just shown data on bizarre electromagnetic fluctuations in the Atlantic, specifically in that infamous region called the Bermuda Triangle. A wry smile crossed her lips as the applause died down. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at her notes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the rational portion of my talk. I realise the Bermuda Triangle has its share of tall tales, but my data strongly indicates repeated anomalies, magnetic distortion, unusual weather bursts, unexplained compass deviations. Perhaps we should keep an open mind. She stepped down, expecting the usual trickle of questions from curious colleagues or the occasional cynic. Instead, she found herself face to face with a wiry man in a fisherman's cap. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion. "Dr. Nolan," he said urgently, voice trembling, "I need to talk with you." He introduced himself as Luis Ramirez, a local fisherman who'd spent his life working the waters off Florida's coast. After hearing her lecture, he had mustered the courage to approach. "I saw lights," he whispered. "My boat got caught in a freak storm. It appeared out of nowhere near the triangle. I swore I saw something shining under the sea." He handed her crumpled coordinates scribbled on a stained slip of paper. "I've told others. They say I'm crazy. But you might understand." Cassie's eyes flicked to the coordinates. They were suspiciously close to an area known for marine accidents, but rarely acknowledged by official channels. She thanked Louis and promised to look into it, ignoring the cynicism tugging at her mind. After all, she was a scientist who believed in data, but if these claims matched her existing patterns, it could be significant. Later that evening, back at her modest office near the University of Miami, Cassie pored over her mentor's old notebooks. Dr. Rourke, once a respected oceanographer, had vanished under bizarre circumstances years ago while researching the same region. He'd left behind cryptic remarks about a powerful electromagnetic phenomenon. Cassie's own data had begun to echo Rourke's notes, unexplained spikes in an underwater sensor's logs. The next morning, as she compared Rourke's final sketches with Luis's coordinates, a firm knock sounded on her door. She opened it to find two men in suits, flanking a silver-haired woman with a crisp posture. The woman introduced herself as Agent Whitfield of a government bureau Cassie had never heard of. "Dr. Nolan," Whitfield began calmly, "we're aware of your interest in that region of the ocean. We strongly advise you to discontinue your investigations for your own safety. This area is classified under national security protocols." Cassie's brow furrowed. National security? We're talking about anomalous readings, not some nuclear facility. Whitfield's polite smile never wavered. "The specifics are need to know, and you do not need to know. Consider this a friendly caution. We have no wish to see a brilliant mind squandered." "Or threatened," Cassie interjected, voice taut. Whitfield shrugged. "Interpret as you will. Good day, Doctor." With that, the trio turned and left, leaving Cassie stunned in her own doorway. Her heart hammered with equal parts fear and curiosity. Government interest in an oceanic anomaly. Something about it reeked of cover-up. She recalled the fisherman's haunted eyes and Dr. Rourke's cryptic last expedition. She couldn't just walk away. Pulling out her phone, Cassie called an old friend, Jake Moreno, a freelance dive instructor with a reputation for fearless, some might say reckless expeditions. If she wanted to collect data from deep underwater, she'd need someone like him, someone who wouldn't balk at the mention of the Bermuda Triangle. Over a scratchy connection, she explained her hunch. "There's an anomaly out there, Jake. Government's involved. My mentor disappeared investigating it. I've got to see it myself, or I'll regret it forever." Jake's response came swiftly. "Tell me when and where." Cassie realised in that moment she was crossing a line from academic curiosity into something riskier. The tension coiled in her gut. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged through her, like she was close to unlocking a secret older than the legends themselves. Even as she hung up the phone, however, a sense of foreboding pressed in. She gazed at the scribbled coordinates on her desk, thinking of the vanished fisherman's sightings, the hush-hush warnings from Agent Whitfield, and the shadow of Dr. Rourke's disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle beckoned with its riddles, and Cassie was about to chase them headlong, unaware of just how deep and dangerous those waters could become. The sky brooded over the Florida Keys the day Cassie Nolan and Jake Moreno met at a small marina. Clouds drifted in ominous clumps, and the late afternoon sun shimmered through patches of heavy humidity. The moment Cassie arrived, she spotted Jake by a battered fishing boat, arms folded over a well-worn t-shirt. He was ex-Navy, lean with an easy confidence, though faint worry lines creased his forehead. They exchanged a brief hug. "Long time," Jake remarked with a half-smile. "I see you're still chasing weird phenomena." Cassie's eyes danced with both eagerness and caution. "You know me. Once I get a puzzle in my head, I can't let it go." He gestured toward the boat's deck. "Ready to board your new research vessel?" He said it teasingly, but Cassie could sense he'd already prepped for a serious outing. The deck was stacked with crates labelled as oceanographic sensors, along with scuba gear and a sealed barrel that presumably contained a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, for underwater exploration. A third person stepped out from below deck, a petite figure with short-cropped hair. "Dr. Nolan?" she asked, extending a calloused hand. "Olivia Park, tech specialist. Jake wrote me in for communication support." Cassie recognised the name from a university networking event. Olivia was rumoured to be brilliant in all things digital, from satellite uplinks to encryption. "Great to have you," Cassie said, shaking her hand. "We'll need every advantage if we're venturing into the Triangle." They got underway just before twilight. The boat chugged through calm waters, though the gloom in the sky hinted at an incoming storm. Cassie couldn't shake the memory of Agent Whitfield's warning. Why would the government clamp down so hard if this was just maritime folklore? It only served to heighten her suspicion that they were on the cusp of uncovering something major. Anchored some miles out, they commenced the first stage of Cassie's plan, collecting baseline data. She wanted to chart normal ocean conditions before venturing into the specific coordinates from Luis Ramirez. She and Olivia deployed a series of floating buoys equipped with sensors to track temperature, salinity, and electromagnetic variance. If anything was unusual, these devices would pick it up. Jake watched the horizon, arms resting on the wheel. "We need to move fast, Cass. Clouds look like trouble. The forecast says a squall might blow through tonight." "Time is always short," Cassie replied, glancing up. "But storms aside, I worry about, well, you know." Jake nodded grimly. The same unspoken threat weighed on them. Official interference. He tapped the throttle, setting a course for the Triangle's edge. Night fell, turning the water into a black mirror. On the boat's small radar, faint echoes popped up. Tiny fishing vessels, cargo ships in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shape slid into view on their screen, hugging the same route. A much larger vessel, no transponder ID. Olivia frowned at the radar. Could be Coast Guard, or a private ship running dark. They exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll keep an eye on it," Jake said, turning off their own navigational lights. "No sense advertising we're out here." Around midnight, the ocean turned uneasy. A stiff wind ruffled the surface, building to choppy waves. Cassie huddled with Jake and Olivia over a chart in the cabin. "We're about an hour from Ramirez's coordinates," she said. "We'll do a quick pass, launch the ROV, gather data, and get out." Jake nodded. "Works for me. Let's just hope the squall holds off." Outside, the skies grumbled as if in protest. Suddenly a glare of white light blazed across them, accompanied by a droning roar. They rushed to the deck to see a helicopter overhead, searchlights cutting through the darkness. In the swirling beam, a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the US Coast Guard. Heave to. Prepare for inspection." Jake's grip tightened on the wheel. "We didn't request any assistance. This is suspicious." Cassie's heart pounded. "Agent Whitfield," she murmured. "They're trying to scare us off." A taut exchange followed over the radio. Jake insisted they were on a legitimate scientific survey. The Coast Guard repeated orders to halt. Over the speaker, new instructions came. "You must exit these waters. This area is restricted." Olivia typed furiously on her console, trying to get a fix on the Coast Guard's vessel. Instead, she found encrypted signals bouncing around. "They're not exactly standard," she whispered to Cassie. "Something about their communications is off." Sensing a standoff, Cassie decided to parley. She radioed back, voice steady. "Understood, but we have a valid research permit from the University of Miami. We'll comply. Just give us some time to retrieve sensors." A tense beat passed. Then the helicopter circled once more, searchlight scanning them. "You have 1 hour to vacate. If you remain, we will enforce maritime security protocols." The rotor wash receded as the chopper veered away, presumably to monitor from a distance. Jake exhaled, beads of sweat on his brow. An hour. That's barely enough time. Cassie clenched her jaw. This had to be intimidation, yet she refused to be turned back so easily. We do a quick survey, then get out. If they chase us, we'll handle it. So they pressed on, heartbeats hammering. The helicopter's lights winked in the distance, a reminder of watchful eyes. As soon as they reached Ramirez's coordinates, they hurriedly launched the ROV, diving it into the inky depths. Cassie guided the controls and a video feed flickered on. Greenish water, swirling particulates, no sign of a seabed at these depths yet. Then the ROV sensors pinged, a slight electromagnetic fluctuation. Cassie's excitement soared. We're picking up something unusual. Jake, keep us steady. Deeper the drone went. Olivia monitored the readings, each spike more pronounced. The feed showed faint glimmers, possibly phosphorescent organisms. Suddenly the ROV camera caught a fleeting sparkle, a swirling pattern of lights, reminiscent of swirling plankton blooms but somehow structured. Cassie's breath caught. Did you see that? Switch to high-resolution mode. Before they could, the ROV feed sputtered. A wave of static fuzzed the screen, then it went dark. Simultaneously, the boat's lights flickered. The engine coughed. The entire vessel lurched as if buffeted by an invisible force. Outside, the wind rose to a roar. Jake cursed under his breath, wrestling with the controls. We're losing power! Electromagnetic surge, Olivia shouted over the howling wind. It's messing with our systems. Panic clawed at Cassie as the boat pitched in a violent wave. This wasn't a normal storm. She could almost feel an unseen presence roiling beneath them. In the swirling chaos, they scrambled to pull the ROV back up, but every instrument was going haywire. Suddenly, searchlights blazed again from above. The helicopter was back, its loudspeaker cracking with urgency. This is your final warning. Lightning flashed, illuminating the water in a stark white glare. Cassie glimpsed swirling pockets of luminous plankton, or something else, just below the surface, swirling with the waves. Then, in a monstrous crash of thunder, the storm unleashed its fury in full force. Jake gunned the engine, trying to stabilize them. The NOAA-like sensors rang with error codes, and across the swirling black seas, Cassie thought she saw another set of lights, far off in the distance, a massive, shadowy shape half lost in the rain. It could be the Coast Guard vessel, or something else entirely. With no choice, they retreated, battered by waves and hammered by the storm. When they finally cleared the worst of it, the boat's systems began to stabilize. But half their gear was damaged, the ROV jammed, and all the data they'd gathered remained scrambled. They had risked everything for only glimpses of something incredible and very real. And yet, beneath her exhaustion, Cassie felt a surge of certainty. Whatever they'd encountered wasn't just local folklore. The Bermuda Triangle's phenomenon was real, and the government evidently knew more than it was letting on. Cassie was no longer driven by mere curiosity. She sensed a bigger truth lurking beneath those waves, something that might rewrite what humanity knew of its own oceans. The question was, how far would she go to reveal it? And how dangerous would the next step become? A restless night blurred into morning as Cassie, Jake and Olivia docked at a small, out-of-the-way marina. Each was soaked to the bone, clothes stiff with salt. Their battered boat drew a few curious stares, but the watchers quickly turned away, perhaps used to seeing battered vessels limping back from ill-advised adventures. They found a dingy diner near the docks, ordered strong coffee, and tried to make sense of the scrambled data. Olivia had salvaged what she could from the ROV's partial recordings. The monitor on her laptop flickered with jumbled frames, flickers of phosphorescent, swirling shapes, and then static. Jake rubbed a hand over his stubble. We nearly got drowned out there, and for what? Cassie's cheeks reddened. I know it looked hopeless, but the readings, those spikes were massive. We confirmed there's a powerful electromagnetic field messing with electronics. That alone is worth investigating. Plus, we glimpsed lights underwater. Olivia sipped her coffee, eyes tired but focused. Cassie's right. We might not have a perfect video, but the sensor logs show short bursts of electromagnetic flux. It's off the charts, something unnatural. The real question is, do we keep pushing? Jake stared out the diner window at the drifting gulls. We gave it a shot. The government made it clear they don't want us near. We can't just keep running from Coast Guard intercepts. Cassie clenched her jaw, rummaging in her satchel. She pulled out a tattered binder. "These are from Dr. Rourke, my mentor. He documented similar anomalies decades ago, but also references a hush-hush branch of the government. He suspected it was bigger than just random phenomena. He mentioned possible advanced technology." Olivia raised an eyebrow. "Advanced technology, as in alien, or a lost civilization?" Cassie shrugged. He was ambiguous, but some references read like he believed there was an intelligence behind these anomalies, not just random magnetism. Jake tapped the table. "Look, I'm not thrilled about tangling with the feds again. We need a safer approach. Maybe we gather old logs from other ships, check any declassified archives. If we find a pattern, we can confront them with evidence." Cassie's eyes lit up. "Data approach. We can do that, but we can't do it alone." That's when Olivia piped up. "I know someone who can help. A friend in cybersecurity. She's resourceful at digging into government records, even ones behind multiple layers of encryption. Name's Helena. If there's a digital trail, she'll find it." They agreed. While Jake rested and handled repairs, Cassie and Olivia would head inland. They parted ways at the marina, with Jake promising to keep an eye on any suspicious watchers. Later that day, Cassie and Olivia sat in a cluttered apartment living room, the walls lined with computer monitors and electronics. Helena was a sharp-tongued hacker in her late 20s, sporting neon-dyed hair and an irreverent smirk. She listened to their story with surprise, then curiosity. "You want me to break into government servers and find references to Bermuda Triangle Anomaly, or Operation Hush Hush? This is high-risk stuff," Helena said, tapping out a staccato rhythm on a mechanical keyboard. "It's vital," Cassie insisted. "We just need leads, any hidden files from the past decades mentioning unexplained maritime incidents. Something to prove or disprove the official narrative." Helena sighed dramatically. "Fine, but if men in black suits show up at my door, I'm throwing you two under the bus." Olivia half grinned. "Deal." As Helena's screens flickered with lines of code, Cassie felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She recalled Agent Whitfield's stern visage, that unwavering voice. If they were crossing lines, the consequences could be dire. Hours passed in a tense hush, broken only by the clack of keys and Helena's occasional grunt. Finally, a triumphant beep rang out. "Got something," she whispered. "It's partial, redacted, but yeah, we have multiple references to a classified set of missions under codenames like Project Siren and Operation Blue Current. Dates range from the 1950s to early 2000s, Olivia's eyes gleamed. "What do the files say?" Helena scrolled. In summary, the government commissioned specialized vessels to observe anomalous electromagnetic phenomena in the Atlantic, specifically in an area matching the Bermuda Triangle. Mentions of submersible lights, and at least 2 incidents where US naval ships disappeared. Official cause, storms, but the internal memos suggest cover-ups. Cassie's stomach flipped. This validated everything Rourke suspected. Any recent activity? Last reference is from about 7 years ago. Project Hydra Watch, a field station. Could be an island or atoll used as a listening post. Helena turned the monitor around. "Coordinates are partially blacked out, but I have a general region. It's about 70 miles from where you folks were last night." Cassie and Olivia exchanged a charged glance. A covert listening station in the Triangle? If it was still operational, that might explain the swift government response. Helena went on. "One more interesting tidbit. Repeated mention of non-terrestrial possibility, flagged in these internal notes. The phrasing is vague, but it points to the suspicion of something not of Earth." A hush fell. Cassie's breath caught. The government had considered the possibility that the anomalies were alien in origin. Eager for more detail, they pressed Helena, but many files were heavily redacted. "Accessing deeper levels triggers advanced security," she warned. "We risk being traced if I push further." Cassie wanted to say, "Do it anyway," but she recalled Jake's warning about caution. "This is enough for a lead," she concluded. "We know they had missions to study these anomalies, and they suspect something extraordinary. That island base might hold physical evidence." Olivia nodded. "We find it. We find proof." Helena ejected a flash drive, handing it over. "Here's everything I got. Tread carefully." On the way out, Cassie thanked her. Despite the existential risk, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She had real, if partial, proof of official knowledge about the Triangle's mysteries. By dusk, Cassie and Olivia regrouped with Jake, who'd patched up the boat. "We've got a location," Cassie announced, unfurling a rough chart. She pointed to a region of islets near the Triangle's perimeter. Somewhere in that archipelago is a deserted island used as a listening station. We find it. We find out what's going on. Jake studied the chart, lips pressed into a tight line. This is in the heart of the area. If the government's patrolling, it's going to be guarded. We can approach by night, keep a low profile, Olivia suggested. We're not going to waltz in through the front door, but if the station's abandoned, maybe no one's there. Cassie recognised that this plan danced on the edge of trespassing into what might be a top-secret facility, but the urgency burned in her. The truth could be in those files or equipment. If we confirm the presence of alien tech or advanced submarines, we could blow this wide open. Jake inhaled slowly. Count me in, but we do it smart. No repeating last night's fiasco. Olivia cracked a nervous smile. Let's just hope they don't have guard drones or something. As they finalised their stealth approach, a faint dread pulsed in Cassie's chest. She thought of Doctor, Rourke, of Agent Whitfield, of the vanishing Navy ship from so long ago. The Bermuda Triangle was more than a legend. It was a stage for extraordinary forces, and they were about to step into that stage's backstage where secrets lingered. Outside, the last glow of sunset cast the harbour in bruised purples and oranges. The team loaded gear in silence. Tomorrow they'd sail for the island base. Cassie whispered a silent prayer for luck, or maybe for courage. For once she suspected they'd need more than just data and logic to survive what awaited them. The sea was eerily calm under the moonlight as Cassie, Jake and Olivia steered their small boat toward the cluster of islets rumoured to house the abandoned listening station. In the distance, reefs glimmered faintly, illuminated by streaks of pale lunar light. The hush of the waves seemed unnatural, as if the ocean itself held its breath. They'd set off after midnight to minimise the chance of detection. Radar on minimal power, no running lights. The only guide was a single GPS device that Olivia had rigged to broadcast a scrambled signal. The plan was simple: approach under darkness, anchor off the coast, and slip ashore on a dinghy. Jake took the helm. We're close. According to Helena's partial coordinates, it should be on the eastern side. Let's swing around quietly. Cassie peered through binoculars, scanning the silhouette of the main island. By the faint starlight, she could just make out a rocky shoreline with thick brush beyond. No signs of buildings or lights. It does look deserted, she murmured. Olivia studied a tablet in the glow of a red flashlight. Thermal imaging is inconclusive at this distance. No big heat signatures. We may be in luck. They anchored in a sheltered cove, hidden behind a natural rock formation. Then they lowered the inflatable dinghy, slipping onto the stony beach. The air felt heavy, laced with the brine of seaweed and the promise of storms. Cassie's adrenaline spiked with every crunch of gravel underfoot. Moving inland, they found themselves wading through waist-high grasses. The wind rustled the foliage, creating ghostly whispers in the darkness. At last they crested a small rise, and beneath the moonlight they spotted a row of rusted antenna towers jutting skyward. There, Olivia whispered, pointing. Must be the station. A chain-link fence encircled the compound. The gate, corroded and hanging off its hinges, suggested long-term neglect. They slipped inside without difficulty. What greeted them was a cluster of squat concrete buildings with peeling paint. Government seals had once adorned the walls, but now they were mostly faded or defaced by graffiti. Jake took point, scanning with a flashlight. No signs of recent footprints, he muttered. Doesn't mean it's truly abandoned, though. Stay sharp. They tried the nearest building. The door stuck, but Jake shouldered it open with a creak. Inside, a musty smell enveloped them. Rows of metal desks and outdated electronics filled the space. An old control centre, perhaps. Loose wires dangled from the ceiling. A row of filing cabinets lined one wall. Cassie's pulse raced. These are the artefacts of a covert station once dedicated to monitoring the triangle. She flicked on a pocket flashlight, scanning the desk surfaces. Dust coated everything. One nameplate read, Lieutenant Commander R. Harrington. Another bore a partial label of Project Hydra Watch Phase 3. Her mind roiled with questions. Hydra Watch. Could this have been the final iteration of that hush-hush mission Helena discovered? While Jake guarded the entrance, Cassie and Olivia rummaged for files. Most were locked in steel cabinets, but rust and time had weakened them. Jake pried one open with a crowbar. Folders tumbled out. The top was labelled Submarine Anomalies, 1978 to 1984. Cassie's hands trembled as she flipped through. Grainy photos of swirling luminescent patches under the sea, typed notes referencing unidentified underwater craft, lights at 300 meters depth, non-US submarine potential. Some paragraphs had entire lines blacked out. She turned more pages, reading about repeated salvage missions that returned with bizarre sensor data. Olivia rummaged in a separate crate, unearthing reel-to-reel tapes labelled with dates. "These must be audio recordings," she whispered. "We should see if there's a playback machine." They carried the tapes to the battered control console in a corner. Miraculously, an old reel-to-reel player stood there. With some fiddling and a portable battery pack, Olivia managed to power it up. The spool began turning, producing a crackling hiss. A voice, faint and distorted, emerged. Base Echo calling HQ encountered strong readings at coordinates, larger than any submarine known. Non-human, repeat, non-hurt. The recording cut into static. Another snippet from a different tape. "We've lost contact with 2 dive teams. The lights are forming patterns, possibly an intelligence behind." Then more static. Cassie felt her throat tighten. This was it. Direct acknowledgement that the station had observed something decidedly not man-made. Agent Whitfield's warnings suddenly had sharper context. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from outside. All 3 froze, hearts thudding. Jake signalled them to kill the lights. Through the dusty windows they glimpsed faint beams scanning the compound. Footsteps on gravel. Someone was here. They doused their flashlights, hugging the shadows. Cassie's mind raced. They'd been silent on approach. Who discovered them? Government contractors? Another faction? She recalled the fiasco with the Coast Guard helicopter. This time they might not be so polite. A rasping radio voice filtered through the gloom outside. 2 vehicles, east perimeter. Sweep the buildings. Jake gestured for them to move. They crept to the rear door, stepping out onto a narrow catwalk behind the building. The watchers outside fanned out. A quick glance told Cassie these weren't official military in standard uniforms, possibly private security with black ballistic vests armed. Olivia clutched the reel tapes. Cassie stuffed the key documents in her backpack. They had proof, but they also had to escape. The trio ducked behind crates and slunk between a gap in the fence. Each footstep felt like a thunderclap in Cassie's ears. At any moment, floodlights could catch them, and they'd be pinned down. A guard's voice barked, "Check around back!" Flashlights flickered nearer. Cassie squeezed behind an old generator, hardly breathing. The guard's steps clanged past, painfully close, then receded. Jake beckoned them forward. They sprinted through the brush, desperate to reach the dinghy. Shots rang out behind them. Whether warning shots or attempts to disable them, they weren't sure. Heart pounding, Cassie pushed through vines and thorny bushes. By the time they reached the beach, night clouds had drifted across the moon, shrouding them in blackness. They launched the dinghy with trembling hands, adrenaline fueling each motion. In minutes they were rowing out to their boat, tying off lines and firing up the engine. From the island behind them, faint lights bobbed along the shore. The security team was searching, but the sea was now Cassie's ally, swallowing their silhouette. They sped away into the darkness, hearts rattling. Once at a safe distance, they allowed themselves to breathe. Cassie slumped on a bench, cradling the battered file in her arms. They had risked so much, but they'd found more than they'd hoped. The tapes, the documents, references to non-human signals. Proof that the Triangle's reputation wasn't merely superstition. As they turned for open water, thunder rumbled in the distance. Cassie stared at the horizon, half expecting monstrous lights to rise from the depths. The island's outlines faded into night, but the sense of being hunted never left. She rubbed the raw edge of her neck. "They nearly caught us," she said, voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Jake answered quietly, "We'd better watch our backs. They won't stop here." And in Cassie's mind, the puzzle pieces kept shifting. Government secrets, possible alien craft, and that unstoppable pull of the unknown. She clenched the file, vowing to see this through. If there was more to uncover, if Dr. Rourke had guessed about an intelligence beneath the waves, she intended to bring it all to light, no matter the cost. They regrouped at a modest motel far from the main tourist strip, a place with threadbare carpets and flickering exterior lights that no one gave a second glance. In a cramped room with 2 beds, they spread out their newfound evidence, the reel-to-reel tapes, the typed reports on Operation Blue Current, old photos of shimmering ocean anomalies, references to non-human signals, and scrawled charts that mapped the Triangle's depths. Jake paced in front of the door, seemingly restless, while Cassie and Olivia huddled around a battered tape recorder that Olivia had salvaged from the island. The device whirred as a new reel played, revealing a deeper level of detail than the earlier fragments. Male voice, static-laced. We have established that these signals are not random. Patterns repeat every 22 minutes. The pulses, they resemble a form of communication. Another voice. You're suggesting intelligence? Male voice. We can't confirm the source's origin, but it's massive, and it's moving at depths beyond our current submersible range. We suspect a craft or structure. The tape fizzled, then resumed. Male voice. HQ demands secrecy. Morale is low. 2 divers reported visions, lights forming geometric shapes, possibly attempts at contact. Then we lost them. No wreckage found. Cassie's heart pounded at every syllable. So they'd believed something was actively trying to communicate? She exchanged a glance with Olivia, whose face was lit by the flickering green light on the recorder. Jake finally spoke up. They concluded it might be alien? Cassie rubbed her temples, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. They never said the word alien explicitly, but non-human signals is pretty close, and these are official recordings, not just rumours. I'm amazed they didn't destroy this stuff, Olivia muttered. Or maybe they tried, but the place was abandoned in a hurry. Jake sank onto the bed, hands clasped. Now we have partial proof, but who do we even share this with? The government obviously wants it hidden, and the mainstream media might label us lunatics. Cassie exhaled. Science journals might take it more seriously if we present solid data, but we only have scraps. We need something that can't be dismissed. Hard evidence, something modern, undeniable, like actual footage of the phenomenon under the water or physical samples. Olivia nodded. If we can broadcast it widely in real time, they can't just hush it up. Jake frowned, leaning forward. Broadcast from where, though? Out on the open sea will be easy targets for the Coast Guard or these Black Ops teams. Cassie bit her lip, her mind drifting back to Dr. Rourke's last journal entries. He wrote about an incredible electromagnetic spike near the deepest part of the trench. That's where we encountered that insane storm. Maybe that's the source. If we can get a submersible down there with cameras... Jake gave a rueful laugh. Last time we tried, we almost got fried. Our ROV got scrambled. We'd need serious protection from electromagnetic interference. Olivia's eyes brightened. I might know a place. The university's Marine Tech Institute has a deep-sea submersible with specialised shielding. They were testing it for cosmic ray research. Problem is, it's locked behind bureaucratic fences. Cassie grinned. We have an ally there, Professor Leland. He might give us access if we phrase it right. Jake's brow creased. That's a huge risk, but it might be our best shot. They set about planning. While Cassie and Olivia hammered out how to approach Professor Leland, Jake insisted on reinforcing the boat's systems, improving the electromagnetic shielding, installing backup generators. If they had to coordinate a submersible dive in those waters, they needed top-notch gear to keep the mothership afloat. Days blurred as they worked covertly. Cassie visited Professor Leland on campus under the pretense of discussing a collaboration. With hushed urgency, she revealed partial truths. We've discovered extraordinary anomalies in the Atlantic that require advanced submersible exploration. I know you have the Aegis Sub-1 in development. We need to borrow it. Please, this is bigger than a research paper. The professor, a stout man with a genial smile, grew serious upon hearing about governmental interference. Though sceptical, he admired Cassie's drive and recalled Dr. Rourke's brilliance. Your mentor did hint at major discoveries, Leland mused. All right, I'll see if I can expedite some hush-hush loan of the sub, but the board can't know, and if anything goes wrong... Cassie gripped his hand, gratitude shining in her eyes. We'll handle it, I promise. Meanwhile, Jake and Olivia rummaged for high-tech solutions. Olivia used her cybersecurity know-how to procure a real-time satellite data link, so when they eventually dove, they could attempt a live broadcast. We'll store backups in multiple servers, she told Cassie. If the feds try to jam us, we can at least send fragments out. One evening, Cassie returned to the motel to find a battered envelope slipped under their door. Inside was a single photograph, a blurred snapshot of her meeting with Professor Leland on campus. No note, just the unmistakable threat that they were being watched. She felt a cold dread coil in her gut. They're on to us, she murmured to Jake. He cursed under his breath. We might not get another chance if they clamp down. Let's act soon. When the submersible was finally delivered to a secluded dock, thanks to a few discreet staffers loyal to Leland, Cassie stood in awe before the Aegis Sub-1. It was shaped like a sleek pod, gleaming with reinforced plating, designed to handle deep trench pressures and shield-sensitive instruments from cosmic radiation. They'd repurposed that for the Triangle's electromagnetic onslaught. A day of frantic modifications followed. Jake integrated an extra battery bank. Olivia installed custom software to patch the sub's cameras directly to her mobile command unit on the boat. Cassie triple-checked every sensor: magnetometers, sonar, thermal imaging. Time was running short, though. Agent Whitfield and her shadowy cohorts could swoop in at any moment. Even the weather forecast predicted intensifying storms near the Triangle. Cassie had no illusions about the danger, and yet, the deeper the secrecy, the more determined she became. On a rainy afternoon, they loaded the last crate onto their boat, securing the submersible to the deck with heavy straps. As lightning flickered on the horizon, Cassie gazed at the surging waves. She thought about the tapes referencing alien signals, the old ship vanishings, Dr. Rourke's unyielding quest. "Are we absolutely sure about this?" Jake asked quietly, stepping up beside her. "We might be unleashing something we can't handle." Cassie took a moment to answer, remembering the terror of the storms and the hush in the tape recordings. If it's something beyond Earth, or even if it's just advanced tech from who knows where, the world deserves to know. Rourke believed that. So do I. Jake nodded, resolved. Then let's do it. They planned to depart at dawn for one final approach into the Triangle. The storms had battered them once, but this time they'd be prepared, with a submersible that could theoretically withstand the electromagnetic chaos. Their objective was simple yet monumental: descend to the depths, capture definitive evidence, and broadcast it to the world before forces of secrecy could clamp down. In the motel that last night, Cassie barely slept. She lay awake imagining what might lurk beneath the ocean's surface, an alien craft slumbering in a watery tomb, or perhaps a living intelligence swirling in those hidden trenches. When slumber finally came, her dreams churned with phosphorescent shapes, ghostly transmissions, and the distant echo of voices trapped underwater. By morning, the horizon still seethed with storm clouds. It felt like an omen. Yet they set off, hearts pounding into the swirling seas, armed with technology, determination, and the unwavering belief that truth, even the strangest truth, must eventually surface. Grey clouds hung low over the Atlantic, the wind carrying a briny chill as Cassie's expedition boat cut through the waves. The Aegis Sub-1 sat on deck, lashed down, its sleek hull glistening under intermittent drizzles. Jake steered into open water, while Olivia double-checked the communications rig in a sheltered corner of the deck. Cassie stood near the bow, scanning the horizon. This region was the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, an area that had frustrated explorers and enthralled storytellers for generations. She felt a jolt of nerves recalling her near-disastrous attempt just days ago. But now they had more robust technology, and an unwavering purpose. Once they reached the approximate coordinates gleaned from Dr. Rourke's notes and the old Project Hydra references, Cassie signalled for them to hold position. The boat's sensors beeped with an uneasy rhythm. Olivia's console showed subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, well above normal ocean background. Jake cut the engine, letting them drift. "Wind's picking up, but not too bad yet," he observed, scanning the sky. Indeed, dark clouds scudded overhead, though the storm front seemed miles off. They wasted no time. Together they manoeuvred the submersible crane, lowering the Aegis Sub-1 into the water. The sub bobbed, tethered by a thick cable that connected to the boat's power lines and data. Once Cassie and Jake climbed inside its cramped cockpit, they sealed the hatch. Through a small viewport, the watery expanse beckoned, dark and infinite. Olivia's voice crackled through an earpiece. "I'm reading you loud and clear. Try to keep communication short so the link doesn't overload if the electromagnetic surges spike." Jake ran through final checks: oxygen levels, thruster controls, lighting systems. "All good. Let's submerge." A mechanical hum vibrated through the hull as the sub began descending. Water streamed past the acrylic dome windows, transitioning from bright surface blues to a dim green twilight. Cassie's heart pounded in time with the pressure gauge climbing. She glanced at the instrument panel, specifically the magnetometer. Already it was dancing. They sank deeper, the temperature dropping. At 100 meters, fish flitted by in shimmering schools. At 200, the sunlight faded to near black, replaced by the sub's floodlights. Cassie scanned for any sign of unusual objects or luminous phenomena. "Nothing yet," she murmured. keeping the tension from her voice. Jake advanced the thrusters, guiding them farther into the trench. A cloud of sediment drifted up, swirling around them. The sub's sonar pinged, revealing the seafloor dropping sharply ahead. Cassie felt a jolt of adrenaline. We're nearing the major drop-off. Let's keep a steady rate of descent. Back on the boat, Olivia's console beeped with an urgent tone. Cassie, Jake, picking up a spiking electromagnetic field. Watch your instruments. Inside the sub, the lights flickered momentarily. Jake cursed, adjusting a dial. Shielding's active, but the surge is strong. Then, out of the gloom, they glimpsed a faint glow far below. Cassie pressed her face to the viewport. "Do you see that?" she whispered. A pale, bluish luminescence shimmered at the edge of visibility. Jake angled the sub's cameras. On the overhead screen, the glow took shape. A series of patterns, almost like drifting curtains of light. Could be some strange bioluminescent algae, he speculated. Cassie felt goosebumps prick her arms. Let's get closer. Cautiously they descended. The glow intensified. Streams of luminous particles twisted in what looked like a geometric swirl, almost too organised to be a natural marine phenomenon. The sub's instruments crackled. Cassie tapped the camera feed button, beaming the images topside to Olivia. "Receiving partial feed," Olivia's voice came faint. "It's glitchy, but... oh my god, I see it. That's not normal plankton." At around 400 metres, the sub's sonar picked up a large structure on the ocean floor. Massive, metallic. Jake slowed their approach, shining the sub's powerful headlights. Across the screen, a curved expanse of what looked like dark metal or alloy came into view. Barnacles clung to portions, but large swaths shimmered smoothly. Cassie's pulse thundered. This is no mere rock formation. They edged closer. Some parts of the structure jutted upward in spire-like formations. Others lay partially buried in sediment. Even at first glance it looked too symmetrical, too artificial to be a random undersea ridge. Cassie's mind raced. Could it be a downed craft? Possibly an advanced submarine, or something far beyond known technology? Jake guided them around a protruding ridge, and they beheld a deep indentation, like an entrance or portal. A faint glow emanated from within, pulses of light that matched the swirling luminescent patterns outside. "We have to record this," Cassie breathed, activating high-resolution cameras. "Liv, are you getting this?" Static hissed in their earpieces. Olivia's response was broken. In and out. Massive data surge. Keep filming. Suddenly a wave of energy hit. The sub's power flickered. Instruments spiked red. Alarms blared and Cassie fought to steady the controls. Jake cursed, pushing the shield generator to maximum. The entire sub shuddered. Through the viewport, the swirling luminescence escalated, spinning faster around the structure. For a moment, Cassie glimpsed a pattern of markings on the metal hull, indecipherable glyphs or symbols. Then a bright flare erupted, and the sub's electronics shorted. Darkness swallowed them. Only emergency backup lights remained. Cassie's heart hammered in the pitch black. "Jake, systems are down." He fumbled with manual resets. "We have partial life support, trying to reboot main power." Outside, the swirl of lights continued. Cassie's stomach twisted at the notion that whatever lay in that structure might be reacting to their presence, or was it sending a signal somewhere else? Gradually some instrumentation returned. Jake managed to restore basic thrusters. The sub's external cameras flickered on momentarily. "We should ascend," he insisted. "We can't risk being stuck down here." Cassie yearned to explore further. The structure beckoned with unspoken secrets, but rationality won out. They had enough footage to prove something extraordinary. "Let's go," she agreed. They rose through the water column, battered by intermittent electromagnetic pulses that threatened to sabotage them at every turn. When they finally breached the surface, the sea greeted them with lashing rain and roiling waves. Above, thunderheads seethed, and lightning forked across the sky. Jake navigated the sub back to the mothership, where Olivia helped winch it aboard amidst the rising storm. The instant the hatch opened, Cassie sputtered out breathless words. "We found a craft, or structure. Definitely not natural. We have footage, though it's glitchy." Olivia's eyes were wild with excitement and worry. "I caught partial glimpses, enough to show a massive artificial object down there." But their triumph was short-lived. Through the sheets of rain, a series of lights approached on the water's surface, multiple vessels closing in fast. Cassie recognised the silhouette of a military-style boat. The radio crackled with an authoritative voice. "Vessel, stand down. You're ordered to surrender your submersible and any collected data." Jake's knuckles whitened on the boat's throttle. "We've got company!" Lightning illuminated the menacing outlines. Cassie's mind reeled. They had the evidence of a lifetime, but the government wasn't about to let them broadcast it freely. The ocean pitched violently as if echoing the tension. "We have to protect the footage," Olivia shouted over the gale. "I'll start uploading right now." Cassie nodded, adrenaline surging. The final confrontation had arrived. Whether they escaped or not, the truth could still get out, unless these forces managed to silence them first. Rain pounded the deck in relentless sheets as the ominous vessels drew nearer. Cassie, Jake and Olivia braced themselves against the howling wind. The searchlights sweeping across the waves reminded Cassie of the earlier run-ins, but this time it felt more final, like a net closing around them. Olivia hunched over her console under a tarp, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I'm initiating the data dump to multiple secure servers," she hollered. "If they jam us, we lose the real-time broadcast. We still have local copies on drives, but that's risky." Jake exhaled sharply, scanning the boat's limited arsenal. They had no real weapons, just a few flares and a handheld emergency kit. "We can't outrun a naval vessel in this storm," he gritted, "but maybe we can stall them long enough for the upload." Cassie felt a swirl of dread and determination. She clutched the submersible's camera module, which contained the crucial raw footage. If all else failed, they needed to protect that hardware. Leaning into the wind, she keyed the radio. "Unidentified vessel, this is a civilian research craft. We're in distress from the storm. We have no contraband or..." A harsh voice interrupted. "Cease transmissions. Power down your equipment. Prepare to be boarded." A surge of panic struck her. They were going to confiscate everything. Cassie's eyes snapped to Olivia. "Keep the data flowing, no matter what." A spotlight swept across their deck, and they saw the outlines of armed men in black tactical gear on the approaching boat. The staccato bark of a loudspeaker. "Shut down communications or face immediate action." Jake revved the engine in a desperate attempt to shift the boat's position, but a massive wave rocked them, nearly capsizing. The storm had grown furious, waves cresting at 8 or 10 feet. Salt spray stung Cassie's eyes as she scrambled to hold onto the railing. Up on the makeshift command station, Olivia cursed. "They're jamming part of the signal. Upload speed is dropping." Lightning flashed. In that momentary glare, Cassie glimpsed something else stirring in the distance. A swirl of luminescence beneath the surface, reminiscent of what they saw deeper down. Could it be that the submerged structure was activating again, fueling the storm or intensifying it? Suddenly a smaller speedboat peeled off from the main vessel, cutting through the waves toward them. Gunmen stood at the bow. Cassie's stomach lurched. She heard a crack. Gunfire. Or was it the thunder? Jake spun the wheel, but the surging sea left them at the mercy of the storm. The speedboat drew alongside, lines thrown, grappling hooks clattering against the deck. Within seconds, armed figures began hauling themselves aboard. Lightning illuminated one figure stepping forward, gun raised. Even through the rain, Cassie recognized a face. Agent Whitfield. Her silver hair was plastered to her skull, eyes cold. "Doctor!" "Nolan," she called over the wind. "Stand down, you're coming with us." Cassie's rage flared. "You have no right. We're in international waters, investigating a natural phenomenon." Whitfield's expression hardened. "This is beyond your pay grade. Hand over all data and equipment immediately." Jake moved to intervene, but 2 other agents trained their rifles on him. Olivia, trembling, hovered near her console. "We've already transmitted some of it," she spat. "You're too late." Whitfield's gaze flicked to the overhead radio mast. With a curt nod, she signalled her men, who slashed cables, yanking out modules. Sparks flew as the boat's primary radio and data link severed. Olivia let out a cry, yanking the laptop from the surge protector just before an agent seized it. With guns pointed, Cassie and Jake were herded toward the stern. Whitfield advanced on Olivia, wrenched the laptop away. "No more transmissions," she hissed. "And the submersible data, where is it?" Cassie's mind raced. She had the camera's raw storage in a waterproof case strapped inside the sub's cockpit. If they discovered that, everything was lost. She prayed it remained hidden amidst the chaos. She decided to confront Whitfield directly. "You saw our recordings, didn't you? The storm, the structure below. Why hide it? The world deserves to know." Whitfield's jaw clenched. Doctor, Nolan, this is about preventing mass panic and safeguarding national security. If you understood the stakes, you'd realise we're protecting you from forces you cannot fathom. A colossal wave slammed the boat, nearly sending everyone sprawling. The agent with the laptop lost his balance, and the device crashed onto the deck, skittering dangerously close to the railing. At that same moment, a flash of brilliance erupted from the ocean behind them. Cassie stared in awe as swirling lights broke the surface, dancing like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Thunder boomed overhead, and the sky seemed to open in a torrent of rain. Whitfield's men balked, momentarily transfixed by the eerie spectacle. That gave Jake the opening. He lunged forward, knocking aside one rifle. Shots rang out into the air. Cassie dropped to the deck, adrenaline pounding. Olivia scrambled for the laptop, grabbing it before it could slip into the sea. Another agent lunged, tackling her. Cassie rushed to help, but was seized by a burly operative who pinned her arms. Lightning illuminated the water once more, revealing those otherworldly luminescent spirals. They seemed to pulse in a deliberate pattern, the same pattern Cassie had seen on her sub's instruments. The storm howled louder, as if nature itself mirrored the fury of the confrontation. Suddenly a deep, thrumming vibration coursed through the hull, nearly toppling everyone. The boat's metal fittings rattled. Whitfield's eyes widened in alarm and she shouted orders. "Retreat to our vessel! Everyone, we're pulling out!" Cassie guessed the anomaly was intensifying. Agent Whitfield's men grabbed her and Jake forcibly. They motioned to Olivia, but she clung to the boat's railing, refusing to budge. That's when the ocean near the stern erupted in a colossal whirlpool. The swirling lights coalesced in an eerie ring. Another pulse hammered the boat, disabling electronics. The lights on the deck flickered out. Whitfield's expression finally cracked with genuine fear. She stared at the mesmerising vortex. "No, not now," she muttered, as if she had suspected something like this but prayed it wouldn't happen. The swirling overcame the rudder, spinning the boat in a slow circle. Cassie felt the agent restraining her lose his grip, staggering. She seized the moment, broke free and lunged to help Olivia, who was pinned by an operative. Jake slammed a guard with an elbow, sending the rifle clattering. The sea pitched the deck violently. Another swirl of lights rose, forming a halo around the boat. Cassie's hair stood on end from the static charge in the air. She looked up at the roiling sky, pulses of lightning dancing overhead. Shots rang out again. Whitfield's voice, "Hold your fire! We need them alive!" But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed over the rail, sweeping gear and men alike. Cassie felt herself lifted by the wave, tumbling in cold chaos. She flailed, grasping at the slick deck as water rushed past. She glimpsed Jake clinging to a stanchion, Olivia lost in the swirl, Whitfield's men being tossed by the wave. The boat rolled precariously, half submerged in the watery madness. In a final deafening crescendo of thunder, the swirling lights flared. Cassie could only watch in breathless terror as an impossibly bright glow engulfed them. For a heartbeat, it felt like the ocean floor yawned open, pulling them into some other realm. Then darkness. Warmth on Cassie's cheek pulled her from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to see pale sunlight filtering through tattered clouds. Pain throbbed through her limbs. She tasted salt on her cracked lips. She lay sprawled on a deck strewn with debris and seaweed. The boat seemed battered but afloat, listing slightly. A groan from nearby. Jake lay under a broken crate, bruised and coughing. Slowly she crawled over to help lift it. "You alive?" she whispered. He grimaced, pressing a hand to his ribs. Alive enough. No immediate sign of Whitfield's men. The boat's main mast was snapped, electronics thoroughly trashed. Cassie felt disoriented, as though she'd been through a dream. The last memory was that blazing light and swirling vortex. Had they been tossed miles away by the storm? She staggered to the railing. The ocean was unnaturally calm, turquoise blue under a watery sun. Far off she glimpsed an unfamiliar shoreline. Not the Florida coast, though. This place had black rocks arching in jagged spires, the terrain dotted with lush green. Jake joined her, wincing at each step. "That's not any key I recognise. Where are we?" Cassie could only shake her head. The compass was worthless, spinning aimlessly as before. The GPS was dead. She turned to check for the submersible. Miraculously, the Aegis Sub-1 still clung to the deck, albeit battered. The crane rig was half bent, but the sub's hull looked mostly intact. Sudden panic seized her. Olivia! She frantically searched the deck. They found her near the stern, tangled in rope, drenched and unconscious, but her pulse beat faintly. Cassie and Jake carefully freed her. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, Olivia coughed up seawater, blinking in confusion. What happened? Relief rushed through Cassie. We survived somehow. All around them, the boat's wooden railings were splintered, gear scattered, but it floated. There was no sign of Agent Whitfield or her men, possibly washed overboard or retreated in another vessel. Any working electronics? Jake asked. Olivia tried the portable devices, all fried. The only hope might be the sub's internal system, which had its own shielding. I'll see if the sub's battery or comlink remains, she said, though her eyes held doubt. Cassie, gazing again at the distant shoreline, felt an eerie sense that they weren't simply off the Florida coast. The environment, the colour of the water, the shape of the land, it looked different, almost otherworldly. Could we have drifted to an uncharted island? She asked softly. Jake frowned. An uncharted island in these latitudes. Hard to believe in 2023, but the triangle is known for messing with navigation. They spent the next hour mending themselves and rummaging for supplies. The freshwater stores survived. Some rations were soggy but edible. Cassie discovered a waterproof case lodged in a corner. Inside, the sub's camera memory unit. She hugged it to her chest, a flash of triumph. Our evidence. It's still here. But that joy was tempered by the new crisis. They were stranded. The boat's engine was swamped. The radio dead. Unless they fixed something or found external rescue, they'd remain adrift. By midday, they rigged a makeshift sail from the torn mast and spare canvas. The breeze nudged them toward the mysterious island, which loomed nearer, a rugged coastline of black volcanic rock and thick rainforest beyond. Jagged cliffs rose, casting shifting shadows on the water. As they approached, the atmosphere felt oddly charged. The ocean remained glass calm near the shore, and the sky had an unsettling haze, as if a permanent storm lurked on the horizon but never quite arrived. They spotted a narrow inlet. With careful manoeuvring, they guided the battered boat into calmer waters, eventually mooring at a small natural harbour. Cassie hopped onto a rocky ledge, wincing at the bruises on her legs. The air smelled of moss and brine. Birds cried overhead. No sign of human habitation. Jake tested a chunk of black rock with a pocket knife. Volcanic. Must be a small remote atoll. But the question is, how did we end up here so suddenly? Olivia joined them, scanning with a handheld sensor that had minimal function. Magnetic fields still weird. Low-level interference. Could be pockets of the same anomaly we saw at sea. They ventured cautiously along a shoreline path. Strange, twisted trees grew from cracks in the basalt, their roots glistening with moisture. Cassie noticed patches of luminous algae clinging to tide pools, a faint echo of the undersea lights they'd witnessed. A short hike led them to a broader cove. There, in a clearing, they discovered something extraordinary. The wreckage of multiple old boats, some rusted hulks half buried in sand, others mere splinters. Painted on one corroded hull, Cassie recognized the letters H-A-W-T. She gasped. USS Hawthorne, she whispered, recalling the fabled Navy ship that vanished in the 1950s. Jake's eyes widened. If that's the same ship, this island might be a graveyard for those lost in the triangle. They pressed on, stumbling upon more debris from different eras, a wooden mast with 19th century styling, plain fuselage fragments that looked World War II era, modern yacht remains. It was as if the island had magnetically drawn in vessels from across decades. Olivia's voice trembled. All those vanishings, they ended up here. Cassie knelt by a weathered nameplate from a cargo vessel reported missing in 1972. She felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the fates of countless sailors. No human remains in sight. Did they vanish, or move inland for survival? Jake pointed deeper into the jungle. We might find answers that way, but let's be careful. They ventured further inland, forging a path through ferns and twisted vines. The air was muggy, insects buzzing in thick clouds. The vegetation seemed oddly vibrant, with flowers of unusual hues. Cassie suspected the same electromagnetic oddity that affected technology might also be fueling odd growth. Eventually they reached a clearing where massive stone pillars jutted from the ground, ancient and covered in alien glyphs, the same style of markings Cassie had glimpsed on the submerged structure. Her breath caught in wonder. This can't be a coincidence. Something or someone built these. Olivia ran her fingers over the carvings. This is beyond known history. Could it be a lost civilization? Or something else? Jake scanned for footprints or signs of life. If castaways survived, maybe they found these ruins, but I see no fresh tracks. A hush fell over them. Cassie's mind whirled. The Bermuda Triangle had been rumoured to be cursed or supernatural, but these pillars hinted at advanced or ancient origins, possibly linked to the underwater craft. She pictured the swirling lights, the ephemeral storms. Maybe the ones who vanished are gone, Cassie said softly, heart heavy. Or maybe they left. In the distance, a rumble of thunder made them jump. The sky overhead churned with grey. Jake looked up warily. We should find shelter. This place doesn't feel safe. Indeed, an uneasy energy filled the clearing, as if unseen watchers lurked just beyond the tree line. Cassie felt her pulse quicken. They had stumbled onto the heart of the triangle's secret, an island seemingly out of place and time, hosting remnants from countless lost expeditions and stone pillars older than any modern chart. With no immediate rescue in sight, they'd have to rely on their own resourcefulness, and the possibility that the submersible might help them solve the riddle of the island's bizarre magnetism. Cassie forced a steady breath. She might be trapped, but she wasn't giving up. The next step was to survive, unravel the enigma of these ruins, and hope that revealing the truth might set them free. Night fell quickly over the mysterious island, wrapping the jungle in a claustrophobic darkness. Cassie, Jake and Olivia had returned to their boat to gather supplies: flashlights, sleeping bags, rations. With no functional radio, they were effectively marooned. Lightning flashed on the horizon, revealing gnarled treetops swaying in the wind. They camped near the clearing of ancient pillars, choosing a spot beneath a leaning rock overhang for partial shelter. Cassie built a small fire using driftwood and scraps from the old wrecks. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the worn glyphs etched into the towering stones. As they huddled for warmth, the conversation inevitably drifted to the day's surreal discoveries. Olivia toyed with the battered remains of a handheld device. I can't get a signal. There's no satellite coverage. Maybe the electromagnetic interference is blocking everything. Jake rubbed his chin, eyes on the monolithic pillars. Could these have something to do with the phenomenon we saw under the ocean? It's like they share the same design language. Cassie took out a sketchbook from her backpack. She started drawing the glyph patterns from memory, cross-referencing them with the shapes she'd glimpsed on the submerged structure. They appeared geometric, almost fractal, could be a written script, or even symbolic code. In the silence that followed, they listened to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The hush felt eerie, as though the island itself was holding its breath. Something rustled in the underbrush, prompting them to snap on flashlights, but they found only wind-stirred leaves. As fatigue set in, they took turns at watch, each haunted by the knowledge that no rescue was forthcoming. Sometime after midnight, Cassie dozed off under the shimmering constellations, though the ghostly pillars loomed in her dreams. At dawn, they woke to a startling scene. The previously calm area around the pillars now sparkled with beads of condensation, and in the rising sunlight the glyphs appeared faintly luminescent, like they'd absorbed energy overnight. Cassie stepped closer, heart pounding. They're glowing. This is new. Olivia snapped photos, though their cameras were reduced to near manual function. Must be the humidity reacting with whatever the pillars are made of, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Jake rubbed his temples. I want to check the rest of the island. Maybe we'll find more structures, or survivors. They packed up their meagre camp and ventured deeper inland. The path meandered through dense foliage. Gnarled roots tripped them, and vines draped overhead. Occasionally they spotted remnants of old crates or scraps of cloth, evidence that castaways had once been here. Midday brought them to a steep ravine. A narrow footpath led downward. At the bottom, water trickled in a small stream. Crossing it, they found a hidden grotto. Within this natural amphitheatre of rock they encountered a startling sight, a mosaic of stones arranged in a spiral pattern, each etched with the same alien glyphs. At the centre stood a carved altar. Cassie's breath caught. This is no random ruin. Someone built a ceremonial site or something akin to it. Jake circled the altar. Who, though? Ancient civilization? Or maybe... Those who ended up stranded here tried to communicate with whatever's in the ocean. Olivia knelt, running her fingers along the spiral mosaic. It's meticulously done. Could these stranded sailors have deciphered the glyphs? A wave of dizziness hit Cassie as she stared at the altar, her mind conjuring an image of swirling lights beneath the waves. She recalled the old reel tapes describing signals and attempts at contact. Was it possible that across decades, castaways tried to replicate those signals here on land? Suddenly a crunch of footsteps behind them. They spun around to see a figure emerge from behind a boulder, Agent Whitfield, her uniform torn and hair matted, but her posture still rigid. She held a pistol, aimed warily at them. Jake tensed, stepping forward protectively. "You're alive." Whitfield's eyes flicked from Jake to Cassie. "Likewise. I suspected you'd head inland." Olivia glared. "Looking for something?" Whitfield lowered the pistol slightly, grimacing. "We got separated when the wave hit. My men. I lost track. I found one corpse on the beach. The rest scattered." Cassie's anger simmered. All this secrecy, and for what? Look at us now. Stranded. Tell us the truth. Whitfield hesitated, the lines in her face etched with fatigue. "You think it's simple? We've known about anomalies in the Triangle for decades, maybe centuries. Some in the government suspect extraterrestrial involvement. Others believe it's an unknown Earth-based phenomenon. Either way, it's considered too dangerous for public knowledge. We fear the panic, the exploitation, the potential conflict if foreign powers scramble here," Jake scoffed. "So you're willing to kill for it?" She clenched her jaw. "I follow orders. The directive is to contain the situation, but I never expected we'd end up here." Her gaze flicked to the spiral mosaic. "This island it's not on any map. My superiors only whispered rumours of a lost zone." Olivia folded her arms. "And now you see it's real. Will you keep trying to bury it?" Whitfield's shoulders slumped slightly, as if an internal struggle weighed on her. "I have to protect national security, but this place defies everything. If we want to survive, maybe we do need to pool resources." Cassie sensed a shift, a glimmer of uneasy alliance forming. "Truce, then," she suggested quietly. "We find a way off this island, or we uncover the key to why it exists. But no more guns and faces." After a tense pause, Whitfield nodded. She holstered her pistol. "Truce, for now." They spent the next hour exploring the grotto together. Whitfield admitted she possessed partial knowledge of earlier secret missions that identified an interdimensional rift theory, though never confirmed. The intense electromagnetic surges might warp space-time in localized pockets, pulling vessels from various eras. Olivia found curious remains in a small alcove. Rusted personal items, scraps of journals, no bodies, possibly from castaways who died or vanished. One scribbled note read, "The lights call from beneath. We answer on land. The gate must open." Cassie's skin crawled. A gate? Could they have believed these pillars or altars were a means to connect with whatever is beneath the ocean? A distant rumble of thunder broke their musings. Whitfield frowned. "Another storm's brewing. We can't linger." Returning to the boat, they decided to share supplies and watch each other's backs. Whitfield was grudgingly grateful for a place to rest. Under the watchful eye of the looming pillars, the odd alliance took shape. That evening the wind rose again, rattling the battered hull. As they huddled in the glow of a lantern, Cassie studied the camera unit from the submarine. The footage they captured might be the only real proof of that underwater structure. She glanced at Whitfield, who stared into the darkness with haunted eyes, likely torn between her duty and the unsettling reality they all faced. In her mind, Cassie kept returning to that cryptic note. The gate must open. Could the island's ruins serve as a beacon or a key? If so, a key to what? She recalled the swirling lights, the sense of intelligence behind them. Perhaps the next step lay not in merely escaping, but in comprehending the phenomenon, why it brought them here, and how it might let them go. Storm-laden clouds churned overhead at dawn, casting the island in shades of grey. Cassie, Jake, Olivia, and the reluctant, alley-turned adversary agent Whitfield gathered near the ancient pillars. Despite the tension in the group, they'd agreed on a plan. Explore the possibility that these ruins interacted with the electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps opening a way to escape. Using sketches from the mosaic in the grotto and the glyph patterns on the pillars, Cassie attempted to piece together a cohesive design. The spiral in the grotto and the arrangement of these pillars. It might be some sort of symbolic representation of the ocean floor structure, she hypothesized. If the castaways tried to replicate signals from underwater, maybe they believed these pillars could resonate. Jake rubbed his sore shoulder. Resonate how? Like a giant antenna? Olivia nodded, following Cassie's logic. Yes, maybe. The electromagnetic surges might be triggered by a certain arrangement or activation. The question is, do we even want to activate them? Last time we faced an anomaly, it stranded us here, Whitfield frowned. But if we can harness the phenomenon, maybe we can open a path back, or at least send a powerful enough signal for rescue. She looked uneasy, admitting that a more extraordinary method might be needed. They spent the morning clearing debris from the clearing, uncovering additional stones that had fallen over time. With each revealed glyph, Cassie felt a thrill of discovery. She recognised patterns akin to waveforms or frequencies. If they matched the pulses recorded on the sub's instruments, they might replicate those pulses here on land. Jake rigged a makeshift generator from the boat's salvageable engine parts, hooking it to a coil of copper wire. We can create an electromagnetic field, direct it into these pillars, see if that does anything. Olivia set up the sub's sensor suite on shore, linking it to a small console. I'll monitor real-time feedback. If we get a spike like we did out at sea, we'll know. Whitfield kept watch, pistol at her side. Although an uneasy truce still hung over them, her sense of mission remained. She occasionally asked Cassie pointed questions. If you manage to open some sort of rift, do you realise the risk? Something else might come through. Cassie paused in her wiring. We're already dealing with unknown forces. Doing nothing keeps us trapped here. I'd rather take a leap of faith, especially if it aligns with how these pillars were meant to function. As the afternoon wore on, they assembled a ring of cables around the largest pillar cluster. With the generator revved, a low hum filled the air. Cassie carefully toggled power, stepping back as the cables glowed faintly. She glanced at Olivia. Any changes? Olivia's console flickered. Slight electromagnetic rise, but we're well below the levels we recorded at sea. Jake frowned, adjusting the generator's output. Let's dial it up, but watch for surges. They increased power. The hum deepened, and the glyphs on the pillars began to shimmer with that eerie luminescence. The ground beneath them vibrated softly. A sudden swirl of wind whipped the clearing, scattering leaves in a spiral. Cassie's hair stood on end. That's more than just a breeze, she muttered. Olivia's eyes widened at her console. We're hitting a spike, like a resonance frequency. Whitfield took a step back, eyes darting around. Is the storm reacting? Overhead, thunder rumbled, but the swirling wind in the clearing felt different, like a localized vortex forming among the pillars. Dust and small stones lifted into the air, circling them. The glyphs glowed brighter, each symbol pulsing in sequence. Jake called out, "Shut it down if it gets too big." Before they could, a column of light shot up from the centre of the pillars, piercing the low-hanging clouds. Cassie shielded her eyes as the brilliance reflected off the basalt. The ground shook harder, a quake rattling teeth. A roar of static filled their ears. Cassie's mind flashed to the sub's dive, the swirling lights beneath the ocean. Could she be bridging a link between the underwater craft and this island? The air crackled with electricity, arcs snapping between the pillars. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vortex expanded outward with a deafening crack. A wave of force knocked them all off their feet. The generator shorted in a burst of sparks. The blinding light receded to a faint glow. When Cassie scrambled up, dizzy, she realised something had changed. The sky overhead was no longer thick with storm clouds. Instead, it was a placid grey, the sort of day one might see on a calm morning back in Florida. She blinked, heart pounding, scanning the horizon beyond the pillars. Jake helped Olivia to her feet. Whitfield stumbled against a stone, thoroughly rattled. Olivia squinted at her console. We've got location data, somehow. GPS is flickering back, signal partial, but we're near Bimini. That's hundreds of miles from where we were. A wave of confusion and relief washed over them. Had the phenomenon transported the island, or them, or simply shattered the anomaly that trapped them? Regardless, they were no longer in that lost zone. The environment around them looked subtly different, the flora slightly more familiar. They rushed back toward the shore, hoping to see if the battered boat had also jumped. Sure enough, anchored in calmer waters, The boat remained, bobbing gently. But the black volcanic coastline was gone, replaced by coral sand typical of the Bahamas. The island they were on now seemed smaller, more in line with known geography. Cassie's mind reeled. They had escaped the lost zone. The swirling, ephemeral realm that had captured so many vessels was behind them. Some kind of electromagnetic or dimensional event reversed by powering the pillars. Whitfield's stance softened, awe mingling with her stoic demeanour. We made it out. Jake breathed a shaky laugh. Never thought I'd be happy to see normal water. Olivia tapped her console. We can attempt radio contact. The interference is minimal now. I might be able to hail local channels. Cassie gazed across the waves, imagining how close they'd come to permanent entrapment. They still had the submersible's footage, plus real-time accounts of the phenomenon. And the final turn of events suggested that these ancient constructs and the underwater craft were linked in ways that defied conventional science. Whitfield exhaled, setting her pistol aside. The best we can do now is orchestrate a controlled disclosure. If we just let the news break recklessly, it could spark chaos. Cassie met her gaze. People deserve to know, but yes, we must do it responsibly, step by step with facts, not sensationalism. Jake stepped in, resting a hand on Cassie's shoulder. First, let's get off this new island, fix that boat, and get medical care. Then we can worry about changing the world. A slight smile tugged at Cassie's lips. She nodded, though deep down she recognised they stood at the threshold of an enormous shift. The Bermuda Triangle mystery might never be fully solved, yet they had glimpsed enough to reshape humanity's understanding of what lurked in the ocean's depths. As they gathered themselves, Olivia managed to get a faint radio signal. A crackling voice responded in English. Cassie felt tears well in her eyes. They were truly back within a known reality, carrying knowledge of an unknown one. Whitfield, listening quietly, seemed oddly humbled. I'll contact my superiors. Perhaps for once we can do the right thing. Cassie left the pillars behind, stepping onto the sand with an unsteady but resolute stride. The camera module pressed to her chest, the cryptic glyphs etched in her memory. An unspoken vow formed. She would devote her life to responsibly unveiling this truth, whatever it meant for science, for humanity, for the grand tapestry of the ocean's secrets. In the distance, the low hum of an approaching plane or helicopter carried across the wind. Rescue? Military? Perhaps both. The final chapter of their wild journey was about to begin, but the greater story, how the world would react to the revelation of ancient, possibly alien influences in the Bermuda Triangle, was only at its dawn. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey into the Bermuda Triangle's hidden depths. If you enjoyed this conspiracy-laced adventure, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below and what time it is for you right now. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories to ensure you never miss a story like this, one that pushes the boundaries of the unknown and encourages us to keep questioning the secrets of our extraordinary world. Sleep well and stay curious.